Good morning. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Bessie Stallworthy. Thank you. Members, I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to address City Council at this time.
Well, good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Speaker. This morning, I met with City Manager Chris Murray, with senior city staff, with Police Chief James Raymer, senior police officers, and Chief Pegg, as well as with Councillor Cressy and others, to receive an update from the Toronto Police on a possible so-called Convoy for Freedom protest in Toronto this weekend. We all support the right of all Canadians to peaceful, respectful protest, and the City of Toronto has been no stranger to protests of all kinds throughout the pandemic and in many other instances before that. Police are continuing to gather information about this possible protest and will have a public update for residents and the business community tomorrow. Chief Raymer will also be providing an update to councillors as well and has committed to keeping us all updated throughout as much as possible. The police service will be working closely with city officials in addressing whatever may arise. I want to be absolutely clear that I support Toronto Police taking necessary action to prepare for this possible protest, with a focus on doing everything they can to protect the safety of Toronto residents and businesses and to minimize any disruptions to those Toronto residents and businesses to the greatest extent possible. Any protest in the area of Queen's Park absolutely cannot block off access to the hospitals around the legislature. People should not be blocked from receiving emergency care or any medical care, and hospital workers who have been frontline heroes throughout the course of the pandemic and before must be able to go freely and safely to and from their respective workplaces. That is a must, and I know that we all agree on that, and I would like to think that every single person, whatever their view or complaint, would agree with that just on the basis of respectful, considerate citizenship, if nothing else. This weekend also marks the first time in many weeks that many businesses are able to be open, including restaurants and indoor dining. The notion that any protest would keep these businesses, which have been hard hit by the pandemic, from being open or drive customers away is also unacceptable, and I think we all agree on that as well. As mayor, I of course cannot direct police enforcement. No elected official can or should, but I have made it clear to Chief Raymer that we must work together to do everything we can to avoid the kind of situation currently faced by Ottawa residents and businesses, to keep Toronto residents safe and to try to ensure that any protests are respectful and peaceful. We've shown before that we can do this as a city, and I'm confident that if there is to be a protest, we can do it again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 47 items left on the agenda, including 31 member motions. Council has decided to consider item IE 27.7 on on-street electric vehicle charging stations pilot update as the first item of business this morning. The member motion run-through will be considered at 2 p.m. I will now take the release of member holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I be prepared to release NY 29.1, 824 Shepherd Avenue West. I have a motion with that. I'd like to defer it to the next council meeting and have staff work on a couple of things that are outstanding with this development application. We're close, we're very close, but we need more time. So if we could put the motion on the screen, I'd be prepared to release it.
Okay, so we'll put the motion on the screen, Councillor Pasternak. That's on NY 29.1. It is on the screen. to defer to April. All in favor,
Yes.
show of hands. Carried.
Record it, please.
Oh, recorded? Okay, recorded.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote using the system?
I'm sorry. Yes. Just having trouble getting the CMP up today.
Roots, I'd like to vote as
And-
well, and I can't, yep.
Thank you, Ken.
Sure. Councillor Grimes, how do you vote, please?
In favor?
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Speaker, the deferral motion carries unanimously, 19 in favor.
Thank you. Are there any further releases? No? Okay. Members, I have also reviewed an urgent motion to be
Madam
added.
Speaker,
Hello?
I'm sorry, I was trying to put my name down, but
Okay,
the
Councillor
screen was not
Bylaw?
coming up.
Councillor
Yes,
Bylaw?
I can release. Yep, I can release item EC 27.5, music rehearsal spaces in the city of Toronto. I was going to speak on it, but I can make my remarks when I speak in support of a member's motions that will be later on put in front of us. So I can release that.
Okay, Councillor Bylaw is releasing EC 27.5 music rehearsal spaces. On favor, show of hands, carried. Are there any further releases? No, okay, so I do have an urgent motion to be added to the agenda. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to ask the council permit me to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning 48 Matisse Avenue. Request for solicitor to attend the Toronto Local Appeal Body, and it is urgent because it relates to a TLAB body hearing.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, on favor, carried, thank you. So we will now go to our timed item, which is IE 27.7. Questions to staff. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do have questions of staff.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks very much. In 2016, I had sent a letter to the committee back then and about a vehicle charging pilot or electric vehicle charging, particularly in permit parking areas, as did then Councillor McMahon. And that led to a 2017 pilot. It's now 5 years later. Could you tell us how many electric vehicle charging stations that the city has in which types of situations like green P or permit parking, please? Can you hold my time, please?
Is staff here to answer?
Yes, but I think something's wrong with their WebEx. There's,
Through the chair.
could you please hold my time,
Yes,
speaker?
yes, I will.
Not held. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sorry. Through the speaker to Councillor Fletcher, I think Naz is having a little bit of challenge with his
Yeah.
WebEx. Okay. So we certainly have been working in partnership with Toronto Hydro. You asked how many on-street spaces that we currently have
Yes, in the 5 years.
in the 5 years. I believe it is 17.
How many are in permit parking areas and how many are in?
So of the
Commercial.
17 locations that we have, you're right, it's a split between commercial and residential, and I believe it's 10. I believe it is
10?
I could be off by 1 or 2, Councillor Fletcher. I'm
It might be
sorry.
9, but.
Okay,
Uh,
yeah, so now I believe you're correct, 9.
So
permit
just a
parking
quick question for you. Permit parking is under the purview of transportation services, correct?
Yeah, it's a bit of a shared model. So it's
No,
transportation
currently.
services. Oh, currently, so
Yes.
energy and environment have
No,
led
permit
the
parking.
policy. Oh yes, the permit parking is under the purview of transportation services. Absolutely.
Permit parking, transportation services goes through community councils. The model you're suggesting here would turn the permit parking section of electric vehicles to Toronto Parking Authority. Would you have a problem if I brought that back for permit parking areas to be under the authority of the Transportation Division with the implementation by the TPA, because that's what they're going to specialize in with Toronto Hydro?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor Fletcher. In fact, that is the intention. I'm not sure the report reflects that accurately, so we would welcome that amendment.
Thank you. And can I just ask the Deputy City Manager, both of them, one for corporate, and the other for infrastructure, that'd be Ms. Cook and Ms. Yoli. Since 2016 and then 17, in 5 years, having 9 spots on permit parking streets, that's for you, Ms. Cook, where no one else, people don't have a driveway. Is that sufficient, in your opinion, in 5 years?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, I think we've all got the goal of expanding that. I don't know enough about the program to say whether that is enough or not. It certainly is not where we want to stay, and we are certainly committed to improving that number significantly.
And then I'll just ask the city manager, is Toronto Hydro completely a partner here? Or are they one of the reasons why this can't happen faster? In other words, we're to have a report back. Now the information, don't have enough information. It just seems like there's some big pile of cement on the shoes of this project. And I'd like to identify where that is. And I'm going to ask how we're going to cut through that. And I think that's going to be up to you, Mr. City Manager.
Sure, and I mean the good news I think here is that Mr. Haynes and I do meet on a regular basis. To your question, and I think Ms. Cook answered it. I mean, it's nowhere near the number. It's a priority. I mean, as we move well into the 21st century, I mean, one would expect that this would be much more focused and with much better results. So we will put this, and the other good news here, I mean, to be honest, is Deputy City Manager Cook meets with her counterpart at Hydro, and she will put this on her radar with that individual, and Anthony and I will talk about what it is that we're going to do far better than what we've done in the last 5 years.
Have they made a commitment to you to actually, in these days of, in our climate change plans clear that about 24% of the greenhouse gases in the city come from transportation? Have they made their commitment in any way? I don't really see that for this to be a full bore, incredibly important program for the city of Toronto. Have they made a commitment to you, or do you still need to get that?
No, I think there was a report, as you know, before Christmas that spelled out, Hydro's commitment to climate action. and their enabling role in terms of net zero. But if we need to be even more precise, I think, in terms of the game plan and obviously the related financing of that game plan, we can certainly communicate that to council here, because I know how important it is to all of you. And
Is it part, sorry.
go ahead.
Is it part of Transform Keogh?
Last question.
Well, I'll have to
Yes.
ask Josie if she can comment on that.
Through the
Thank you.
speaker, Councillor Fletcher, absolutely, it's going to be part of our report coming back, for sure, and it's part of our plan, it's part of the whole modeling.
Thank you.
And maybe I can add through the speaker. We're working closely with Toronto Hydro and established a working group to support our report back later this year on the implementation of the plan that they brought forward and specific actions to council in December.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to get a better understanding of where things slowed down, because it seems like almost an eon ago, I approved Shaw Street and Palmerston as two of the sites. And I want to get a better understanding of where the slowdown was in the pipeline. We identified the spots. That took some time because we were told here are the constraints, although you'll notice that we built one with a new meter that wasn't on an existing pole. So had we known that that was a possibility earlier, maybe that would have advanced more sites. But where was the slowdown after we identified the sites?
Through the speaker. Oh, I do have my video on. Sorry, I'm a little distracted this morning, evidently. Through the speaker to Councillor Layton. I think it was a couple of different pieces. Certainly, we have been working in partnership with Toronto Hydro, but in order to expand, we really do need to understand the results from this pilot. And I know we have preliminary results, but certainly I think we need to double down on installations so that we can get more product out on the street. I think we've also had some challenges, quite frankly, with existing locations and siting locations. And we have a number of bylaws that perhaps weren't set up appropriately initially for things like getting charging stations in the street. So we do have some policy work that we have done some of through the pilots, and I think we have additional policy work to do as well. But I don't think it should have slowed us down to this extent, Councillor Layton. So.
And I'm trying to get a better understanding of where approvals were, when stuff got in the ground, and on that spectrum, like somewhere it's got to be, here's the 5 years, where can we start condensing and cutting time off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Naz's audio is up and running now. Let's see. More complete answer. Okay, I don't think so, Naz. So, oh, maybe. Yes, now we can hear you.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Sometimes some technical issues that we, in terms of citing the locations, whether the poles could support the EV charging stations. We did want to consult with all of the councillors and do it. And we did have Toronto Hydro view of the various locations. We landed on certain locations, so it did take. Bring it forward to the community, bring some awareness, communicate to the.
So I'm sorry, but we're having problems with your mic. Maybe you should shut your video off.
Can you?
Okay, can you start speaking now so I know if you're okay? Hello?
I don't think this is working. You know what? I can give up the questions. I don't think we have sort of that timeline on where the lag was going back all the way to 2012 when we first approved the pilot, which I think would be very useful in sort of demonstrating what hurdles we have to get over. I'll speak more about that when I have an opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Yes, Speaker, just give me 1 second here to get my earbuds. Which hopefully the clerks can put up.
Okay.
And it,
Isn't
can you
it a
not hear me?
question? Okay, okay.
Yes.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, no, and if questions are not over, I'm happy to wait, but I think this speaker called upon me to speak. We all
Yeah.
set with that?
Yeah, that was it for the questions. We're speakers now.
Okay. Thank you very much. I share the view, and I don't think what's going on here is any kind of lack of partnership on the part of Toronto Hydro. I've had discussions with Mr. Haynes and some of his senior executives, and I think the report that was made reference to by the city manager that was brought forward in the fall indicated that they're prepared to be partners in Transform TO and all that we have to do in order to get there, which is a very important objective of mine as mayor and of ours as a council. I think, the report, if you go back to look at the core of it, in the fall, talked about the need, which I think is very much there, to have substantial alterations made to the grid at a cost of $10 billion. And I think, like everything else, Hydro is doing things, and I support their doing it this way because this is a well-run corporation that has to address the question, for example, of where's the 10 billion going to come from, and how are we going to pay for this? And because I think this is one of the things that challenges us with respect to the accomplishment of our goals, our ambitious goals with regard to Transform TO, which is how are we going to pay for it? And I'm very determined to see us meet those goals, all of them, and collectively the overall goal. But you do have to focus. It isn't about making speeches, and it isn't about any of those kinds of things. It's about just grinding it out and getting it done and answering the big questions, which include how do you pay for this? I have the motion is meant to say, well, no, it's just not good enough to continue studying the pilot for another period of time and so forth. And I understand there are some things that they might like to have a look at before undertaking a dramatic expansion of this. But the bottom line is we can continue to expand, which the motion provides for if the council chooses to direct Hydro to install an additional 17 or more on-street charging stations in 2022. And I think, again, they are looking at this in a business-like way, and they are looking at the fact that the use of these charging stations had a bit of a slow start for a pandemic and other related reasons. But if you look at the more recent trends, those trends are up, and people are using these more. And I think there are lessons that we are learning from that can make the next 17 and after be done better. And so I spoke to Mr. Haynes as recently as this morning to indicate that I'd be moving this motion and that I would be, saying there was a need for us to step up the pace, which there is, and he understood that completely and didn't do anything other than to say, well, okay, let's sit down and just figure out how we're going to get this done. And we will, as contemplated by this motion, also be sitting with Toronto Parking Authority, as Councillor Fletcher and others were making reference to discuss what role they might play, both in terms of the cost and of the funding of this. But the notion that we could stand still for another period of time just really wasn't in the cards for me. And I think we've got to continue moving forward on all fronts if we're going to have any chance of achieving what are very ambitious goals, which I fully intend to see us do with the full support of the council and places like Toronto Hydro. So that's what lies behind this motion, Speaker. And I think it will. It's a small thing in its own way, but I think it's significant that we're just saying, no, we respect your right to make that recommendation, but we need to keep moving forward here and get these charging stations, more of them installed. And that's exactly what I hope councillors will support us doing. And it's a statement in and of itself in terms of our intent to keep moving forward. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Fletcher. Clarification of the motion. Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, Speaker. Thank you very much for that motion and trying to advance this much more quickly, because it is certainly, as you know, permit parking is very different than most other parts of the city. Of course, there's a hydro board there. And would your expectation be that this is pretty important motion for council, I think, and for our climate change plan? 2 deputy mayors are on that board. I'm hoping that your assumption would be that they would champion this at the board.
Yes, I mean, I hope the whole board does. And let's remember that and I say that through you, Speaker, to the councillor, that the report that came in the fall came because we communicated to the board, both I think formally through motions, but also informally, that we needed them to be a partner. We absolutely needed them. It wasn't a matter of what we wanted or what we thought was good. We needed Hydro to be a partner if we're going to accomplish our Transform TO objectives. And so I don't think there's a pushback from the board, but what they do, including I assume our two members, two councillors, three councillors, is they ask questions about how we're going to pay for this. And even this morning when I spoke with Mr. Haynes, there's a cost that is a 7-figure cost to these 17 stations, and we have to sort of address that, and the motion talks about that. And I expect them to ask those questions. I would be worried if they weren't just saying $1 million here and $1 million there and a 10 billion here and 10 billion there. But the answer to your question is yes. I would hope that the board, and I think they do, they understand that we as the shareholder would like to see this continue to move forward. It is not such a big item that I think there need to be an undue amount of time spent wringing hands about it. We'll just find a way to deal with it as the motion contemplates and get on with it.
Sorry, you said 7 figures. Is there an actual number for the 17?
No, but it is 7 figures for these. If you did 17, it's 7 figures, and so that's enough money that you have to worry about any money, as you well know. But 7 figures is enough that it isn't just can't just sort of shrug it off.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for moving that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you very much. I also have a motion that I've worked with Ms. Gray, and it relates to one of the questions that I'd asked. And she indicated it was clarifying something that they thought. I'm not sure the staff believe have that. Can we wait for a second? Oh, there it is there. No, not up yet. Thank you. Would you hold that while my motion gets up, please, Speaker?
Councillor,
time that is.
yeah, Councillor Fletcher, apparently we don't have your motion.
No way.
No. So did you send it?
Yep. Yep. Let me find out what happened to that while Councillor Layton speaks. Thank you.
Okay, I'll get.
Maybe we'll stamp this down while I get that motion. This is.
Okay, I'll get.
Hang on.
I'll ask Councillor Layton to speak. Councillor Layton.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll speak quickly and I'll speak in support of the mayor's motion. Although, why stop at 17? I know it says or more. I think there's much more we can do, and the partnership that Toronto Atmospheric Fund and the TPA and the application they have to the federal government should result in many more. And I'm happy that the new management at the TPA has recognized their future role. Let's start at the beginning. 2012 is when many of us approved the original locations or approved the pilot, and a couple of years later at the locations. There was a lot of barriers to us identifying those locations, and I think many of them needlessly, because while we wanted to do it quick and cheap, there are examples of this all around the world where other cities are accelerating this faster. I really want to know where those slowdowns were. If they were in consulting counselors in the community, then we need to figure out that on our own end of things. If they were on the technology side and the procurement, again, another thing that we could address, or if it was on the fact that we were using a lot of Toronto Hydro assets, which I think all along the way there were probably some small barriers, but my worry is, and I know that the mayor spoke fondly of the relationship with Toronto Hydro, as did the city manager, it has been some time since Toronto Hydro was contributing to our climate objectives. And the fact that something so core to their business, like if you think about this, that Toronto Hydro is the sole distributor of electricity in the city of Toronto, right? We own it. Why wouldn't we want all the customers that are currently filling their cars with gasoline to be filling their cars with electricity at our meters? Why don't we want those customers? Why don't we want to steal them? Now, Scott from TPA, he gets it, right? Like this is my first speech on the TPA board, and it was all about us stealing customers from Petrocan and from Shell and from all these gas stations into our TPA facilities. I think the recommendation being made from staff is great. We should have done this 5 years ago. Said, sorry, we're going to put this in Toronto Hydro because that's the business model that parking spaces will be in the new green economy. And so I'm happy that there seems to be some movement and leadership now, but we need a postmortem on this pilot about what went wrong and who was standing in the way, because it took a long time for us to get these projects, these meters and in the ground, and far too long for a pilot like this to have taken. We have to look at other models like this too. And I put a bunch of motions forward in Transform TO that said, take where the city's good at doing things, and let's upscale that and start taking bits of the marketplace that currently exist for traditional fossil fuel or home heating, or let's take that out of the hands of those private sector companies and put it in the public hands, because electricity is the green fuel to meet our climate targets. EVs are not going to solve our climate crisis. If everyone switched over from a car to an EV, we would still have enormous problems with sprawl and with congestion and with climate, because of all the energy that goes into making these vehicles. But it is part of the solution, because there will always be a need for some vehicles to be out on the road. Pilots like this and a strong rollout like this will help us achieve our EV strategy, which is a good 30% of our GHG emissions as a city of Toronto. And this is where we can use public assets to leverage the private side. And so it's critically important that we figure out a way to do this faster. I'll support the mayor's motion. And I really like the idea of transferring this to the TPA, not that because now I'm a board member, but because we need to make them relevant in the future. And because as we move to automation, to automated vehicles, as we move towards not individual ownership of vehicles and more public transit for short trips and cycling for shorter trips, we need to make the TPA relevant. And this makes them extremely relevant in the transition towards clean fuel sources. Paula, did I give you enough time?
10 seconds.
Yes, you did. That was a good long speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton.
Councillor
I'm
Carroll
just,
to speak. Councillor Carroll to
it's okay.
speak.
All right.
Oh, just a quick comment, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the mayor's motion and his remarks and all the remarks thereafter. There's one extra step that can be taken now. We do have a great corporation of which we are the sole shareholder. We do have a great board, but we also have more potential, because it is time to appoint a new member. That is work that the nominating panel will undertake. And given today's discussion, I sincerely hope that this is the lens we put on it, that we need to achieve these things. And so as we go looking for new people to populate the board, what you're looking for are people who understand the cost of these things, who understand, in terms of accessing grants, even accessing venture capital, who's out there working in this space. That's who we want to add to what is already a great board. And I hope today's discussion really acts as guidance for the nominating panel and the board going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what, Speaker, I'm fine. I'm not going to,
Hold on, Councillor Fletcher. We have another speaker. Councillor Holiday
oh, good.
to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't going to say much, but a few comments were made that I think I'd like to put my opinion in on this. So there's a lot of promise about creating opportunities for people to charge electric vehicles where they don't have their own parking space, right? That's a barrier to the use of one of these, or the ownership of one of these vehicles. I understand this, but the point I want to make is that there's money to be made here. It's not showing so far, but there is potential for that. And so when we speak about the future of approaches to these things, I think that principle should be adhered to. The exception that I have, or the place that I would not want to see a program like this go, is something like bike share. I'm not here to knock bike share, but I'm here just to talk about the model. The council made a deliberate decision that it called it a civic service or a civic asset, and that was a recognition that they weren't going to make money on it and they were going to subsidize it. I'm not interested in adding another subsidy program to the taxpayer role. And part of that is that it doesn't really equally serve people across the city. So I hope going forward that there are commercial principles continue to be applied into this, because I think we can achieve climate objectives And it's not about turning a profit, but at least breaking even on these sorts of things. So I hope those objectives are also met as this evolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm not having a motion, but I am reserved the right to come back at some time. I do thank the mayor for including the new spaces 17 or more. I think that's fantastic. And I do have to say I'm a little disappointed, kind of embarrassed that from 2016 to 2022, we've managed to have 9 on-street places and a few more commercial spaces. So I'm embarrassed just for our city because I think other cities are much more aggressive with that. I wasn't going to talk about permit parking, but Deputy Mayor Holliday started talking about it. You know, there's a lot of revenue from permit parking. There's over probably about 25-30 million a year comes in from permit parking from our areas in Toronto and East York. There is no revenue coming from the streets in your ward, Deputy Mayor. We have a lot of revenue, and I would like to suggest to the mayor, and the TPA, and Toronto Hydro that some of that revenue be dedicated to giving the services that people are paying for. They're paying to park on the street because they don't have driveways, but they also should have the right not just to fill up with gas, but to fill up their car with electricity. That is a service. We pay a lot of money to park on the street. $1 more for EV charging. Let's be creative. And I hope people are listening to that and they come back with a motion. Permit parking is a really difficult issue. And it is an old city issue. And once again, we're kind of left out in the cold because we have these anomalies, tiny streets, permit parking, et cetera, et cetera. But transportation services really understands permit parking. I don't think that's the role of TPA, and I don't think it's the role of Toronto Hydro. So I'm very happy that Ms. Gray clarified for me that transportation services will still be involved in selection of spaces, that the TPA will implement that. I would have to say that at bike share, when we run into a problem, we don't often, it's hard to resolve. So transportation services has to be a partner in this, in the areas where there's permit parking. For this pilot, I have 2 locations in my ward. Neither of them are star locations. Neither of them are the ones that we asked for. Riverdale, the heart of environmentalism in the city of Toronto, and the Pocket, which has a spectacular environmental project underway called Pocket Change, and all of the city's institutions have one called Pocket Change Plus, TTC, Toronto Fire, TCHC, Parks, all of the big institutions in this zone. So to me, neither of those locations were considered, nor was I given the chance, I'll just say very publicly and clearly, finally, to be able to say this publicly, ever given the chance to have the input to shift it to a different place where I know the uptake would have been phenomenal. People are begging for charging stations in these neighborhoods. And that's why I want to thank the 300 residents in the Pocket in Riverdale, and you can look on there and see the number of communications. People are begging for this. Mr. Mayor, I'll point you to that because I think 300 people are going to be very happy with your motion. In the past, I've said there's new spots. They need to go where we know they're going to be successful. That is Riverdale. That is the Pocket. And I hope that a number of these new stations will go there through our Pocket Change program. And also Riverdale is the place that started this in 2016 with somebody who couldn't buy an EV because they weren't allowed, rightly so, to run a cord across the sidewalk to get to their home. I think it's very hard, and I just want to appeal to all of you councillors. It's very hard if you don't understand no driveway. Very hard if you don't understand that you don't have access to your vehicle in a garage, that it's out on the street, that you're looking for a spot. And so this is just one thing that we can do to make sure that, number one, our residents are served by the money that they already pay for permit parking. They already pay these dollars for permit parking. I'm letting you know there is a source here. and put a little surcharge on there. I'm sure we could pay for those 17 in the blink of an eye. So happy that my residents have taken this up. I think residents across the old city would. I did have a motion that would ask that our community
10
councils are
seconds.
involved. I think I'll bring that back as a notice of motion at the next meeting. But Ms. Gray clarified that it will not all be turned over to outside agencies, that our own division will have authority over the permit parking areas. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put the motion on the screen by the mayor. On favor? Show of hands. Carry.
Recorded vote, please, Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailão, can you use the system to vote, please? And Councillor Mantis, it appears you have not received the vote, so would you mind stating it, please? Councillor Mantis, please. Could you state your vote verbally, please? Councillor Mantis, please. Can you state your vote verbally? Are you able to turn up your microphone?
In the affirmative.
Thank you very much. Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Item is amended. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, our next item, we're going to the top of the agenda, which is DM 39.2, making space to save the arts in Toronto. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think I'm just going to have some brief ones.
Okay, does anybody have any questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you. I'm going to check to see that someone from Arts and Culture, perhaps Mr. Tobin, is online.
I am Deputy Mayor, thanks.
Thank you so much. Could you just confirm with council?
Sorry, Councillor Holiday, so you're asking questions. You're asking?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, sorry, because I asked and I didn't hear that. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Holiday, thank you.
Thank you. I think they'll be brief. Mr. Tobin, could you just describe to council, I think there is an upcoming review contemplated on funding for arts and culture across the city. Is that correct?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor Holiday, that is correct. EDC has engaged consultants to undertake a community cultural development review with a focus on looking at the pattern of investment inside the core and outside and the trend lines there to ensure that there's an equitable approach to all areas of the city and cultural investment.
So we as a city, we provide numerous different grant streams, in particular, many of them through the arts and culture budget or EDC budget, some for various types of things, including lassos, different arts organizations, Toronto Arts Council. Is that correct?
That's correct, Deputy Mayor. There's a variety of programs in EDC and at the Toronto Arts Council serving different needs.
Okay, so you're going to look at those, and because it's been a little while since you've looked at them.
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is there a type of thought or a type of policy approach that thinks about making sure that we've got local access to arts? I don't want to use the word walkable, but that might be a bit much. But there is a concept that bringing arts into every community is a healthy way to approaching arts. Is that correct? There are some policy people that sort of think that way, and I'm talking about on a world stage.
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, much as our planning colleagues talk about complete communities, 15-minute cities, etc. Access to arts and cultural services are best located close to residents. In Toronto, we achieve that through an investment in major cultural institutions that provide citywide programming, as well as an investment in community-embedded arts centers, arts programming, and we want to make sure that we are continuing to invest in both of those streams.
So whatever review you're going to do of the grants is going to think about concepts such as that.
Through the chair, you Deputy Mayor, yes, absolutely.
Okay, and I guess finally, the city is very transparent about how it accounts for its grants, and I think you can go online and you can download a spreadsheet that shows all the city grants, where they went, and where the location is. Is that correct?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct. The great majority of city granting, 70%, is administered by the Toronto Arts Council. In particular, there's an open data portal with a downloadable spreadsheet where one can actually sort by ward, in addition to sorting by program, discipline, etc.
Yeah, I've got it right here. It's the 2020 Community Grants Allocations for OpenData.xlxs. I think anybody can get that from the public. So without going into the fine details, right, I don't need to do this, but just conceptually, would it be a fair statement that if I went and I sorted things for Ward 2 and I looked at comparable grants, would it be a fair statement to say that out of the millions of dollars that go to Toronto Arts Council, what actually goes to Ward 2 is a fairly small amount, right? It's not 1/25th, it's much less.
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, yes, Ward 2 receives a relatively lower amount than some other wards. There's a number of factors in there, but ensuring that a greater amount of its investment reaches areas outside the core is a priority for the Toronto Arts Council, and they've made some considerable gains in recent years in trying to address that. The trend line is moving upward. I think our challenge will be to just accelerate the trend line more.
Okay, and then just as a whole, if I looked at all of the grants, or at least filtered for the ones that would be under your purview in EDC, is that still a fairly, it's maybe not as acute as the Toronto Arts funding, but on comparison, Ward 2 would be at the low end of the distribution. I'm not saying we're the lowest in the city, but we'd be at the lower end.
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, yeah, we are focused on improving the pattern investment outside the core. There are areas in central North Etobicoke, as there is in Scarborough, and particularly North Scarborough, where we're looking to build up cultural organizations and improve their access to grants. So it is a priority for the division.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, just a couple, Madam Speaker. It's not implicit in the motion, but I'm wondering if council adopts this motion, if the first thing that you will do is look at what grants we formerly used for this very purpose. This is not a new idea. Has any research been done into that in anticipation of this motion being adopted?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Carroll, through the chair to you. Yes, in fact, EDC has undertaken research with the distribution of grants to include city-run programs and the Toronto Arts Council as recently as 2018 with Nordicity, and more recently another consultant's report, best practices in funding outside the core. So those two reports will provide us a bit of a baseline, and we'll refresh that baseline to look at the pattern of investment, see what is working, and where we might be able to identify gaps and fill them if they exist.
So I guess what I'm wondering is if we can move the baseline back further to that, to when we did have a grant for capital investment in culture facilities. That would take you all the way back to about the time Mayor Ford went into office and Rita Davies left our cultural employ. we did have a grant stream that was wound down, and I'm wondering if we can look at how well that worked.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll. Absolutely right. There was a program called Culture Build.
Yes.
If I recall correctly, went down through the budget process in 2019. Councillor Wong-Kam's motion, I think as you're implying, effectively calls for EDC to revisit the way it supports creative space to include looking at if a granting program would be effective in preserving and expanding creative space in all parts of the city of Toronto.
Right, because the reason I'm asking is I would assume that if this happens, you want it to happen in an equitable way. You know, further to Councillor Holliday's questions, and that program was so equitable in its application that the arts community sort of came together and policed each other. Sort of, you know, it's his turn, it's your turn in terms of state of good repair types of granting. And so what I would assume that in terms of investing in areas and creating new facilities, a similar approach would lead to the same sort of arts community coming together and making sure it was equitably applied. Is that the goal?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll, that is the goal. I should state that one of the reasons the program was wound down was a review found that it was duplicative of principally a federal program that was very well resourced, that it was undersubscribed. It had a $300K budget, but even at that, it was undersubscribed. And then finally, the clients, increasingly applicants, were not directly arts not-for-profits, but increasingly other incorporated not-for-profits who might provide some arts programming in service of a different mandate. So on the balance of those observations, it was wound down, and the resources in part allocated to provide staff people to work with arts not-for-profits to access other supports for creative space.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. To Mr. Tobin, this is a common refrain that we hear year over year, that there's a concentration of arts funding in the downtown wards, or in some wards over others. You started to get to why that might be the case, but in the case with why there's such a concentration, part of that is the head offices for citywide organizations are located in those downtown wards, correct? Part of that is that the majors are located in those locations, correct? The majors constitute how much of the overall funding budget?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Layton, both those statements are correct. In terms of how much the majors constitute, unfortunately, we no longer have a majors cultural organization program, but I can tell you that the four largest grants made by the Toronto Arts Council account for roughly 25% of their $23 million granting program. But again, those are large institutions that provide citywide service who happen to be headquartered. The check lands in downtown postal code, but we work with them to ensure that they provide accessible service to all residents.
So can you tell me who those four are?
Sure. They are the Toronto Symphony Orchestra, the Canadian Opera Company, the Toronto International Film Festival, and the National Ballet of Canada.
All worthy, probably nationally significant arts organizations, correct?
That's correct. And historically,
I'm sorry, I should have said internationally significant arts organizations. That's really probably what I should have said. So it's probably not fair to include them in the comparison of a ward by ward metric, correct? Because we can't have a TIFF head office in 25 wards, as we can't have an opera house or the National Ballet in every of the 25 wards.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Layton, that's a fair assumption. It would distort the amount of money going into the core. By value, by TAC dollar value for the grants, 60% falls inside the TO core catchment and 40% outside, and that number is certainly distorted by these large institutions who provide Torontonians multiple benefits.
So despite the fact that those large organizations are in the downtown core, it's a 60-40 split.
Through the chair, you, Councillor Layton, yes.
as far as lassos go, how much lasso funding is there for the old city of Toronto, what would constitute the downtown core?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Layton, the lassos don't serve the old city of Toronto catchment.
So lassos only serve the underserved areas in for all other boroughs.
Through the chair to you, yes, with the caveat that their programming, if one chooses, say, East End Arts, headquartered as it is just on the boundary of the former Old City, certainly there are downtown residents who benefit from that programming. So I wouldn't want to leave that impression.
You might not be able to answer this, Pat, but if you did a breakdown of where these arts and your grants were located, would it surprise you if most of them were in mixed use areas rather than in neighborhood designated areas or in employment lands?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Layton, built form has an influence on where the grants go. Given the median family income, particularly for arts workers and the TAC funds to individuals, sometimes those recipients are in areas of the city with more rental housing stock, if I'm understanding your question correctly, Councillor.
So I'm just picking up from a conversation yesterday. So if our wards have a lot of yellow and really restrictive zoning, they probably get less arts funding because there's less locations for organizations to exist that apply for grant funding. That may be putting the planner's words in your mouth. I don't know.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Layton, we've not run such an analysis. I wouldn't be able to offer an opinion on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question on, in the report, recommendation 4, if you can explain that to me, as far as developing a long-term policy for operations of city-owned cultural spaces and report back by July. And the reason I asked that question, as you know, urban arts in my ward is lasso when they're in a city-owned building and they pay all the expenses at that building. So I just want to understand the recommendation 4, how it would apply to urban arts.
Through to you as chair, Councillor Dunzia. Yes, urban arts benefits from its presence in a former Transportation Works garage as well as the Weston Common site. We would like to replicate that model in other areas of the city with other arts organizations. Create TO has identified the arts and cultural sector and creative industries as one of their areas of focus in the new strategic plan. And we have entered into a conversation with them from their portfolio management perspective. How can we look at unused, underused city space that might be suitable for art space, trying to achieve the objective that Deputy Mayor Holiday was speaking to about embedding arts in the community across the city.
So as you know, the site on Bartonville for urban arts used to be, prior to amalgamation, City of York used to be our sign warehouse. But the reason I ask this question, because as you know, urban arts has been having challenges in the past few years as far as, because it's a city-owned building, on paying the taxes and that, and so we're trying to work with them. So would this help them? Because they are having financial difficulties in our building.
Thank you for the question, Chair Dunzia. I think it would be speculative on my part at this point to indicate that it would certainly help them, but it's absolutely the intent. And there has been good progress made with the 6 lassos as a whole in finding city-owned space, such as Councillor Fletcher assisted with for East End Arts. So that would be the intent, and we're happy to sit down with urban arts and every lasso to talk about what their space needs are. In fact, as we did this week with Councillor Fillion in North York Arts.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak, to ask questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pat, thanks for the work that you're doing on the whole culture file. So most of these recommendations are really asked to go to the budget 2022 process, which is happening in 2 weeks. But really, when I look at that, we've had the conversation plan that we are committed to doing. So can you just comment on, again, a lot of this great stuff that I think we all need to do, but this is really about that larger cultural plan that I think we need to do. And can you talk about, how and when, the timing of that? And by the way, so one of the, I think, recommendations, and we heard that through the budget process, was to have a live arts office, which I guess similar to a music office, I think it's now important that we have a live arts office. So this is a bigger conversation that I think is happening. So can you just comment on that and the ability, I guess, to really bring this through, or bring the right kind of recommendations through the budget process, which is really ending in 2 weeks, and whether or not that's achievable?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair to you, Councillor Crawford, taking each of the parts of your question in turn. One, is it achievable through the budget 22 process? Councillor Wong-Tam was good enough to consult on the motion with respect to Rec 1 and its timing. There's the insertion of "or as soon as possible" to try to address the challenges that be associated with bringing that type of analysis through in a 2-week time frame. Part 2, with respect to a culture plan, yes, it's been now over a decade since Creative Capital Gains was tabled with council in 2011. So it is time perhaps overdue for a culture plan. The timing necessary to do the analysis, work with the community, do the consultation, extends, I would suggest, over the current term of council, and would suggest that any new culture plan needs to be brought forward to the new council and endorsed and have at least a 5-year, if not a 10-year horizon. So we expect that we would undertake that work over the course of the next year to bring forward in the early stages of Council 23, a new culture plan for the City of Toronto. And I think I've forgotten part 3 of your question. I apologize.
Well, it was just a timing issue of when this would be. And no, I guess the other part was as part of the budget process. So recognizing there's a number of asks that have budget implications. I'm very supportive of all of them, but I'm looking at does it make more sense to have the decisions made, I think, as part of the larger cultural plan. And so we can look at everything in its entirety, as opposed to, and I wouldn't call these one-offs because they're very important investments that we need to be making. But it really needs to be made, and the decisions need to be made in the bigger context of a bigger plan. Hopefully that will achieve even a lot more for the arts sector.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Crawford, yes, and I've now recalled the third part of your question. There does need to be research and analysis, some of which we've touched on here. Councillor Deputy Mayor Holiday asked about the Community Cultural Development Review. That's an important set of data with respect to the investment pattern that would inform any recommendations in a culture plan. There is work ongoing in interactive digital media, music, adjacent industries like tourism. All of that would dovetail and provide a foundation to consult with community on a culture plan. And then with respect to the live arts officer position, yes, there are conversations ongoing as recently this week with advocates like the Toronto Alliance for the Performing Arts to look at what the needs are that are perhaps not being met for certain sectors, and whether that be the addition of an officer or through another means, helping us assist in solving their greatest issues, space foremost among them.
So again, and just to wrap up, then it really, so even with the live arts officer, we can't look at this unilaterally. We need to look at that in the bigger context of a larger cultural plan. We all want this to achieve this, but to even, through the budget process to say, let's put in a live arts office through the budget process probably isn't practical until we've done the real proper kind of research.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Crawford, that is correct, and a really constructive conversation with the proponents of that idea around defining the problem so that the solution can be collectively defined. The music officer position, such as has been referenced, serves a sector which we do not grant into, which is a significant distinction. We have theatre officers at the Toronto Arts Council. We provide a significant amount of granting, so it is a different type of sector. And so we've asked them just to define with a bit more precision what the problem is we're seeking to solve, and then we'll work with them on what the solution is. But an officer through the 22 process, I think both our EDC and the proponents now agree might be premature pending the analysis you described.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Madam Speaker, I deliberately moved myself down on the speaking list. I'll take your guidance if that's permissible, because I understand there's another motion coming.
Yeah, you held the item, so you speak first.
Okay, well, I'll place two motions, and I'll acknowledge that one of them may become redundant if a different motion comes from Councillor Wong-Tam. So the first motion is to amend the recommendations that are before council by adding 1E, the creation of opportunities in all parts of the city, and I'll acknowledge this may become redundant based on another member's motion. My second motion is to add some wording to item number 3. I could ask the clerks to display that one. And this is to mitigate funding cuts or precarious funding arrangements, ensure fair, geographic and per capita distribution, and advance local access opportunities. And so I'll acknowledge in the discussion of the questions today, you know, I asked about funding, and, you know, I got the grants allocation here. Out of $82 million in community grants, what comes to Ward 2 is $259,000 for the whole city. And one of the grant recipients is the Etobicoke Services for Seniors at 111. And then if you filter that down to the arts category, just down in what you got our Toronto Arts Council, it's $35,000. Out of the millions of dollars, $35,000 comes to the ward. That $20,000 is to the Arab Community Centre of Toronto, which is a local service area, and then the Etobicoke Centennial Choir and the Etobicoke Philharmonic Orchestra, which are both citywide and include people who live all over the city. And their collective grants are about $15,000. So, you know, I'm not here to say that, you know, Ward 2 needs to have 1/25th of the grant stream. You know, fair points are raised. There are some head offices downtown, but I encourage all councillors just to go and download this open data, and you'll see. You don't need to do all the math to realize there isn't an equal distribution. A lot of this started, I think, at the last budget, where the big arts organization, the LASO, the Etobicoke Arts, actually received a reduction in funding. And the issue with that is as their funding goes down, there isn't much else. And I have to stand up for that, and I have to come before council and make the case that arts opportunities are few and far between in the local area. And I asked Mr. Tobin about that concept that, you know, the arts needs to be accessible. You can't just expect everybody to drive downtown or all parts of the city to access opportunities. So I, you know, on balance, I'm going to support the motions before us, but I do ask council to support what I'm trying to do here, in that when we look at how grants will occur in the future, we think about geographic distribution, and I chose the word fair. I didn't choose the word equal, but I chose the word fair with the acknowledgement that there is some nuance into how the funding is distributed. But I think right now, anyone can plainly download this data and realize it's different. It's different in different parts of the city. And you know, every time I see a major funding opportunity that occurs in downtown Toronto, I look at it and I say, you know, how does this benefit the people out in the West End? You know, maybe they'll go and visit it. I don't know, but we need some fair access to these opportunities. So I hope you'll support the changes I've made, and I'll acknowledge I do know there's another motion coming, and there's some slightly different wording proposed for item number 3. I believe what I'm proposing here is a little bit more to the point and very important to me. So I'll ask members to support these particular amendments to the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and the clerks can please put on the screen. Some of it is a little bit house cleaning in terms of consultation with economic development staff, as well as Councillor Deputy Mayor Holliday. I recognize that he and I were still emailing each other back and forth only about 4 minutes ago, so hopefully they are in alignment. And I just want to say thank you to both the deputy mayor as well as to Pat Tobin, who has been incredibly helpful, the two of them, in trying to find a way forward so we can, I think, do what we would all like to do, which is to make sure that we can protect cultural spaces, to protect jobs in Toronto when it comes to cultural producers and art makers. Art and culture, of course, I know is something that we all deeply care about. It's something that really defines the heart and soul, and even the face of the city. Toronto is home to 93% more artists than any other city in Canada. There's about 175,000 people who work in the arts and cultural sector. Not all of them, of course, live downtown. But what it does mean is that it becomes a bit of our calling card. This is how we remain competitive. And I don't think it would be helpful or constructive for us to get into a debate of where does everyone live or where does the money go, because it's us versus New York and us Toronto versus Chicago and all the other major American cities that are vying for the tourism dollars, for the visitor experience, those people, warm bums in seats, as they like to call them in the theaters. It's all of that. But as we lose the space where artists and culture makers can thrive and produce their craft, we will lose our global competitiveness as a city. And I want to be able to clearly articulate that it's not just about this ward or that ward, what happens in the suburbs or the downtown. It's about all of us. And that is hopefully what the motion does, is sort of tighten it up and make sure that we know that we're competing as a city. And the other thing I want to mention is that, we have done quite a bit under this administration and the previous administrations to foster a city that is dynamic and exciting to visit. And we have people who are coming to Toronto, like 4 times coming to Toronto visit us because of the arts than sports. Despite the fact that the sports venues and the team get a lot of hoopla, it's actually art and culture that punches above its weight. And for every dollar that we invest in the arts, we're going to get almost $10 back with respect to revenues as well as other productive dollars coming back to our city. It is a smart investment. But if we lose art and cultural spaces, which is happening right now on our watch, which is, whether it's the Rehearsal Factory or the Sterling Lofts, or even the artisans in the distillery district that have found themselves, now sitting in a precarious situation, will they or will they not have an artistic producing home in the future? We need to step in and we need to intervene. This has happened within the LGBT community. Many of our members are artists and art makers, and we need to be able to preserve those spaces, which are queer cultural producing spaces, so that they can also thrive. It also means that that we have to think outside the box. We probably have to go beyond the grants, and we need to do it quickly, because as far as I can tell, over the last 2 years, artists are leaving the city, writers are leaving the city, musicians are leaving the city, and they're not mincing their words. They're telling us they're leaving it because they can't make it. They're losing their spaces. They're losing their homes. It's become incredibly expensive. So if we want to recover quickly out of COVID pandemic, we need to be able to step in aggressively, and we need to be able to allocate some funding to help them and support them so that they can pull out of it. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'm a founding member of the Toronto Biennial of Art. I'm really proud to be a patron of the arts. We're the only biennial in Canada. We operate 10 days of artistic expression every 2 years. And I know that we have struggled as a board member of a private board member of that foundation and that charity. We are constantly trying to fundraise as a board and trying to make ends meet, and there's just not enough money coming in. So I know this as someone
10
who's on the inside of
seconds.
arts organizations. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I know that the artists are feeling it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, can we ask questions on the amendment?
Yes. Yeah. Councillor Holiday, Councillor Holiday has a question to Councillor Wong Tam. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Wong Tam, and acknowledge the work with Pat Tobin on this. I wanted to address item number 3, as I think it's really important to me about the nuance here. The wording of your motion includes the word review geographic and per capita distribution, and this is in reference to the study of how we do grants in the future. I have some different wording in what I proposed, and it's very important to me. And the wording I have is ensure fair. And it's very different than review, because I think it's a principle that needs to go into the design of our grant programs. And I hate to put you on the spot because of the work that we've done to try to get this sorted out, but do you have a preference over one or the other in recognition that they're different things? And in recognition that I really have to stand my ground with respect to looking at and ensuring fair is the salient word.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for all your work behind the scenes with myself and Pat Tobin. I think, and you're right, they are different words. I think because there is going to be a report back in July 2022, I was assuming that staff would be able to sort of take an assessment of the situation, take a look at where the funding is going, the impacts in the different community, and then through that particular process, we'll be able to get an outcome. I do recognize that your motion directs staff even more, I think, vigorously, and I was going to just leave it to staff to assess the info, to gather and assess, and then to report back, and then we can determine as council and committee on how to proceed.
So would I be correct that you would prefer not to use the wording of my motion as a friendly amendment to yours? If that was the case, then I would take it off the floor. Otherwise, council's going to have to choose one or the other and recognize I don't know if I can support this item if I don't have those words in there. I'll just leave it to you to make that choice and make that comment in the answer to your question.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I think it largely was in consultation with the staff about whether or not we could promise that it could be done. And I don't know, to be quite honest. I would have to defer it to them. I would want to keep you, obviously, as a supporter of this motion. I think we should all unanimously support this motion to demonstrate to the arts community that this is serious and this council cares. And so if there's a way for me to bring you back on board, I'd very much like to work to that resolution. I don't know if that's helpful an answer to you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton, questions to the previous speaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is still on recommendation 3. I had a similar problem with Councillor Holliday's motion, is this notion of per capita distribution, because we just heard that because of the majors, there is the allocation reflects kind of a disproportionate per capita distribution concentrated in the downtown core because of the majors. If we start using per capita as the distribution metric for a word by word distribution of arts funding, then the community arts organizations in those downtown communities that currently also are eligible would cease to be eligible. I'm struggling because they might start ceasing to be eligible because the majors, which we should be investing in, as like if we want to be an internationally recognized city for the arts, we need to have those institutions. So I'm struggling with how we approach that with the language of per capita. Can you help me just understand what the intent is? Because I don't think your intent is to put community arts at odds with the international majors in the downtown core or underfund either. I'm just trying to get it.
Yeah. Councillor Layton, thank you very much for your question. And that's specifically why I asked staff to review the information to bring it back to us in a report in July 2022, simply because I just didn't know how to, I didn't know how to, I don't think I could direct them to make sure that there's equal distribution across the wards when there isn't the infrastructure there, or perhaps the population is quite mobile. If there is a way for us to elegantly resolve this matter, and I know this is an important issue for Deputy Mayor Holliday, is that perhaps we revisit this when the report comes out in July 2022. And realistically, I would just say that, you know, even if the money was to be distributed equally across every single ward, there just isn't the infrastructure in every single ward to receive it and then to actually be able to leverage it to cultural production and output.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking in support of the item, and I would also ask that when it comes time to vote for the motions, that you separate out to vote ad seriatim on Councillor Halday's motions, because I cannot support 1B. The measure, the marker for arts funding, if we're going to adequately support arts everywhere in any major city, is per capita funding citywide. Because if that amount is enough, then you can set about the task of distributing arts funding based on the capacity to use it and to greatest effect. Addressing equity in the lassos and the organizations that feed into them, addressing state of good repair and creation of cultural facilities becomes possible, and the kind of exciting work that keeps building the capacity in all of our citizens to enjoy and create art in all of the disciplines continues without constraint, as long as we're keeping pace and really measuring ourselves against other major cities with great economic development strategies, and we're trying to remain competitive with them. It means that we need to interact with the Ontario Arts Council and the National Council of Arts to make sure that everyone is making sure that Canada is culturally strong and that we continue to make great creations possible. And you measure that on a per capita basis citywide. And then you set about all the other tasks. And if you are keeping pace, then all things are possible. But if we're gonna say that it's not really about increasing the number of crumbs on the table, it's about beginning to divvy them up. And who cares whether or not you have the capacity over in this corner of town to do anything, you get the money. That's the end of the very cultural strategy we've been building all along. We own theaters, we're in the theater ownership business. Are they equitably distributed and sitting in the right places? No, they're not. But does everyone in town go to them if we get it right and we build the capacity in every organization to use those facilities for the kinds of things that enrich us? Yes, from all around. Why would you choose to live in Etobicoke where you can get on a transit system and quickly get downtown for an evening of dinner and a night of theater? If you're not interested in those things, you might as well keep heading out of town. Go live in Milton where it's cheaper to live. You don't need to get to the AGO or to the ballet or to the opera or to any of our theaters that we own. Culture doesn't always have a convenient address, but if you're getting it right and you're measuring it on a citywide per capita basis, you can constantly dedicate yourself. Things like our Toronto Arts Council block by block strategy that takes outdoor art, even during a pandemic, to the right places on the edges of town. The schoolyard in North Albion Collegiate and Parkway Forest in my neighborhood, all those things are happening because we have spent the last decade. I'm gonna go ahead and toot the horn of my colleague. Our budget chief, Gary Crawford, has made sure of that. And it shows in every neighborhood all the way out to the city limits. And we've all supported that strategy. Veering from it now to say, okay, there's a few crumbs on the table and I want to divvy them up a different way, erases everything you've worked towards. And we have more work to do because on per capita basis, we're behind Montreal, we're behind Vancouver, we're behind New York City, we're behind Chicago, and we're doing our best to build that number so that we can invest in every lasso, so that we can spring to life when we're needed for things like venues, when we're needed for things like cultural groups. It's a great strategy. We do need to renew it now. Councillor Wong Tam has moved a motion because she would like that to inform that strategy on the issue of venues. And now's the time to do that. Now's the time to ask a staff member to consider that, Because I guarantee you this, none of you wants us to wait until after you bring forward the updated creative plan and then have her move that motion. You would be very critical of that. Now is the time for her to inform the development of that strategy with
10
this motion,
seconds.
instructing staff to look at this. Please support the item and do not support 1B. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I want to thank Councillor Wong Tam for moving the motion, and again on the amendment she put in as soon as possible. I fully support everything I think that she was trying to achieve in this when we're looking at the support for the arts community, for the live arts, and we all know over the last 2 years the challenges that this sector has had. They were the first that were impacted, and they'll probably be the last to be able to get back to a regular regular business, frankly. So I'm fully supportive of this. My challenge, of course, was initially when we're looking at to report back as part of the 2022 budget process. Puts a lot of challenges on, on number one, on the process, and the fact that we have a challenging budget we're trying to manage right now. Challenges on staff, because this really is about the larger cultural plan that we're all committed to doing, that Pat has said they're committed to doing. Our last creative capital gains, which was back when I became a councillor 12 years ago, we just put this into place. We've achieved that. If it wasn't for that report, I don't think we would have been where we are in Toronto on the arts, but it was a very specific, there were a number of recommendations, and we methodically went through it, and we managed to achieve all of that. We need to do that again, because we need to set a new benchmark, whether it's a per capita investment, increased investment. We need to do that. We need to look at our live arts. We need to look at the impact of the arts in that sector coming out of COVID, and the increased investments we need to be doing. But my challenge, of course, was initially as part of a very challenged budget process would be difficult. And I want to ensure that we have every opportunity to make sure that we can provide the kind of investments that we think we need to do, but it needs to be in that bigger context of the cultural plan. And when we're looking at what we have achieved for the arts, I mean, do we need to do more? We need to do more for, I think, a lot of sectors. But again, when we're looking at the challenges, and we'll be talking about this in the next couple of weeks at council as part of the budget, is how much can we do in these challenging environments? There is an increase to the Toronto Arts Council of $500,000 in the budget. Would love to have been able to do more. But again, we recognize that we need to do what we can. So there's an incremental increase, and I'm hoping to increase that in the future by more. Part of the outdoor or the public art, your public art, and the investments that have been going in that, even though the money came last year, we are still looking at investments, going into 2022. Over 1,500 artists have benefited all across the city on that. So we recognize we need to be doing more for the arts and for the sector, but we also have to recognize some of the challenges that we have and will continue to face as we move forward and getting out of the pandemic. So I'm very supportive of this and glad that it will be looked at in a bigger context with regard to a larger cultural plan. And I appreciate Pat talking about the live arts office. And, there are a few challenges that I didn't quite realize until he mentioned that, but the idea of having a live arts office, I think is perfect, because you will have on the ground individuals, such as we did with the music office, who can really look at and have those conversations with the sector on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And we've seen how important the music office has been to music in the city. And if we end up going with a live arts office, I think it's out of the success of what we've done, and film too is the other one. So I think there are opportunities, but again, let's make sure we do it in context, because at the end of the day, we want this to be achievable, which I think it can be, and it's better in context of the larger plan that will be definitely happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope you can hear me okay. Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I came late to the conversation, and I missed a good portion. I had an appointment this morning, but from what I've heard, I want to certainly express my support for Councillor Wong Tam's motion. It seems to me that our objectives and our goals should be to look at best interests in terms of how we monitor and ensure positive and strong outcomes in this particular sector. Certainly the investment is important, but we can't look at it from a a sort of regional and or ward perspective. I think we have to look at this certainly in terms of the impact on the sector. When we created the capital gain, the plan for the city, I recall Rita Davies and others and members of the cultural community coming together in order to look at the bigger picture in terms of how the city can benefit. We, in fact, actually changed the name back then with respect to economic development. So it was economic development and culture. There were those who were in the leadership of the city at the time who didn't seem to think that culture was an important part of what we should be doing and our focus. But it has always been very important to what we do and how we generate opportunities. You know, we often think that when we speak about bringing investment to the city, that it's simply about, you know, how companies can make widgets and what have you. It really is about that, but it's also about the culture. What are the opportunities for those who are deciding to invest in Toronto? What are the what's the arts sector look like? What's the music sector? What is the general cultural environment of the city? And I think that what we need to do, we have a process here where staff is actually going to bring back a report in July, and we really need to ensure that they look at all the matrix and look at all the analysis and so on, and to ensure that what they bring back addresses some of the concerns that Deputy Mayor Holliday has, but more importantly, we need to look at how things affect the overall interest. So let's say in an area like some places in Scarborough, Melbourne, for example, we need to make sure that people there and people there have access to opportunity. They may not want to come downtown for a number of different reasons, and we need to make sure that they have access. What I think that we need to sort of focus our attention on is the collective goals and objective in terms of what we want to achieve. I don't think that we should be looking at it in terms of a piecemeal way, in terms of saying, well, we need simply fairness in terms of the investment. There has been a tremendous amount of unfairness if you really want to be truthful to this, because we've heard from other areas in the city that the LASSO funding, for example, in some cases, in some areas of the city, that seems to be a high proportion. In other areas of the city where there is a large population, there seems to be a low level of investment. And so there's a struggle there, and we have talked with staff about creating more of a parity, but we need to focus though on what will those investments do? What will they achieve? And I think at the end of the day, it's really important for us to focus on the outcome. All of us have a duty, in my view, to look at best interest. The overall best interest at the end of the day is to look at a collective focus, access and opportunities to the cultural opportunities and so on for all should be really our focus. It really shouldn't be more parochial in terms of the nature of simply looking at an area and say, well, we want to make sure that we maintain the specific funding. The fact of the matter is that what are the opportunities that are being created? And we really need to have a strong understanding of that. So, Madam Speaker, I'm again thankful to Councillor Wong Tam for bringing this motion. I think that is the way we ought to go. And at the same time, we know that staff are, in fact, working on a report, as well as looking at, obviously, putting forward a new cultural plan. Those discussions are taking place, and it will entail and incorporate many of the things that we desire for the city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Oh, sorry, my video isn't. Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to remember back and harken back to where we had a huge debate in the city because there was too many garbage cans downtown and there weren't enough in Agincourt. And we spent hours having this discussion. The fact is, the tourists are downtown and the venues are downtown. and they are for the entire city and for the entire world, for the entire country and for the entire world. So I can't stand it when we get into this silly thing that there would have to be the same number of garbage cans in Ward 2 as there would be in Kristen Wong Tam's ward. They're not comparable in that way. There is more going on. No disrespect to any constituents that live in any of those areas. Many of them can't afford to go to those venues, and many people from other parts of the city can go to those venues. I appreciate what Councillor Thompson said about economic development and culture. That was very deliberate. Culture is economic development in the city of Toronto, and we're showing that. Our film industry, $2.2 billion in GDP. We've set up a music office to be a music city. We want to be Austin North. That means we have to be thoughtful and deliberate in making sure we take every advantage to make those things happen. We are losing venues in the city. We're losing spaces in the city. We're losing rehearsal space in the city. We need to promote Canadian artists in the city from every quarter of this great city of ours. I believe that we have invested in equity deserving groups recently. The Toronto Centre for the the Toronto Arts Council is very, very clear on that, and they report up through economic development. We do have the North York, what was the Toronto Centre for the Arts, it's now Teo Live in the North. That's a venue that we do subsidize that venue. Why are we not having that as the center, the beating heart of the north part of the city for everybody there? Finding the way. Sorry, something's on here. Speaker, can you close my time?
Yes,
Thank
somebody
you.
has their mic on.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah, I never understood what.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher. I'll give you a few more seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just think that we go at it from a kind of nickel and dime. Well, it's not this one. Let's make sure that that is the shining star to have all of the tentacles go out from there. I'll give you one example, and I think it was actually in your ward, Councillor McKelvey, years ago, from dusk dances that started in Withrow Park. And they said, through the Toronto Arts Council, we're going to take this dancing across the city. I had to go in and get the permit for them, for the park in Malvern, because the Parks Department said, oh, well, that isn't something that we support. Parks are for sports. We have come so far to be able to take all kinds of cultural events out into every venue across the city. I think we should be proud of that and understand that let's not tinker with that. Let's not have, I'm not going to support your motion, Councillor Holiday, because I just don't think that you have the approach that it builds on the approach that we have spent so much time creating thoughtfully. And this is part of an important economic development exercise where we're very conscious to move things out into other parts of the city. These are not local ward issues. The Toronto Centre for the Arts isn't a ward issue for Councillor Filion. The Meridian Hall isn't a local issue for Councillor Wong Tam. These are not local issues. They are city venues, citywide venues. And when we get down and talk about, well, I don't have that, nobody else should have it, that's embarrassing, actually. It's embarrassing for this city that was built on culture, that so much thought and effort has gone into building our capacity and putting city divisions and programs together under economic development to make things happen, to having our parks now be venues across the city. And I was very proud to go with the mayor and open up a couple of years ago when we could, the great programs for arts in parks. We didn't have that. Our mayor brought that in, and this is where we're going. So let's not always try to
10
change
seconds.
that we're doing. Let's just forge forward out of the pandemic with as broad and bold a plan as possible, because we already have that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll try to be really brief. I just wanted to say I think we do ourselves a disservice when we start using regional divides to try to vilify some neighborhoods over others because of the need for investment of resources. I think there's every right for councillors that believe their communities are under-resourced in the way, if it's sidewalks, snow clearing, or if it's the arts, that they should advocate on that behalf. But please don't try to use regional divides to vilify other parts of the community. We do it too often in this chamber, and I think that we shouldn't, because it does a disservice to all of our residents. I would just add that I would love to see some of those same councillors advocate for the equitable distribution of social services, rooming houses, affordable housing, and other shelter services in our city. I would really love to see that. But I understand that there are some complications and that the populations predominantly reside in some areas instead of others. And so it's not a policy I'm advocating that we have exact per capita redistribution of affordable housing, rooming houses, or shelter services, because I want services that best serve those individuals, that don't best serve the political interests.
Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Holiday.
Yeah, I believe that my motion 1A is now redundant. And I wondered if I could withdraw 1A only.
Okay, you'd like to withdraw, what was that, Councillor Holiday?
Motion 1A only.
Okay, you're withdrawing 1A. Okay, so motion, okay. Okay, so Councillor Holiday is moving that his motion 1A, he will withdraw. On favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, motion 1B.
Recorded vote, please.
Yeah.
Recorded vote.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
See how this goes.
Shelley, your mic's hot.
Speaker motion 1B carries. The vote is 12-11.
Part 3 of Councillor Wong Tam's motion is now redundant. Okay, if we can put the next motion on the screen. Motion 2 by Councillor Wong Tam. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Our next item is DM 39.3. Councillor Crawford, you held the item down, extending repayment due date for eligible properties. Councillor Crawford, questions to staff?
Yeah, I do have questions of staff. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question to the CFO. I'll be moving a motion when to speak, and I have gotten your advice on this. To refer the item back to the budget process. Number one, it's a financial ask, and it's appropriate that it should go through that process as opposed to here. Can you give your comments of why you feel that this would be appropriate going to the budget process again, where the budget process weeks away?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I'm going to ask Casey Brendan, who is actually implementing the program, to respond to that. But I'm happy to add on to his comments as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and it's Casey. Through you, Madam Speaker, and to you, Mr. Budget Chief. This motion in front of you does in fact have financial consequences. Approximately $20,000 if the motion was followed. And so although we create a contingency each year for taxes and tax amounts that are not received, this amount was not factored into that contingency. So it could be addressed through Budget Committee because of those implications.
Thank you, Casey. And again, this is, it's not a large amount of money, and it may be suggested that because it's not a large amount of money that we can just do it here and all of that. But so either you or Heather just comment on what I'll be asking for is an analysis of this item, on an individual basis, but the potential of looking at deferral programs or other deferral programs. So you can just talk about, again, going back to why you feel it's better to go through the budget process as opposed to just doing it here today within that context.
Again, through you, Madam Speaker, this amount, although this motion, although it has a finite amount in terms of implications, there has been no discussion to date about additional financial relief, COVID-related relief that council or committee may choose to offer. So the idea is once you're talking about financial relief, and although this is for a past period, it opens the entire subject of whether further tax relief or continued tax relief might be considered by council. So in that sense, it is best discussed and reviewed by council through the budget process to identify those implications.
So again, if we're looking at doing any increased or financial support through a tax deferral or other program, again, because it has financial implications, it really needs to be going through the budget process. As much as we have empathy for these businesses, it's best to go through that process and recognize it's only 2 weeks away. So this is not as if there's more months added on to that, but you just want to make sure that it goes through the proper process.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. This matter was deferred from our November 2021 meeting, was this not?
Yes, that is correct, Councillor Wong Tam.
Okay, so we've had November, December, and now January, and potentially we could be moving into February before we find a resolution to this matter. That is almost 3 months, correct?
If this matter is referred to Budget Committee, yes.
Okay, thank you. And what is the quantum that is being discussed? What is the quantum that you're reporting that we're going to spend this time reviewing?
The motion as it appears now, through you, Madam Speaker, the motion as it appears now identifies financial implications of approximately $21,000. Those are amounts that would be refunded to taxpayers by extending the original deferral payment deadlines, we would be expending a further $21,000 in tax relief to individual properties.
Thank you. And can you remind council, why did staff create the property tax deferral program specifically during COVID?
That was, through you, Madam Speaker, that was a decision of council to offer tax relief and offer tax relief by way of a deferral program that allowed property owners to defer, residential and business owners, to defer for 6 months their property tax payments, and that any interest or late payment penalties would be reversed, waived during that 6-month period.
And was that largely in recognition of the financial hardships and financial pressures that small businesses, qualifying businesses were facing because of the COVID pandemic, because of the restrictions and lockdowns? That was just a gesture from City Council saying, we know it's hard out there, we're going to give you a hand out.
Yes, it was quite clearly in response to early pandemic business closures and uncertainty. It was offered as a relief measure.
Right, thank you. And the deferral program, the $21,000, if we were to adopt it today, is really addressing interest payments on late pay taxes after they were deferred. So it's not really taxes that we're collecting. It's that sort of 18 or 19% of interest payments that we slap onto property tax bills if people are not paying them on time. Is that not correct?
That is correct. The amount offered through the deferral program was a waiver of interest and late payment penalties for that 6-month period. So that's what would be waived in this case.
Okay, thank you. And so just so we're clear, the tax deferral program existed in 2021, but we did not extend it into 2022, correct?
No, to be clear, it existed in 2020, was not extended after 2020.
Okay, sorry,
The first year.
Yes, thank you. I need to word that better. Thank you. So for some of these, for 46 property owners across the city, some of them are residential homeowners, some of them are non-residential owners. You didn't give us a list of where these folks are, but essentially the $21,000 represents some modest rebate for interest on that late payment when they didn't meet their repayment on the deferral of taxes for the 2021 period. Is that not correct?
For the 2020 period, the deferral program required that all 2020 taxes had to be paid in full by November in order to receive the waiver of interest and penalty amounts. And so the remaining 50 properties were those who qualified for the program but failed to pay their full taxes in full by the November 30th deadline required for the deferral.
Right. And are all the businesses open now? Like, have the restrictions been lifted? Are we out of COVID?
Last question.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't comment on whether all businesses are open, but we are dealing with 2020 taxes.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. To Mr. Brendan, I've got in front of me your report from October 8, 2021, which says summary of COVID-19 property tax deferral program. Forgive me, I think it's EX 27.11, but I'm going by memory. I wondered if you had that report available, or if you remember it.
Through you, Madam Speaker, and to you, Deputy Mayor Holiday, yes, we do have that report available.
So that report, that addresses this concept, does it not? And what was the staff's advice in that report?
That report was provided to Executive Committee with no recommendation, but the report be received by Council for information.
In the last two paragraphs, I won't ask you to read them, but if you can by memory, correct me if I'm summarizing them. The second last paragraph says staff don't recommend a further property tax deferral program nor an extension. And it goes on to say that as the City of Toronto Act expressly prohibits the granting of financial assistance, including a total or partial exemption from any levy, charge, or fee to a commercial enterprise. And then it goes on to say tax relief programs that are approved by council and which are available to the general public must have criteria that are clear, fair, and transparent. And any application deadlines established by city bylaws must be strictly observed and consistently applied in order to maintain the integrity of the program. Does that sound like your advice?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that was the advice of staff at the time in the report back to Executive Committee and to Council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion I'd like to put forward. At City Council, refer item DM 39.3 to the city's 2022 budget process and request that the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer conduct an analysis of this item, and B, advise on any recommendations to retroactively change the eligibility and or repayment requirements of the 2020 property tax deferral program, and or to waive the approved program provisions for individual businesses. Madam Speaker, again, really what I'm doing here as a matter of process, there are financial implications. No, not a lot. I recognize that this is not a large sum of money. But again, just part of the process is to have these decisions made through the budget process. And hence why I'm moving this. We are in the middle of the deliberations. And in fact, it's coming to Budget Committee for final wrap up next week, and then to Executive and to Council after that. We're talking about a 2-week span. So again, as a part of the process, I would prefer this going through that. Ryan, and I want to just comment on the whole program. The tax deferral program was a great program. I don't think a lot of businesses took it up over the course of 2020. But again, when we're looking at what we're attempting to do, we can't waive taxes. We have to, we have to ensure that we get the taxes in. But there was an opportunity just to defer the payment of some of some businesses and individuals' property taxes by a certain period of time, which was the best we could do under the challenging circumstances of COVID. And a number of businesses and individuals did take us up on this. And as Councilor Wong-Tam was mentioning, there were a number of them, 46 businesses that missed the deadline. And again, they missed the deadline. They ended up paying all of the taxes and deferred taxes, but there were some just penalties and interest and all that had accumulated. So that's really what we're talking about. And as I said, in the quantum of whether this is $20,000, $200,000, or $2 million, the decision does have to be made through budget. And I'm just requesting that. And frankly, this will probably be supported when it goes through the process. Again, because it just makes sense. I don't want to have to be putting this extra $20,000, and I don't know what that would mean for each individual business, but it's not a lot of money. But every dollar counts when you're looking at supporting businesses. So I'm supportive of this, but again, just trying to get it through the proper process is really all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're voting on the referral motion by Councillor Crawford.
Madam Speaker, can I speak on the referral, please?
2 minutes, yes. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Okay, thank you. I promise not to take too long, just because I don't want us to spend too much time on this matter. We're talking about $21,000, and this is about interest payment that was levied on a late payment of deferred taxes. And because the program was implemented in 2020, and at that point in time, there were a number of business and property owners, albeit it's not a large number, but they simply didn't know whether or not the city was going to extend the deferral program. And of course, we didn't necessarily do it in a very timely fashion, but nor did we do it with a lot of noise. So folks out there are struggling. And I think that, for the business that I am aware of, I'll tell you what it is. It's Oasis Aqua Lounge. They have been closed for most of the pandemic, and to this day, they are still not open because the type of business that they operate in my community, and I'm only one of the 46 property owners, I don't know where the other 45 of them are, is that this would give some relief. Is it going to bail this property owner out? No, but she has been waiting for some decision from council since November. And I just want to be mindful that our agendas are very full, and I understand, Councillor Crawford, with all due respect, absolutely things should go through the budget process, but we had this matter on the agenda back in November, well before the budget process was launched, and I'm hoping that we can find a way forward and just send this business owner and the others who may be watching a message of hope, to say that council understands that we sometimes don't necessarily need to be bogged down on process, especially when they're looking for some relief from the sheriff, because they haven't paid the interest payment on their deferred taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So recorded vote on the referral motion by Councillor Crawford.
The motion to refer the item carries. The vote is 20-4.
Thank you. Our next item is EX 29.3, update on the Metrolinx Go expansion program. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions of staff.
Okay,
Not many.
so if
And
you
have some
could,
motion. Thank you.
if you could put your name on the list,
Uh,
please.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go.
Okay, thank you.
I'm up.
Okay, go
Thank you,
ahead.
Speaker. It just has to do with the site size, and I know I'd asked you at executive when you were answering these questions. I think I'm speaking to the TEO, and I found the document that the original site size was 11 acres, and now you'd indicated it's smaller since then, of which 20% of that was owned by the city, and that the lion's share of all of it was for track and service road, that this was a service center. And I'm hoping to be able to establish exactly what's going on there. It's way down in the valley, of course, so hard to see. But could you confirm that that site is now smaller?
For you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, yes, you are quite correct, councillor. The site has been reduced in size. In fact, it was reduced from 11 initially, as you indicated, down to, it was reduced down to 7.4 acres. And through a lot of good interaction, both with community and with the various divisions, it was reduced down to the 5.7 acres that we discussed at the executive committee.
And have you reported that out anywhere? Have I missed that, or just haven't had a chance yet?
Sorry, the detail that I just provided to you right now, councillor?
Yeah.
No, you had asked that executive for us to seek that information, and we were trying to get that information prior to council. We have it now. We can absolutely share it with you.
So if I ask you to put that in a report, that's not a problem, because we've gone basically as half, but what are the uses and everything else? I won't spend that time, but I'm going to ask you to get back officially, because the only official information that we have is from a report from November 2020 from your office about the layover. And I think there are things that are shifting there. Would it not be helpful to have something that's public so everybody has a clear idea what's going on.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, the issue that we face and the reason why it's taking us longer to get you this information is that Metrolinx continues to work on the detailed design. They are both working now on the various reports, arborist reports, other kind of reports that they need to in order to facilitate a better design solution. So we cannot provide you any more information at this point in time because we don't have any more information from Metrolinx at this time,
what I'm saying
other
is,
than it is
yeah.
a very small facility.
Right. But publicly, the only information that the city has put out publicly is 11.7. Since it's gone to 7.4 and now it's at 5.7, I think I'm asking for that to be codified so that it might still change, but at least people that are following this can follow it from the city's point of view, because we're much better at this type of information, of course, than Metrolinx. I'm bragging about you, by the way.
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, I will work with my staff and with the other divisions to get this properly codified or recorded, so that you can actually see the trail.
Yes, and I have a motion to that effect so that we're able to actually see what's going on. And also, just as far as I know you're overall in charge of it, but the TRCA also has an OR in here, do they not? What's their jurisdiction here in the valley?
So again, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, they are very much engaged with the various city divisions, Parks and Forestry, ourselves, as well as Metrolinx on the work associated with the layover facility.
So they have a role.
Yes, they do.
Exactly what? Do they have to give a permit? Are they having to give permissions? I'm just unclear about their actual role. Could you clear that up for me, please?
So through the speaker to you, councillor, again, their role is similar to other approval roles. They will need to provide their approval to Metrolinx in order for that facility to be constructed as part of the overall approval process. So they are one of the teams that needs to be sought. It's part of a regulatory process.
Part of the regulatory process. That good. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. I'll put the motion so we can just be clear. It's not the top of the hit parade, obviously. The Ontario line is, and all the rest of it is, but this is a pretty important project for the environment. I think you'd agree with me, Mr. Toigo.
Thank you. So Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Fletcher to
for
speak.
For questions. Yeah, thank you. I have a motion that, you don't mind putting it up, a couple of motions here, Madam Speaker. Basically, to come to the March 30th meeting, just understanding currently what the current proposal is for the layover, all the size, the use and everything else, because as we've now heard from Mr. Toigo, that there's been some significant changes since that time. So that's the first motion. Second motion, please. This is just to look at what's happened for, we did say we wanted this fantastic park that wants Notch Park. What's happened with the Indigenous community, the Indigenous Affairs Committee, the city's Indigenous office, and also some of the impacts to the park there. And I'd like to make sure that the TRCA, now that we understand they have an approval role and are quite significant here, also has a way to let us know where things are at, because they are an agency on which we sit and fund. And next one, please. This just has to do, and this is Mr. Lintern inspired, where there is this, we know we want the section of the Ontario line, which is being built through the Early Works program. The Lakeshore East Corridor is being piggybacked onto the Ontario line. So you all know we want this underground. We know the city wants it underground, but if for some reason that doesn't happen, we need to make sure that this wall, the noise mitigation walls, the walls that now will replace probably 2,000 trees that were removed, are of the highest standard. And Mr. Lincoln had a great idea to have a design competition, much like the one that we had for the Leslie Barnes, which for the TTC site is extremely, it adds a lot to the community, and it's quite beautiful and quite branded because it's red as GTC colors. So that we would ask Metrolinx to please that work with us, use our model, and the city could help lead that kind of thing. So those are the three motions that I just want to put forward. I spent most of my time talking about these motions. This layover is really something that brings people together, not just from my ward or anyone else's ward, but citywide. All of those who care about our ravines, who have fought to make a beautiful Don River, refresh the river, restore the river. We're spending, as you know, 1.2 billion so that the river doesn't end up in the Keating Channel. We really care about the Don River. We care about the valley. Torontonians are so proud of it. We've established that we want to create a huge Central Park type facility here. It's a long-term goal. And here's this layover kind of not in the middle of it, but certainly, as someone says, not a great place to put your trains. And we do believe there's probably other spots, but let's just look at whether or not that reduction from 11 to 5 and maybe even smaller is going to make a difference. And this issue is one that has sparked tremendous, everybody who loves the natural environment is very concerned about this, as they are about the removal of the trees and everything down at Smalls Creek. The mayor has agreed to go out and see this site, but it is the middle of winter. We did have 2 feet of snow, and I can guarantee you Ms. Gray has not been clearing all that snow away down there. So, Mr. Mayor, we're going to have to wait till spring, but I will simply still ask you to come out with the community and see that. So, colleagues, I hope you'll support these motions in the ongoing attempt to ensure that the projects by Metrolinx, an agency that right now is under siege from its own internal issues, is able to properly work with the city and take the city's needs into account when we're building much needed transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to support my colleagues' motions there. I think those are thoughtful and helpful, and want to thank her for her shared advocacy with all the work that's going on in the East End when it comes to transit expansion and making sure that we get that right. I want to say I'm confident the mayor will join you on site because he joined me personally and the Friends of Smalls Creek actually last summer, and we walked the entirety of the ravine together. He had a lot of questions, I had a lot of questions, and unfortunately, many of those questions remain unresolved, and that's what this is all about today. The mayor was gracious and moved our motion at executive, asking for a little bit more work from Metrolinx before we start running the saws on the trees in the ravine. And I will say that this issue is not new. It's familiar to many of you, whether we're talking, the far reaches of Scarborough Rouge, all along the Eastern Corridor, and as our GO lines cut through to the west end of the city, time and time again, our communities struggle to have meaningful engagement with Metrolinx. And I know that's deeply disappointing for all of us. And, it's time to push back on the provincial superiority when it comes to transit building, and time to start focusing on partnership, meaningful dialogue, and engagement. Unfortunately, since the very first announcement of transit work on the Eastern Corridor, we have continued to see a decide, defend, announce approach to environmental assessment. And while the new TPAP process does permit this, the changes that were made, of course, were intended to expedite transit construction. What we are seeing is the very abandonment of the environmental assessment principles that build trust and confidence in the process. I think that the decide, announce, defend approach undermines that, and we have seen that erosion of trust with our communities, and it makes it very difficult for us to proceed in good faith. You cannot abandon the basic principles and best practices for engagement and mitigation and restoration that we need to see from a provincial agency like Metrolinx. That's where we have lost the confidence of people in our communities. I can certainly tell you in our part of town in the East End, the confidence is broken, the trust is broken, it's compromised, and it makes it very hard to move forward. What we are asking for is a restoration plan for this very ecologically sensitive ravine. And we want it before they start taking chainsaws to century-old oak trees. I don't think that's too much to ask. And in fact, we asked for it here at council nearly a year ago, last June. So I don't feel like today we're pulling out the rug from under Metrolinx. I don't think we're blindsiding them, because we have said time and time again, you would not renovate your house and start demoing the site without a plan on what you were going to rebuild. And I don't think we should start clear cutting and taking down trees and moving into this extremely sensitive ecological ravine without a plan on how we're going to rebuild it, how we're going to restore it, what plantings we're going to see, what that process looks like. And I don't think that the community is asking too much from Metrolinx to have given some thought to that before they start the construction. Again, you can hear I'm frustrated. We've asked for this. We've engaged in these dialogues in good faith. The provincial superiority seems to continue to just run roughshod over this community, and enough is enough. And I need your help as council and colleagues. We need to send a clear message to the folks at Metrolinx. They have to do better. We want to get transit built, and we want to move that forward as quickly as possible. So my message to Metrolinx would be, let's get to the table. Let's engage with our city staff. Let's engage with TRCA. Most importantly, let's engage with the community to do the work that we need to do to advance this project, which starts with a restoration plan. So waiting for you at the table. Happy to see you there. Happy to see this project move forward, but not until we take care of the basic best practice principles that we would expect any provincial agency to be doing when they're working in these environmentally sensitive lands. So appreciate your support. Mayor Tory, you've been a big champion on this. That means a lot to the community, and the Friends of Smalls Creek, who have been relentless advocates, speaking up, calling out, speaking truth to power when it comes to Metrolinx, the provincial agency here. And we need to demand better results, better performance, and better engagement from this organization. Appreciate your support, colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to build on Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Bradford's comments, I'd like to thank our staff, who I think have pushed back as much as they're able to the proposal, particularly in the Don Valley layover, to try to curtail the rather significant footprint of the facility as it's currently proposed. But fundamental to this is a point that Councillor Bradford made several times, is that the province just seemed to be pushing their agenda above all others. And with respect to the Don Valley layover, I'll agree it has decreased in size, but there are still major questions about whether or not it needs to be there in the first place. And those questions have been asked by the community. We've tried to get them asked by our to Metrolinx on the community's behalf, and we tend to get a wall of there are engineering reasons behind it, but we can't we won't show our work. When we asked for the federal intervention with an environmental assessment to ensure that work was done, unfortunately the federal government denied that request. We just want to know if we're going to give up space in a park in the downtown of Toronto, a significant amount of space in a ecologically sensitive area. If we are to do that, we want to make damn sure that it's necessary and that there are no other options. And the problem is there are other suggestions that are out there, and there hasn't been a reasonable dialogue about whether or not that they're feasible. And that's, I think, one place where Metrolinx needs to improve. We have dealt with Metrolinx a lot of times before as a city, not always seeing eye to eye, and sometimes just being fit the bill at the end of the day. The removal of the at-grade crossing on Strawn rings a bell, where all of a sudden we just started getting bills for work that wasn't necessarily ours. So I would just flag that again, thank our staff for their work, but we need to keep pushing Metrolinx on this and the province on this. We need to make this a provincial election issue. We want transit built. but we want to make sure it's built in a way that is sensitive and takes into consideration the other goals our city has as achieving a livable and more sustainable place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it for the speakers. Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen by Councillor Fletcher.
Can we get recorded votes on both of these, Madam Speaker?
Yes, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minimong, please. Motion 1A carries unanimously. 24 in favor.
Okay, next motion. Recorded vote.
Speaker, motion 1B carries unanimously. 24 in favor.
Okay, item as amended. Oh, sorry, there's another motion.
Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote.
Motion 1C carries. The vote is 23 to 1.
Okay, item as amended, recorded vote.
Mayor Tory, your vote, please.
Sorry, I just disconnected myself trying to vote. It's in the affirmative, Clerk, Speaker.
Thank you. Speaker, the item is amended carries unanimously. 24 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is IE 27.6, review of City of Toronto golf courses. Councillor Bradford, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
I don't have any questions of staff, Madam Speaker.
Okay, does anybody have any questions to staff? Questions to staff? Okay. Then we'll go to speakers. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just have a very quick amendment to move here. Don't need to speak a whole lot to it, but if we can throw that on the screen. The intention here is just to expand the opportunities for community groups to partner with the city and have that brought into the new RFP process so that we can roll that out in 2022. And I work with staff here to get the language right. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher has a question to you, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you for moving this, Councillor Bradford. And in respect to the Dentonia, I think this is to kind of activate all the communities surrounding and reach into the communities surrounding Dentonia from a community point of view. Is that correct?
That's exactly it. That's the intention here. And we heard, as we both participated in IEC and many hours of deputations, folks are looking to get involved. And I think as a city, we need to do a better job finding ways to connect with the communities around Dentonia and bring them into that community facility and have them participate and help with the programming and do a better job reaching out. So that's the intention here.
So the partnerships you might be looking for, if I can, might be Community Center 55, TCHC, Wood Green, all of the agencies that are
Crescent
in
Town
the neighborhood,
Clubhouse,
Crescent
yeah.
Town Clubhouse,
Right.
all of that. You're
That's
not
right.
looking to bring in big corporate partners. I just need to make sure that the direction isn't, we're going to
No.
corporatize Antonia, because somebody who wants to corporatize it could say, oh, Councillor Bradford said, yes, do that. So I'm trying to get the nature of your motion, if you don't mind.
Not at all. That's certainly not the intent. It's very much those community organizations like what you listed. And when I spoke with Janie and staff about this over the past couple of weeks between now and committee, that was made clear to them. That is the intention. It's really just providing us direction to do the work that they ought to be doing, but and likely would be doing. But we haven't historically done enough of that. So I wanted to provide the direction there, and I want to make sure that that's baked into the RFP process here so that we are explicitly seeking out those opportunities.
So an operator would have to align themselves with those opportunities. That would be part of their bid when the tender goes out or the RFP goes out. We would expect them to say, we'd like to do that, know who they're talking about, work with the recreation division to really augment the game, because it's not a bad place to start to play. You don't have to hit it very far.
It's a great place to learn to play. And I think what we heard through the consultation is that we need to do more work on facilitating those opportunities for folks to discover the game, particularly from the surrounding community in the context of Dentonia.
I don't think everybody knows the area very well, but Crescent Town is a huge apartment neighborhood complex. And then I think it's Teasdale and Councillor Crawford's ward is the same. There must be maybe, I would say, 8,000 people that just live immediately around 5 to 8. The golf course, low income, many. So your motion would be saying, live next door. How can we get particularly your youth here, women here that don't have an outlet already?
And that already organically happens at Dentonia because of the nature of the accessibility, the affordability, the shorter course format. All of that happens. People learn to play golf at Dentonia, from across Toronto, but particularly that community. But I think it's we should do more to engage with the local community. It happens organically because of all the natures of that particular golf course. But as a community, as a city that sees with providing affordable and accessible recreation opportunities, we should do a little bit more effort to engage with the community to enhance that programming and bring folks into Dentonia Golf Course.
Thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I do want to thank staff for the work that they had done in bringing these reports to us. I'm on the ward that Dentonia has. And I want to thank, I got a lot of comments and questions from a lot of people, not only in the Dentonia area, Teasdale, of course, being one of my areas, but across the city. But I really want to thank actually Councillor Bradford, my colleague just to the west of me. For a couple of conversations we had about the importance of golf. So upfront, I'm not a golfer. I've never golfed, always wanted to golf, but I've never had the opportunity to do that. So I don't, I'm coming from it from a perspective of not totally understanding that kind of world and the importance of golf, the outdoor aspect of being outside. Love watching golf, but again, I've never played it before. So when I saw the original recommendations from staff, and it was really to look at on Dentonia is to turn it from an 18 hole down to a 9 hole, make it more of a practice pitch, giving people the opportunity to learn, which Dentonia really has been historically, is that one golf course in the city where people could learn affordably. And it was that opportunity that I think we gave as a city, and it's our responsibility to give these sort of open spaces for people for that. But again, going back to not recognizing the importance of having an 18 hole golf course in that area out in Scarborough, for one thing, it's really important. But as Councillor Bradford mentioned to me, he's been on that course many times. He actually learned on that course. He knows a lot of people who have learned on that course, who have access to transit that is very accessible, not only to people in the community, but all across the city. And it wasn't as if he was convincing me, but I realized that how important Dentonia has been historically to people who, number one, who haven't golfed, who want to golf, and we need to do some more work on that, as he was just mentioning. But the opportunity for everybody to learn golf on a course like Dentonia. It is affordable. It's an 18-hole course. There are other nicer courses around, I'm sure, but it was that opportunity to be that learning environment for people who want to learn historically. Where I want to end it, that's why I supported the recommendations from committee to retain Dentonia as an 18-hole golf course, because I think I want to now look at that as an opportunity going into the future. And an opportunity for the two communities, Crescent Town and Teesdale. There's got to be tens of thousands of people that live around that area. And I've got the emails from a number of residents saying, well, I don't golf. I don't need this course. I'd rather it just be open parkland. But again, that defeats the purpose of what we're attempting to do with our open spaces and our responsibility for passive recreation. And golf is one of those. So that's why I supported keeping it at 18 holes. What we need to do better, and as Councillor Bradford and Councillor Fletcher have mentioned, is how do we engage the community? How do we look at those two communities surrounding Dentonia, Crescent Town and Teesdale, to energize and encourage them to want to play? How do we encourage the youth who are, living steps away from that, but have never gone down there? So I think that's where what we really are asking staff to do is look creatively how to ensure that everybody all across the city, but specifically in that area, has a better opportunity to learn golf. And the other part of that is when we're looking at, and it was brought up in the report, looking at the access to Taylor Creek. When you look at the bigger picture of green space, it could be said that the Dentonia kind of blocks the ability to connect the Taylor Creek access, and I recognize that. So what we have done in part of the recommendations is for it to go back and to have staff look creatively at that. I have been on golf courses in communities where you have the balance of golf happening, but people being able to walk through the course while people are playing golf. And as much as there are some challenges with that, I think if we take a little bit more of a creative look at Dentonia, there may be an option or opportunity to be able to have the access to Taylor Creek for the public, hopefully even during the season, during the days where people are playing golf, so they can still access Taylor Creek, but at the same time be able to play golf safely. So that's the task that I'm hoping staff will be able to come back on with the recommendations, is to suggest that. So I'm supportive of this moving forward and retaining Dentonia in the community as a 18-hole golf course, but with more access to the people in the community around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'll be pretty brief, but as my colleagues have said, I just want to thank staff for all the work that they've done on reviewing the city's golf courses and really, paving a path forward of how we open up recreation to the entire city, specifically with golf, and of course being innovative with all the land we do own. one thing I just wanted to make mention of is, we were very lucky. I'd say, and I think the city was honored to host the Canadian All Abilities Championship at Humber Valley, which I'm very lucky and to represent in North Etobicoke, and it's also bordered on Councillor Nunziata's and Kurtz's ward. And we got to host the All Abilities National Championship from Golf Canada, and that's a certain organization that that significantly benefited from working with our city staff at the City of Toronto and to host it for the first time, and to be out on the golf course that is mostly accessible, which is phenomenal, and open up access to people of all abilities. So I just want to make mention of that. I definitely very much support the report. And I'll just use this opportunity. I know Golf Canada during that donated an accessible golf cart. I think the first, or we may have two in the city, but I know they donated this one to Humber Valley. So I want to thank them for that on the floor of council. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. For people that were at IEC, I'm probably repeating myself, but this train is now leaving the station. We did a review, and off we go with a course of action that suits the councillors around it. But I'm going to take one last kick at this can and say that we missed a major opportunity here. And we did it out of our own reservations about not wanting to have a conflict. This really all started because discussion about our golf courses was sort of generated out of the last election, and so a long look at this was done. Third-party consultant was brought in to do that look, and I think what happens is we're often very nervous about conflict, where we don't want to have communities pitted against each other. And so we had the people who don't see golf as a useful purpose for city lands and would rather see community gardens and whatever, and people who very much need urban places to get to golf. And, came up with a report that really took, in my view, too narrow a look at what our options were and tried to really contain this conversation. If we still had a robust office of civic engagement and we were open, I think what we would have looked at was a third-party consultant's report where we asked them to say, don't just tell us what to do with our golf courses. What are they doing? How much do they earn? And therefore, what do we do? What's going on in golf, publicly owned and privately owned, North America wide? What's going on? We didn't do that. And so we didn't look at how other cities are finding ways to turn profits with their golf courses. We didn't look at, if you were going to retrofit, what's the highest and best use if we measure it against what's going on. There are, I think, 9 now, soon to be 11, 12-hole golf courses in the GTHA. And that's not a coincidence. It's because there is a new look at the 2.5 to 3 hour game, being a better match for people who are in the urban circumstance or working, and they want a game that they can fit into a day. People who organize tournaments using golf courses with clubhouses like the idea of organizing a shotgun tournament around 12 holes, because you get people who will stick around for the dinner where you make that additional money with auctions and whatever. There are all sorts of things that come into play, which is why that is a growing thing out there in the golf industry. But we didn't, in our effort to try and contain a discussion, we didn't want to turn into a huge conflict. We really constrained the consultants themselves. We didn't ask them to look at all of that stuff. We didn't ask them to think outside the box. We generally try to keep ourselves in a box and keep the peace. And as a result, we're not going to really realize the potential of any of the 5 we really own. We didn't even really carefully measure the 2 that we lease. If they kick back revenue to us, how are they able to do it? How is the lessor able to do that? We didn't really carefully examine that. And so what I hope is that the next time this comes back, and it will, this is the 3rd time we wanted to have a look at it in my career already, so it's coming back. We really need to look at what is going on in golf. If we're going to stay in the golf business as a public entity, we owe it to ourselves to carefully look at those things. What you just described was something that's very much out in Oregon. Jack Nicklaus himself has designed a course where it's learn to play. It's 12 holes. It's configured in such a way that people can walk through it with their pets, no less. A dog walking trail right through the middle of what is called a golf park. And every hole has 2 tees, so that it's truly learn to play for parents and children and instructors, because there are 2 sizes of holes in each tee. If we were really going to think learn to play, we've got to look at the industry and see what's really drawing people to facilities and making world-class, fabulous experiences right in the midst of their cities. And so I hope that in the next opportunity, we go that far and look outside the box. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to comment that this particular item is among the highlights of this council meeting for me, and I think for many Torontonians. Golf is a fantastic sport, and I think the sustainment of the city's golf courses is a point of civic pride in our city. These are incredible opportunities that make sure the barrier to entry to golf is as low as it can be. In other words, if you feel like you want to play the sport and pick up the sport, it's pretty easy to start. Find yourself some clubs, borrow some clubs, pay a modest fee within the city limits, within 416. Means you don't have to travel far away to get started. The beauty of the game itself is that you play against yourself. You play at your own pace. And there's a social aspect to it. You can go out to the course and you can be partnered up with somebody you don't know and have a great conversation for a few hours, or you can go with some friends. And I think that's what attracts so many people. And if you go to a golf course, you see people of all different ages, all different abilities, all different backgrounds, enjoying golf. And even more exciting is that they're completely immersed in nature for several hours. And if you've ever played, you go to a golf course and you see all kinds of great things. Hawks, squirrels, foxes, different animals, different creatures, different types of plants. You look at what a golf course is, it really is like sculpted earth, right? There's no hard infrastructure, maybe some sprinklers or something, but it's made up of plant material and earth and dirt. But they are investments. They are capital investments, because there's a lot of work and design that goes into the creation of a golf course. So I'm glad we're continuing to sustain those assets. And golf has come up a lot in the news. Not to mention, we're hosting the national championship in Toronto this year with the RBC Canadian Open in June. I mean, that's exciting for the city itself. It's such a major event. So to see this council report go through like this is exciting, and I think aligns with what's going on with the bigger picture. But I did hear from a lot of people, because they responded to rumors, social media, maybe even some media stories, that the golf courses were under threat. And I remember many things that people said. And it turns out that these reports really point towards an enhancement. And I think the really interesting little piece in here that maybe will continue to grow is this idea of bringing more trees and natural features into the golf course, because that aligns with what the city is trying to do, but also with the evolution and how golf courses mature. So if you've ever been on an old golf course, you see there's great huge trees, there's great bodies of planted material, and the way all of that comes together creates a challenge and an experience. And it's vastly different from a brand new golf course, which is just kind of like, it looks like a farmer's field where they've added some trees. Fun, maybe a little easier, but it's as these courses mature that create them as the gems they are. So I just really wanted to say thank you to everyone involved in this, including the staff who did very hard work on this and worked to consult, and all the people that provided various inputs, and the committee and council. I think this is a really good news story for the City of Toronto, and I really look forward to the future of golf in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate those remarks by you, Steve, Deputy Mayor. But I will just say that I'll point out that we don't have any golf courses in Toronto and East York. Should we ask for the equitable distribution of golf courses across the city? That would be my motion. We need to have that. That actually is just impossible. One of the reasons why, a golf course, you have to drive. Generally, you've got clubs, so maybe 3 or 4 of you. We do have some venues like Dentonia, which is right on the subway. But Etobicoke actually has 4 city-owned golf courses. 4. North York has 1, and Scarborough has 1. There are none in Toronto, East York. So I'm not going to move a motion to say we have to have the equitable distribution of golf courses and try to close some of them down out in Etobicoke. But I just think it really points out that things have grown up in different ways in different parts of the city, including cultural venues, including recreation venues. Do we need a Pan Am pool or a Pan Am village in every part of the city? No, Scarborough has that. We have really old little community centers with pools that aren't very warm or they're not very big. But I'm not asking for that across the city. So we're respecting what we have. We're respecting the way the city has grown. We're respecting the fact that centrally, you're kind of the golf capital of Toronto out there. You've got the 2 courses, you've got the RBC Open, you've got Councillor Nunziata's got Scarlet Woods, a fantastic course. Somebody has Humber Valley, the city course. So this is what I was trying to point out earlier when we get into this. Too many garbage cans down where all the tourists are. Too many cultural venues downtown. Well, I could just say too many golf courses in Etobicoke, but I'm not going to, because I think it's important. It's a wide range. You've got very different styles of playing there. You've got some of them that are so friendly to women. There's a great women's league, probably be junior leagues there, but everything's different. We have to stop trying to make everything the same in every ward and recognize that some things are citywide. Just as your 4 golf courses, Deputy Mayor, are citywide assets. They're citywide assets, and we respect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Uh,
let's see
Madam
if we...
Speaker,
Uh,
Madam Speaker,
yes.
on a point of
Councillor
order.
Holliday. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher was quite careful to direct her remarks at me, but I'm not going to retaliate, only to just suggest that she check her facts.
Okay, thank you. We have one more speaker. Hopefully we can get this done
Madam
before.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Carroll.
Just in the interest of future meeting discipline, I wonder if, as Speaker, you might rule whether or not, in fact, that was a point of order.
Yeah.
I'd like you to rule that now. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Holliday, I don't believe that was a point of order.
So on that point of order, Madam Speaker, if I may clarify,
because if
I would like
You
to
are
note
now wasting time.
I would like to note to the Speaker that my colleagues' comments were specifically directed to me as a member of council and what I said earlier. And I do believe that is a point of order because I believe comments should be put through the Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, I don't believe it was directed, Percy, to you. It was directed to golf courses in Etobicoke, and I have a golf course as well. Okay, so I'm ruling on it. Okay, Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a golf course too. I live in the back of Toronto Golf Club here, so it's a great backyard rec setting. I think golf courses are great in the city. I had 3 deer in the backyard here the other day. I think Councillor Hall or Deputy Mayor Hawley went through all the wildlife that are in our city. We think it's fantastic. But when this debate came up, I talked to a good friend of mine who grew up in Scarborough and Crescent Town, and kind of a marginalized community back when he grew up. He said, and they would get on the bus and go down to Tony and play golf. He said it was like $8, and they loved it. He said he's still golfing today. He's an adult, but he says he's a terrible golfer. But as a youth out in Scarborough, he said they loved to do it. They would get on the bus with their clubs and head out there. I look at my son, being the father of 5 kids, my youngest son, Colin. He would go up to Scarlet Woods and Councillor Nunziata's ward and play up there with his buddies. And today he went to Humber College to have a golf program at Humber College. Well, Humber have a program right here in our community. He went through the whole course. He's now a golf pro. So he would go there as a kid with his buddies, and he's now got a career in golfing. But as Deputy Mayor Hawley said, we had the Canadian Open out here at St. George's. I think it's a great game. It's a game of the world. It's kind of like soccer. It's huge in Europe, and I just think it's part of a livable city. The green space, back here at Toronto Golf Club, people go tobogganing there. People go cross-country skiing through there. And I know that happens through our courses. So with that, I think Councillor Bradford's got a great motion there that how can we bring that a little bit more into the other golf course. I think it's a good motion. I'll be supporting it, but those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have to hold the item down because we're going to be recessed for lunch. We do have one more speaker. We do have a member's motion that we...
I can be very brief. Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Lane, brief because we only have 4 minutes.
I just wanted to add my thanks to the staff for undertaking it. I think I was one of a small group of councillors that really was trying to drive for an expanded discussion about these public spaces that we have and how we enjoy them and how we can in fact enhance them so that more people can enjoy them. And if I remember correctly, there were some attacks on those of us that thought even discussing the idea was something that shouldn't be even opened up. And indeed, I'm glad that Councillor Holiday has changed his mind about this review because I believe he voted against even having it in our last discussion. But what we have discovered is that they can be more and they can do more and they have value outside of their uses of golf courses, and we should explore those opportunities and the partnerships to help these spaces achieve other city mandates, city building mandates that we have. They're not appropriate for some uses. That's also what we've established. Because they exist in ravines, their overdevelopment or their development should not be undertaken from a sustainability standpoint. I would add, and maybe I'm wrong because it sounds like Brad may have done the same thing, but I'm the demographic that was taking transit to the golf course. My family didn't have a car, so when I was going through university learning, I would actually take the Bloor subway out to Dentonia because it was inexpensive. This is all to say that it's sometimes worthwhile to have these challenging dialogues with our communities, but in the end, it can help us appreciate them more and help activate them so that they can serve more people with more purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I just make a comment for 30 seconds. Yes, I do have a golf course in my ward, Scarlet Wood, but that's because of Hurricane Hazel. That's why I have the golf course. I have a lot of flooding. Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. Okay, motion by Councillor Bradford. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. So we have 1 minute. Maybe we can introduce this member's motion. On which? Oh, okay, we'll have to reopen the votes on the golf courses. I apologize. Councillor Coe had an interest, so we have to do a recorded vote. Okay. Motion.
To reopen?
Yeah.
Recorded vote.
Yeah, we'll have a recorded vote, but can I have a motion to extend so we can vote on it? Moved by Councillor Perks.
Councillor Bradford.
Ainsley.
Vote.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, so let's put Councillor Bradford's motion back on the screen. We'll have to have a recorded vote and also item as amended recorded. Okay, Councillor Bradford's motion is on the screen, recorded vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, item as amended, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. Madam Speaker, we just have to reverse the status on the item before we can open the vote. That'll be momentarily.
Okay. Okay, item as amended, recorded vote.
The item is amended, carries. The vote is unanimous, 23 in favor.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, before we recess, you have a member's motion that you want to introduce. It's on
Yes,
the
Madam
screen.
Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Staff asked me to do the agenda. That's before us. It's urgent. The last report that went to count, there's some inaccuracies in it, so we have to correct those, and staff asked me to put this on each.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. So we're recessed to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
This meeting is now resumed. Members, before we do the motion run-through, I will ask if there are any release of member hold. Please put your name on the list in CMP. No releases. Okay. Oh, okay. Councillor Cole.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I have a release of an item, North York 29.2, 722, 724 Marty Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment, application, final report, Board 8, Planning Act. And it's accompanied with a supplementary report from planning staff, and I'm moving the supplementary report along with the item.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Cole is releasing NY 29.2 with a supplementary report.
May I have a recorded vote on the final item, please?
Okay, so on the amended item, on favor, on the amendment, on favor, carried. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote using the system? Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Perruzza, are you able to vote using the system, please?
Yeah, I'd like to vote in the affirmative. Yes, please.
And Councillor Fletcher?
I can't find the vote button here on my screen. I will vote in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Which, yeah.
The item is adopted 21-1.
Okay, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Matlow, quick release.
Madam Speaker, I can release T 30.2, 19 to 200 Sudan and 18 Brownlow Avenue.
Just hold on. T 30.2. Okay. Councillor Matlow is releasing. On favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Sorry, Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there anything wrong with CMP where I'm not seeing the list of speakers here? Is there a refresh or something required? Or the request to speak? Even my own request doesn't come up. Anyway.
We'll have IT
Anybody
call
else
you.
have that problem? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I can release C 39.3, 240 Markland Drive, zoning bylaw amendment application request for direction. However, I do have an amendment in the form of a confidential attachment. that's being pre-circulated.
Okay, this is on CC 39.3, 240 Markland Drive. Councillor Holiday is moving. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, no. Okay, we'll go through to the members' motions now. Okay, MM 39.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded, please.
Recorded? Okay, recorded vote.
The item carries. Speaker, 22-1.
Thank you. MM 39.6. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Recorded on the final?
Recorded? Okay, recording.
Yep.
No, yeah, it's done. I'm on the other thing now. Thanks.
Councillor Fletcher, you have your mic on.
Sorry, my mic isn't on speaker.
The item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 39.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
I have an amendment for Councillor Lai to move. It's friendly. I can do it now.
Yeah, you have a motion?
And a minor amendment from Councillor Lai.
Okay, do we have the amendment? Okay, if we can put
Yes.
it on the screen.
Councillor Lai just asked that we clarify that it could be a subway, and we've made that change.
Not simple.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we also have a recorded vote on that?
Okay, but it's being held down.
Okay.
Held down by Councillor McKelvey. Okay. MM 39.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried.
Madam Speaker, is Councillor Carroll?
Yes?
I'm sorry, but I think we may have already passed it. I think the motion for MM 39.7, can I just ask the local councillor, is that the motion that Councillor Layton, who was late, asked us to wait because he had a technical amendment or a question?
On which one?
It's on 39.7. I'm just double checking. No,
Shelley,
sorry,
I think
it's not
it's
7,
17.
it's 17.
17.
Sorry, I'm sorry to hold things up, Madam Speaker.
No, wait.
It's all good, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Sorry to hold things up.
Okay, MM 39.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Ontario Land Tribunal hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item.
Hold back, Madam Speaker, hold please. I'm working with Councillor Fletcher. We've sent some amendments to the clerk. To be fair to them, they probably just received them, so I'll just hold that down until the clerk's ready to deal with the amendments Councillor Fletcher and I put forward.
Okay, so we'll hold it down. Councillor Grimes, in your name. MM 3912. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item? On
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 20-3.
MM 39.13. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3914. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Hello?
Recorded, please. Recorded, please.
Recorded vote to waive referral.
Not the complete motion. There's a revision in speaker, but the clerks know that.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16-7.
Hold, please, hold. And I wonder if the clerks could update the motion.
We're ready with, oh,
Okay, apparently the staff is ready. You have an amendment, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I do. It's an amendment around the due diligence, but it is a five-part motion. I don't see the rest of it. I'm sorry, there's a whole other piece there. I think I'm just gonna have to hold that while I get it sorted. Thanks so much. Thank you.
So the amendment's on the screen.
Speaker, that's the amendment? Yeah, okay, we'll go with the amendment. It has the,
No, I'd like to hold the item, please.
well, I'm already holding it.
Well, we can't vote on it until we have a discussion about it. I have questions.
Yeah, so
Well,
it's
that's
not,
fine, then I'll
yeah,
continue
so
to
we're
hold
gonna,
it.
we're gonna hold the amendment, the whole amendment and the motion down.
That's
Okay.
great. Thank you.
MM 3915. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3916. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on.
Madam Speaker,
Okay, hold on. Everybody is speaking at the same time. Who wants to hold it? Councillor Layton?
I have a very brief motion that's to change 3 words, just at the very end from, and staff should have it. It should be a quick one.
Okay, we'll display it. 17.
It's
Okay.
just to change the words Indigenous seniors and women to the Indigenous communities at the request of TASC, the Toronto Association of Indigenous social service agencies.
Okay, the amendments on the screen. On favor? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 3918. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3919. Notice that this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3920. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3921. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral?
Recorded. Recorded on the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, but hold on, but we're just voting on the referral first.
No.
You want
Right, on the final.
You want to record a vote on the referral?
No, just the final.
Okay, on the referral, in favor, carried. On the item, recorded vote.
I'm going to hold that. I have some questions of staff on that. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is holding. MM 3922. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of waiving referral? Oh, on the item. All in favor? Carried. Yeah. MM 3923. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3924. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3925. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 3926. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3927. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3928. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3929. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3930. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3931. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3932. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3933. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item EY 28.1. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried.
Hold, please. Hold, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Claire, was it you?
Okay,
Or-
was me, yeah.
okay.
You can hold it, Mark.
Yeah, staff, said there's further revisions have to take place, so they need to make more changes, so I'll just hold that down.
Okay, so Councillor Grimes, you're holding 3933?
Yeah, staff said there's going to be further modifications to it, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that's it for the motions.
That's it.
Back to the agenda. IE 27.8, update on Vision Zero Speed Management Strategy. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
I don't.
Does anybody have any questions to staff? No? Okay. Councillor Layton to speak.
With your permission, Madam Speaker, I believe Councillor Perks and Councillor Matlows have motions that need to fall ahead of mine. At least I know that Councillor Perks does. So if I could speak later on, I don't care to be last. I don't need to be, but I can't be first.
Okay, but Councillor Layton, you held this, so you have to speak first.
Is that a hard and fast rule? I don't believe it is.
It is a rule in the procedure. You held it,
Could
so.
someone point?
So
Could
you-
someone point
Speaker,
to
point
it
of
in
order,
the?
can't we somehow waive that rule for this purpose?
I'm sorry, if
Spend
I.
more time.
So you need
If
to.
I could, if someone could
Councillor
point that
Layton,
to me,
Councillor Layton, you need to speak.
One moment, please. I don't,
I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with that part of the procedural bylaw. Someone could point it out
it's
to me.
within your rights, Mike, to ask the clerk to explain.
If the clerk could explain, otherwise I would have handed over the whole to Councillor
Okay,
Perks.
we'll
We
get the
actually
clerk
talked
to
about-
explain. It's always been like that. Get the clerk to comment.
Madam Speaker, I'm just looking for the number a section number, but I do know that it's in the rules that the member who holds an
Okay, I'll
office
try.
is required to speak first.
I'll try.
I'm sure Councillor Perks knows it.
No,
Mr.
I'll
Clerk.
trust that Mr. Elvich knows. Perhaps he could, because I could have transferred the whole. It would have been
Okay.
that easy.
Did that still happen at this point?
So,
Okay, come on, let's move on. Councillor Perks agrees. So Councillor Layton, would you like to speak?
I'll speak.
Actually,
motion.
Speaker, what I'd like to propose is that we stand this item down for a moment, and then Councillor Layton can release his hold on it, then I can ask to hold it. That would be completely within the procedures, bylaws, and practices of council.
But then that means that Councillor Layton can't speak.
What does not, it means you can't speak first anymore. So I propose we stand this item down for 30 seconds.
On a point of order, I'd like to release my hold on the item.
Speaker, can I hold this item, please?
Okay, Councillor Layton is releasing.
Hold.
Okay,
Well done.
and Councillor Perks is holding. Okay, Councillor Layton releases and Councillor Perks holds. Yeah, I know. This is Councillor Perks to speak.
Yes, Speaker, I have a motion on this item. Just wait for it to, there we go.
It's on this.
I move that I move that City Council designate all roads in wards 4, 10, 11, 13, and 14 as community safety zone. And City Council requests the General Manager Transportation Services to report directly to City Council for consideration with the budget on February 17, 2022 on implementation, including the possibility of a phased approach. Speaker, at present, the way that we do community safety zones is extraordinarily limited, and in no way does it cover the areas where people are at risk in our wards. Many of us have had to have very painful conversations with families who have lost loved ones on our streets. The city's program is called Vision Zero. It's not called Vision around school zones. It's not called Vision within community safety zones. It's Vision Zero. The idea that the only time young people are ever walking along a sidewalk or crossing a street when they go to school is flat wrong. They're out playing ball hockey, they're out visiting neighbors, they're walking to the store with their parents. Young people, vulnerable people, people who are at risk, vulnerable road users, as we refer to them, walk on every street in my ward. And I'm sure every member of council can think of a list of a dozen streets in their wards that are not within community safety zones, but nevertheless, where residents quite rightfully point out that such and so street has too many speeding cars, or that it's very dangerous because of a blind curve. And when you start to accumulate the list of all of these streets, you very quickly realize that almost every ward or every street in your ward has a safety concern. And that's quite simply because the entirety of the city of Toronto was designed over the last several decades with the thought of moving vehicles through, coming ahead of the thought of safety design. The city of Toronto has actually developed an entirely new approach to this called the Complete Streets Guidelines. Mindful that we have to redesign our streets in order to put cyclists, pedestrians, and other vulnerable road users first. Sometimes this is captured also in the notion of 880 cities, which is that every street should be safe for an 8-year-old and an 80-year-old, and that's a test that you should make. So with that in mind, I want to, and the additional thing is that we somehow have talked ourselves into the thought that automated speed enforcement can only go in community safety zones. And every member of council knows that there is speeding going on, dangerous speeding going on in neighborhood streets in all of our wards. This would also give us permission, therefore, to start to move automated speed enforcement into those areas where, quite frankly, we can't stick a police officer on every corner, but we can start to control speeding quickly using a tool like this. So by designating all the streets in these wards, and these are the councillors who stepped forward and asked to have their wards be part of this motion, we open ourselves to employing those additional tools to make our streets safer. I feel that by putting this forward, I'm doing the only thing I can to properly represent both the obvious interests and the stated interests of the people in Ward 4 who talk to me almost on a daily basis about how unsafe the streets are for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we do have some questions for you. Councillor Pasternak, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I don't see a funding source for making these entire wards community safety zones. I understand safety zones, depending on whether there's automatic speed enforcement or not, just the small local ones are over $100,000 each. You're doing entire wards. What is? I don't understand. You don't seem to have identified how to pay for it.
Yes, because that's not what we do when we set policy. We do that at budget time, and I've asked explicitly that we have that come to the budget. So if your concern is funding source, that's where you have that conversation.
Well, usually when we have an idea on the cost of such. Now, have you spoken to legal about the Safer School Zones Act, which forbids what you're doing?
No, it does not. And I've spoken to the general manager of transportation. I have spoken to legal. I have spoken to court services that administers tickets. I've spoken to research staff at Queen's Park who have asked the parliamentary, I forget the title, but the person who does research on behalf of members of provincial parliament. All of them concur that both in letter, spirit, and in the debate that took place on the Safer Schools Act, this is entirely legal. So no, you're incorrect in the premise of your question.
So you spoke to our legal,
Yes,
our
I have. Not on the wording of this motion, but
they
on
said
the fact that, just if I may, I have confirmed with the general manager of transportation and with legal, who, by the way, sent a briefing note around to all members of council subsequent to my conversation with them, that yes, indeed, the city of Toronto and other municipalities are within their rights to establish community safety zones at any location they see fit within their community. And you, I know, were copied on that memo clarifying this legal relationship. All members of council were.
Okay, just one last question here. Councillor Perks, do you think legal is giving committee one set of legal advice and then giving you another set of legal advice?
I am aware that 6 or 8 months ago, there was a lack of clarity on this, which is why I approached the general manager of transportation and the legal department to get clarification, which is why in, I believe, September, the general manager of transportation wrote a clarifying memo because the advice to council had been confusing. So it's entirely possible that at some point before September, you received advice that wouldn't necessarily accord with this, but please be assured, and I'll have my staff forward it to you as quickly as possible, hopefully by the time we vote on this item.
Thank you.
Well, I think we should bring legal in.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Councillor McKelvey. Just a sec.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
McKelvey,
Speaker.
3 minutes.
Thank you. So, Councillor Parks, I just want to understand, is this because of wanting expanded permissions to have ASE?
That's one of the things we could achieve with it. Another is it gives expanded permissions so that when routine street maintenance work or other transportation work is being done on streets in these wards, it gives staff permission to go ahead and use a complete streets approach.
So we've already given staff instruction that we want them to start to do a complete streets approach, and we did that through different motions at December. So why doesn't that cover?
In a much more limited way. I want it done on every time any work is done on any street in these wards, it will take a complete streets approach. And further, it will give us permission to put automated speed enforcement in locations based on where it's most useful, rather than arbitrary designation of what does and does not constitute community safety zone.
So
it also, if I can finish answering your questions, establishes very clearly with transportation staff and all other members of the Toronto Public Service that when we say Vision Zero, we mean it on every street, not just on some streets around schools.
So community safety zones are intended to protect our most vulnerable road users,
Yes.
children and seniors. Do we not dilute the intent of that by making everything a community safety zone? Like, is there not a better way to achieve complete streets and achieve ASE?
If children and seniors only walked on certain streets in my ward, I could agree with your premise, but it's simply not the truth. I have so many streets on my ward where local residents come and point to traffic speeding down the middle of their road, like 20, 30 kilometers over the posted speed, where kids play. It is literally every street in my ward where a child or a senior is likely to be walking at some time. I mean, it's just a foolish misconception to think there are only some streets that kids walk on. It's just not true in our city.
So I appreciate that, but Vision Zero is a citywide all streets approach and strategy.
No, it's
so
not.
How is?
No, it's not. Not in practice. We may say so, but in terms of where we allocate resources and give permissions for staff to change design and implement proper speed enforcement mechanisms, it absolutely is not. And that's exactly why I feel we should be taking this approach. In fact, I would encourage you to add your ward to the list.
So just so I'm crystal clear, your reasons were expansion of ASE, complete streets approach, and a better rollout of Vision Zero is what you want to accomplish here.
Yep.
Okay.
That was your last question? Okay, just a sec, members of council. Okay, before we continue with the questions to Councillor Perks, I wanted to interrupt because I have heard from the city solicitor. So I have listened to Councillor Perks' speech, but I'm also advised that the city solicitor has advice about this motion. The council procedures say that a motion is not in order if it is beyond the authority of the city. Before I rule, I'm going to ask the city solicitor to address council on this question of whether Councillor Perks' motion is within the authority of council. So I'd like to ask legal to come to the floor because Mr. Perks, Councillor Perks indicated that he received approval from city solicitor. If I can bring the city solicitor to the floor.
Madam Speaker, I'm here. Through you, Madam Speaker, my staff have certainly given advice on various aspects of this. However, there is one point that I should clarify, and that is that the legislation granting council authority to designate community safety zones uses the words it's really two phrases that there has to be a part of the highway that is of special concern. And so designation of entire wards is not contemplated by that authority. For this reason, I would strongly recommend that the general manager of transportation be asked to review the proposals.
I have a question.
And identify whether a particular
Mr.
road
Perks,
is
please allow the
of
city
special
solicitor to
concern.
respond. Okay.
Whether a particular road is of special concern, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that an entire road might fall within that description. However, I would strongly recommend that the general manager of transportation be asked to do that. And I will highlight the fact that the statute does contemplate that it would be a part of a highway that is identified as being of special concern.
Speaker, since we brought staff to the floor, I have questions.
Well, I brought the staff to the floor to decide if I'm going to rule the motion out of order. So
Okay,
my
well,
decision.
then Speaker, on a point of privilege, and this is for the privilege of all members, I would ask first that the clarifying memo, which was circulated to members of council by the general manager of transportation, be recirculated right now. I would further ask that the correspondence from the member of provincial parliament for Parkdale High Park, based on the the committee hearings on this legislation, where the government of the day specifically said that yes, under this, entire municipalities could be declared community safety zones, be forwarded to all members before we continue the debate. I'd be quite happy to discuss this further offline with the city solicitor, as the advice she gave me just now to council is not the same as the advice provided by some of her staff to me in the fall of last year. So why don't we stand this down?
Madam Speaker, I do want to be clear. I have conferred with all of my staff about this.
Okay.
Just on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Sorry,
Okay,
I couldn't hear what the city solicitor just said. Everybody was talking over her. She said an additional point. I'd like to hear it.
I'm somewhat concerned that the impression is being created that I'm not aware of the advice that my staff is giving. And while I do appreciate the councillor's concern, I want to be very clear that I have communicated with all of my staff who've given advice on this issue. And I am also aware of the memo. And while it addresses a number of issues, I'm expressing concern about a very, very specific point that was not addressed head on in that memo. And I don't think my staff and I have any disagreement on that specific point.
No, and you're absolutely correct, and thank you very much for the advice to us. So I'm going to rule that this motion is out of order. Okay. So let's go back. If there's any other further speakers on the item?
Speaker,
Speaker, I'm challenging the chair.
Okay, Mayor, did you have a point of order?
Well, I was just going to suggest that it's on, I guess I'll call it a point of order, but it's just not a good way to make public policy. And I was going to suggest if we're getting all these documents we haven't seen, I mean, people would be outraged in other circumstances on this council if we were trying to make decisions about anything, and suddenly all kinds of documents were being presented for people to read. Why don't we get this organized properly? Next time we'll know we should have had questions to staff, I guess, had we known what was coming. I'm not averse to looking at ways we can broaden out community safety zones, not at all. But this is not the right way to make public policy, and it's also not right to strike it down on a technicality. So can we maybe reorganize on this and stand it down? But we need the documentation. We need to have lawyers with one set of advice. And it sounds like they have one set of advice, but it's just not, come on now. Everybody knows this is not right. It's gamesmanship is what it is, to be honest. It's not
Point of personal privilege. A point of personal privilege.
Refer it back to committee.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
What we can do is we can send it to committee.
Speaker, I rose on a point of personal privilege.
Councillor Perks, point of personal privilege.
Speaker, the mayor just described to me a motive that suggested that I'm not in earnest or in seriousness in the motion I've just made, but rather that I'm involved in some kind of gamesmanship. I would ask that he withdraw that, as I'm sure the mayor well knows that this is in line with the kind of position I've taken at this council repeatedly, and I have taken back into my days as an activist. I'm entirely serious on this, and I resent the mayor. I resent the mayor dismissing a difference he and I have as gamesmanship.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker,
Okay.
that is a
Mr. Mayor,
misrepresentation of what I said.
Mr. Mayor,
Speaker,
go
on a point
ahead.
of order, I will withdraw, but I'll ask the member if he will bring this forward in a way that will allow for proper consideration of all of the different legal opinions and so on, as opposed to having it done in a member's motion with documents flying around and rulings having to be made. If he asks that, I take his submission on this very seriously, and I want to see ways to expand community safety zones, but he knows this is not the right way to do this.
First of all, Mr. Mayor, no, I'm afraid I can't do that, because not only was a motion almost identical to this considered at committee and was it discussed in deputations at committee, but I have not brought this forward as a member's
Is this
motion.
a debate
So
or is
no,
there
I
moving
can't
of
do
the
that.
chair here?
Perks,
I
this
don't
is,
know what's going on.
Councillor Perks, this is not a debate. I've ruled the motion out of order. Are you challenging me?
Yes, I have.
Okay, been a challenge to the chair. Recorded
Madam
vote.
Speaker, on a point of order, our questions to the city solicitor, has that portion of
No, there's no
opportunity concluded?
debate. There's no debate.
I'm not
We have-
debating, I'm interested in a question.
There's no debate. We're voting on the challenge.
Deal with the challenge first.
I'm ruling the motion out of order.
Yes.
And Councillor Perks is
Challenge.
challenging my decision. Shall the chair be upheld? Recorded vote.
The ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 18-5.
Thank you. So let's go back to the speakers list. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have some motions that we put up on the screen.
Okay, just a sec. Councillor Grimes will put your motion on the screen.
Hold my time. You don't mind?
Do we have Councillor Grimes' motion? Councillor Grimes, we don't have your motion.
No, my motion.
Okay, let's go to the next speaker, and then maybe you can send your motion. Thank
It's got nothing
you.
to do with mine, but it's just-
Councillor
if I
Wong
don't
Tam,
speak, it's-
Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Madam Speaker, I regret to say that I don't believe my motion is also ready yet.
Do we have? Okay, let's just put everything on hold for a minute.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Pasek here. On the next item, the Bake Rest Bike for the Brain event, Councillor Cole and I just wanted to speak for a couple of minutes on the item and then have it up for a vote.
Okay,
If
but
you wanna-
Councillor Pasternak, we're in the middle of an item right now.
Laying it down.
Okay, let's just, it seems like all councillors, all the councillors that have their name on the list to speak have all submitted their motions at the same time, and it's very difficult for the staff to compile all the motions and get it ready for the speaker. So what I'm going to suggest is we hold the item down, continue with the agenda, and until all these motions have been submitted to the clerk. Is everyone fine with that? Because every speaker has a motion that's on the list. Okay. Okay, apparently I'm told we're okay. Councillor Wong Tam, we have your motion, so if you would like to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And if the clerk can please put this motion onto the screen, I would appreciate it. My motion is largely, to be quite honest, a courtesy to a number of active transportation advocates who brought this to my attention. And what they would like City Council to do is to direct the General Manager of Transportation to analyze, with an equity lens, publicly available information as it pertains to ticket and enforcement, and to be able to report back in 2023 on whether or not there's a disproportionate impact to those who are from racialized communities. It was actually really interesting that they brought this to my attention, because they were saying that in the US, there were cited examples and cases where there were a number of disproportionate impacts that were perhaps unintended, where the number of tickets that were written somehow were placed into the hands of low-income racialized communities, which meant that those communities who could least afford those tickets were then asked to pay. Now, it also may be in line with the question of over-policing racialized communities that we have heard from before in the past. And so I just want to be able to get in front of that and ask the staff to take a look and bring back some information so we can make some further refinements if that's the case. Madam Speaker, we all know that road safety is a important issue for residents of the city. We heard about it, we've seen the collisions, we've seen the violent incidents, and of course we've also seen we've seen the tragic loss of life. I have had too many incidents as of late, which have just been, quite honestly, it's been gut-wrenching to see community members, even people that I know, people I've worked with, residents association leaders who've lost their lives because they were struck by vehicles simply crossing the street. And it's hard, Madam Speaker, to be quite honest. It's very difficult, because there are moments where we can sit back and reflect on whether or not council did enough. And in the incidents that I can think of, whether it's the cement truck that took a life of a dear resident out in the West Don Lands community, Gooderman Ward's community, or if it's an individual who is well known for our community at Sherburne and Dundas, just about most of these incidents could have prevented a loss of life. And I think that when it comes to Vision Zero, it's much more than just changing a sign on the road. It's much more than simply even writing tickets, although that's important, but not the most important thing. It's about how we redesign our roads. And what we haven't done, Madam Speaker, is get to that level of infrastructure change. The fact that we still have fast moving one-way streets known as Adelaide and Richmond is, to be quite honest, not in line with Vision Zero. The fact that we are still trying to move traffic as quickly as possible, and we have these debates all the time at council about whether or not to impede traffic because we got to get from A to B, and consideration for the pedestrian, for the cyclist, for the most vulnerable road users is oftentimes an afterthought. So it really requires a culture shift, because the stakes are too high, Madam Speaker, when we lose people that we know and care about, and when family members find out that their loved one has been struck and killed by a vehicle. And when it comes to investments, right? What Councillor Perks is trying to do, and I really support what he is trying to do, although I know there are some constraints, is that we have to stand up and take a position. If we don't do it, the province is going to give us this provincial-wide sort of set of tools, and it may not work for intimate, dense communities like ours, which are the wards that he moved. And so we have to, as council, lean forward and say, that's not going to work for the city of Toronto, and here's our reason why. Because we can't be treated like an area outside of Toronto where the car dominates. For us, vulnerable users need a higher level of protection, and I think that it's important for us to get there. I want to thank staff for the report. I know that you're responding to 19 different actions and requests from City Council, and this is what I consider almost a bit of a tidy up and clean up report, but there's still much more to do, and I hope that we can get to it faster and with a sense of urgency to prevent the next incident, the next incident of road violence, and prevent any further loss of life. Thank you.
Thank you. We do
On
have
a point of order, Madam Speaker.
a point of order.
Yes, I do wish to ask questions of the mover, but I would ask that you rule on whether or not this is in order, because it is my understanding that the ASE program tickets owners of vehicles, not drivers, because the camera doesn't know who is actually driving the car. It sends the ticket to the plate, the registered owner of the plate.
Yeah.
And so I just need to make sure that it's in order. Otherwise, I shouldn't bother asking questions about it.
Well, I'll have to get the copy of the motion and go through the motion and get back to you, Councillor Holiday. Okay? Do you have
Madam Speaker, may I speak to that point? I think that was sort of a question.
No. He is up for questions. So Councillor Holiday, do you want to ask Councillor, your name is up to ask Councillor Wong Tam a question. Do you still want to ask that question?
I do. I could save a lot of questioning if
Well,
you can determine if the motion is in or out.
But you can't, I can't rule on it yet, Councillor Holiday. I need the copy of the motion and we have to review the motion. Then I can get back to you.
But it's on the screen.
No. Okay, yeah.
Madam Speaker, may I raise a point of privilege on your behalf?
No, hold on, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Holiday, I cannot rule until I'm able to consult with staff. Okay, thank you.
I understand.
Okay.
I will proceed with the questions then, if that's
Okay,
okay with you, Madam Speaker.
I look forward to answering the question, Madam Speaker. I think I could help the Deputy Mayor out.
All right, let's just, okay, hold on. Councillor Holiday, you have a question, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may ask the member of council to clarify if the intention is the driver or the person that is ticketed through ASE.
Councillor, the intention is to take a look at the area, geographical area. And the reason being is because there were studies in Chicago that revealed that there was a disproportionate impact when these ASCs were, or they're akin to ASCs in the US, were placed in certain neighborhoods. And so if the neighborhood is predominantly of a particular ethnicity or cultural group, then that particular group would be affected. And if we take a look at holistically from an equity lens, who can afford to pay and who may be impacted, that was the concern that was raised by the active transportation advocates that brought the issue to my office.
So is the end point on this to not put ASE in certain neighborhoods?
No, not at all. The end point right now is to just get information. So once that information is collected, I'm asking staff to review the data with an equity lens. Transportation Service, as you know, has a budget every year. They put out an equity statement on how they believe their services, their infrastructure affects the residents of Toronto, and they put an equity lens over the analysis of that work. This is no different. So I'm just asking them to take a look once the data is available to them.
And so how would staff determine who the drivers are of the vehicles who receive fines?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm leaving it up to staff. Staff may come back and say, Councillor, we don't have any information at all. Now, the city's not great at collecting any type of disaggregated data, as I'm sure everyone knows, which is why we have staff now set out to create a disaggregated data collection strategy. So I know that we're not exactly leading the sector or leading any municipality in that regards, but I think it's time for us to start looking at that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, should I? Yeah. Okay, I would like to suggest to Councillor Wong Tam, maybe if you can work with staff and maybe amend your motion to address some of the questions and concerns that Councillor Holliday has?
Happy to,
Okay.
if it makes sense, for
Yeah.
sure. If it needs clarifying, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. Councillor Bylaw, you have a question at Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, I do. I'm just trying to understand the intent of the motion. So this was brought to your attention because people were receiving fines and they weren't able to pay. But if they were receiving the fines, they were speeding. They were putting somebody else's at risk. And you mentioned that community might be the majority of a racial group, but aren't the victims also part of that group as well? So are we like, how do we put the equity lenses like on the victims? Isn't that right to be protected as well? Like,
well, the intention is not to encourage speeding. The intention of this motion, which I will be happy to work with the clerk to clarify, is to take a look at where tickets are being issued in a geographical area, and then whether or not the people who are there, who reside there, or perhaps who be traveling there, what are their backgrounds? So it has everything to do with, you know.
But shouldn't we be looking at the victims of that as well? The same way that, because you might say, okay, the people offending, they can't pay and they are a racial group because they live in this area. Let's not have the machines there, but then you're making the victims vulnerable that might be from the same racial group.
Well, the only thing I'm asking for, Deputy Mayor, is to actually have staff take a look at this information when it's forthcoming and when it's available, to put an equity lens over its analysis. I'm not asking them to stop or to go. I'm asking them to, you know, a part of their work, when the information is available, take a look at it with an equity lens, and then to report back in 2023. So the intention, of course, is to ensure that we protect all vulnerable road users, but it's a part of a larger discussion on how we set about that work, but also not to ignore, and this is an important issue, is also not to ignore that in different geographical neighborhoods, we may even have, you know, different persons traveling through, and whether it's in a car or on foot or on a bicycle, in individual streets. So we need to get a little bit granular on where those tickets are being recorded, and perhaps the language around drivers, that's my fault. It's probably is what's confusing the members of council, but it's not about drivers. It's really about the geographical neighborhood. So I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Wong Tam. So you'll work with staff to amend your motion? Because
yes, happy
there's
to.
a lot of questions in your motion for clarification. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So what? Let me retool that, and I'll bring it back and see if we can resolve the issue.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, questions. Councillor Bradford, do you have a question?
Yeah. If the motion is going to change substantially, then I don't know, do you want me to ask questions on the motion as it is written, although it sounds like the motion is going to be changing, but I can ask questions if that helps in the reframing of the motion.
I think
I don't have to like.
Councillor Bradford, thank you. Give me an opportunity to work with staff to rethink what the language should be, so it's going to be less confusing and clearer. And perhaps this was an error on my part or my staff's part, but either way, we're going to get you something else to look at. But the intention, of course, I think that is, hopefully it's clear by my way of answering, is to take a look at perhaps the disproportionate impact on communities by taking a look at where those tickets are issued in a geographical neighborhood. And even within a geographical neighborhood, perhaps there's more policing on certain streets where we have certain people.
Okay.
I would just offer that I think, my understanding is the biggest determinant of where the ASC goes is in fact there's like a series of criteria and stuff for those reasons, and primarily like the risk of speeding activities, and there's a bunch of factors that go into that. But so I'm thinking about it from the geography of where
I
these go.
understand.
We've got 2 per ward. They move around. So yeah, I'm happy to see what you come back with.
Yeah, thank you. I entirely understand, and I'm sure that even those communities where those ASCs will go will also want to have a say.
Sure. Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
I've got a lot of problems with this motion and it's being rewritten. I can't speak to it. I can't ask questions about it because now I don't know what it is. And that creates a problem with me as a member and my rights as a member to ask questions and to speak to an item. And so there either is a motion or there's not a motion. And this is a really long council meeting. We've got a lot of business here. Maybe the member should take it back to committee if it's not properly thought out. But I need to be able to ask questions. I need to be able to speak. And, to give these permissions impacts the rights of councillors. Point of privilege too, Madam Chair. My privilege as a councillor, as a member council.
Okay, staff said they can resolve it in about 30 seconds with the member. Okay, and then we can go back to Councillor Bradford as well. And we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thanks, Speaker.
on the screen by Councillor Wong Tam, then we can go back to Councillor. Okay, so members of council, we do have the revised motion by Councillor Wong Tam, so we will put it on the screen, and then we'll go back to the questions. And I know Deputy Mayor Min Wong had a question as well. So let's put the revised motion on the screen to see if that was the intent of Councillor Wong Tam's motion. Okay, it's on the screen. Okay, the revised motion is on the screen. So we'll go back to the questions to Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford.
Okay, thanks, and appreciate getting a chance to look at it. Thank you for the revision, Councillor Wong Tam. That helps clarify. I guess for me, understanding the origin of where this is coming from a little bit, I hadn't heard about this issue before. Not that I necessarily would, but I just hadn't tracked this. You referenced Chicago. Do you know how many speed enforcement cameras or ASC are in the city of Chicago?
It may have been cited in the research. I don't have that information off the top of my head, but what I do know is that the analysis that they did was a deeper dive than just simply about the cameras, but they took a look at it from a sort of a socioeconomic, ethnocultural lens. And what they determined is that Black and Latinx communities, I mean, obviously it's not always going to be comparable to us in Chicago, but is that they were hit with about $500 million more in tickets over a 15-year period. It's actually one of the most comprehensive research papers that was done on the subject matter. And that led them to rethink how they needed to evaluate the construction of the roads in those neighborhoods that were poorly designed, that were not with a Vision Zero lens. And then that led them to consider prioritizing the road reconstruction and the investments in those neighborhoods from a progressive perspective, as opposed to something that's coercive, which is
I'm just watching the time.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. So they've been doing it for 15 years. So they
collected.
Or they studied it for 15 years. So they've probably been doing it a lot longer than us. I guess my point or my question is, ours are distributed based on ward geography. The 25 wards, the 50 cameras, 2 cameras per ward. So would the outcome of this, not that you're going to preempt staff, but is it suggesting that we would look at a different way of distributing them across the city beyond the location parameters which staff use now based on areas where there's a lot of speeding, which is the intention of the program, and having the 2 per allocated per ward? Like some wards perhaps have less now because of this review.
No, I mean, to be quite honest, I just don't know what the information and the data analysis is going to reveal. But I think that to break it down in the simplest terms, what I'm asking for is for us to put an equity lens, an analysis of equity over the program. So we do that all the time. Everything we do at the City of Toronto, in theory, has an equity lens over it, and I'm simply asking for the same here.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I do have a question. I'm wondering if the councillor is willing to allow us how there's a pretty big difference between an American city in the way it has developed, such as Chicago, especially such as Chicago, did the same problem in Rochester. I've read the ProPublica article too. In that there is not so much the phenomenon of people driving everywhere. There are people in Chicago who never go to the South Side, ever, ever, ever. And people on the South Side that never go to the North Side. And so the dangers of not having an equity lens on it are more fraught in a city like that. Would you not allow us how the danger of applying that same approach here in Toronto drives us away from the Vision Zero principle of this should be driven by accident data, potential for traffic fatality data, and should be based on data as opposed to police random stopping. Would you not allow us that there are two different urban forms here?
I mean, certainly American cities, given the history of American cities, would be different than us here in Toronto. But I think that we would be misguided to think that we couldn't fall into those same traps, especially when it comes to racial inequality, even with respect to unintended consequences. So the important thing for us to try to strive for is that when we take our policies and we turn them into programs and installations of programs, is that we constantly evaluate to make sure that we're not disproportionately or perhaps unintentionally harming vulnerable communities. And that's simply what I'm asking for. And hopefully that is made clearer with the adjustment of the language in the motion.
But you want us to look at the address and the socioeconomic data in the community instead of looking at the incidence reports of the road and
no,
children?
I'm asking staff. So the staff have an equity lens tool on their desktops now. It's a drop-down bar, and they can plug in the type of communities that are affected. They can take a look at what they think their program can do for the city and for the residents. And so all I'm asking for is to make sure that equity lens is placed over this particular portion, especially as information comes back to us. We already have a sense of where those that information is made available, and we can superimpose the equity lens over where the ticket collection and the ticket issuance are, and that might give us a very different, might give us a new story to overlay, which is something that I don't want us to ignore because that was the lesson in the U.S.
Thank you.
But I'm wondering.
No,
yeah,
Councillor
okay.
Carroll, so
I'll speak to it in my comments, Madam Speaker.
We're way over. It's 3 minutes clarification
I'm
of the
agreeing with you,
motion.
Madam Speaker. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'll speak to it when my time comes.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cole, questions, 3 minutes.
Yes, just wants to ask a question of Councillor Montan. How would you find out who got the ticket?
I believe that information is already available, Councillor. Not who got the ticket, but where the tickets are issued. I should correct myself there. And so I'm
so because you can't find out who got the ticket.
No,
it's not possible.
That one is harder for sure, but you can find out where the tickets were. So where basically where the incident or the violation took place. That information I know is recorded.
Now, since most of these speed cameras are generated by a community who is very concerned about speeding, accidents, so if that community asked me as a councillor for a speed camera, what do I do if that community may be a racialized community?
So I think the first thing we need to do is get the information. So right now, from what I can tell, is that we need to put that sort of analysis over that information, the information being where the ticket's going to be issued, and then to learn from American cities as they dig deeper on how they manage their road systems, and also learning that they have created these unintended impacts. So you can then make a policy adjustment afterwards. So there are many different ways to slow down the traffic. creating a road diet would be one, providing chicaning.
But you're saying we should look at Chicago as our model. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that Chicago had one of the most comprehensive studies completed. And what they found was that oftentimes these instruments to reduce traffic speeds and to, to bring about enforcement, it had consequences that impacted racialized community in greater and more proportionate ways. And those are the same Black communities that could least pay for
This
the
is a
tickets.
result of camera technology or
This
just
is
police enforcement?
This is a result of tickets issued to households for.
But not camera technology.
Give me a second.
Last question, Councillor Cole.
Yes, actually. Sorry, Councillor Cole, yes, automated cameras.
Okay.
So
Same
you
thing.
can share that report with us. I would hope.
Yeah, I can push
before
that
we
out.
vote on this, we can see that report.
Yes.
Because we haven't seen it. Thank you.
No, but councillors cite all the time the things that they're inspired by and what influences their motions, and we don't oftentimes ask, but I will make it available.
You're asking for a pretty big change in our
Okay,
program.
thank you. Thank you. That was your last question, Councillor Cole. Thank you.
Just to
okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, I wasn't asking for a change. I was asking us to take another, to put an equity lens, folks, over the data.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ford, questions, 3 minutes,
Point of
clarification
order,
of the
Madam
motion.
Speaker. May I have a point of order?
Point of order?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to add my name to the question list. I've already gone, but it's now a different motion. May I do so?
I'm trying to do that too.
Yes. Councillor Grimes, you didn't have your name on the list to ask questions, but that's fine. That's fine. Let's just proceed.
I've been trying to get it on there.
I know.
I'm trying to get it on there.
Yes, I know. There's a lot of names on the list. Councillor Ford, you're next to ask questions. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Councillor Wong Tam, with your motion, and I understand what information you're just trying to get back, but what do you see this, what could be the end result of this and having that type of information? Because I know in your motion, you specifically mentioned not resulting in over-policing of racialized communities, which, we understand, but the emphasis of Vision Zero and these speed enforcement cameras are to make communities safer. So I just want you to kind of elaborate on where this goes past the data.
Happy to answer that question, Councillor Ford, and thank you for the opportunity. So we all recognize that when it comes to Vision Zero, a true implementation and embrace of Vision Zero, it actually asks us to rethink what our physical infrastructure looks like, how we design it to slow down the traffic and to make it safer. So what we haven't done in the city very well is specifically to rethink the infrastructure in a way that doesn't compromise safety. So we're putting in all sorts of other sort of instruments, whether it's cameras or perhaps signs, but ultimately how we need to make these roads safer is to making sure that they're not fast moving, they're not 4 or 5 lanes, they're not one ways, that perhaps we have wider sidewalks, more pedestrian friendly environments, shorter blocks, mid-block connections. That is what truly Vision Zero is about, but we've taken a very different approach because, it's hard to redesign all the roads in Toronto. So if we are going to be redesigning the roads at some point in the future, and at some point it will, we've got a $46 billion capital budget with a number of roads that are slated for reconstruction. If that's the way we want to make these neighborhoods safer, and to be quite honest, safer, more beautiful, more inclusive and friendlier, then we're going to have to make those investments. And it's not going to come at the cost of penalizing perhaps a community that is fast moving in their vehicles because we've designed the roads to be fast moving.
Right. So through, infrastructure changes or through design, you see in mitigating tickets being given out by these cameras, but you aren't saying that we treat different communities differently, or different fine sets, or folks in one area rather than another, racialized or not.
No, and that's correct. I'm not saying any of those things. The only thing my motion does now is to make sure that Transportation Service can analyze the data that's already available to them, put it into a geographical area, and then to report back on whether or not, in 2023, the report back on whether or not there has been a sort of over-policing of racialized communities. Because we know that racialized communities oftentimes live in places where there are fast-moving, wide streets. They're not always going to have boulevards with big leafy environments. And so cars are fast moving because
Okay.
we've designed the roads to move those cars fast.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, if you can try to keep your answer short, so, because it's only 3 minutes for asking questions. Councillor Pasternak, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the mover, I guess I'm trying to get my head around what's going on here. Chicago, Toronto, I mean, really. Now, are you saying that there's, I guess you're familiar with the technology of automatic speed enforcement. Are you saying there's an inherent bias in the technology that's capturing the speed of the vehicle, and then a photograph, and then of course a ticketing system?
What I'm saying, Councillor, is that we've designed our road systems, our sidewalks, our neighborhoods differently for different communities. And some of our roads are designed for high speeds. And so when we talk about food deserts, when we talk about racialized communities living in desperate spaces where they have wide, long blocks, where they're not connected with fine grain retail.
Councillor Wong Tam, with all due respect, you're running up my clock. I'm just wondering, yes or no, do you feel there's an inherent bias in the technology in automatic speed enforcement?
What there is that we have infrastructures and neighborhoods that have been built along class and race lines in this city. No different than the debate about garden suites. For certain neighborhoods, we keep people out, and it's been designed historically to do that. In certain neighborhoods, anybody and everyone can go. So in the neighborhoods where we do see fast moving cars, it oftentimes is because the roads have been designed to be fast moving. It's also oftentimes neighborhoods that have been low income, racialized. So I want us to sort of think more comprehensively about how do we get to a longer sustainable solution that will truly get us to embrace Vision Zero.
Are you aware that most of the automatic speed enforcement goes around community safety zones, which are embedded in neighborhood school zones?
I'm not taking anything away from what is already in the report, Councillor. The motion simply says, when the staff have a chance, come back in 2023. This is the most diverse city in the world. We all talk about equity, talk about inclusive, just spaces, put that equity lens over the information, and then tell us if we have created a condition, even if it's unintentional, where we've over-policed racialized communities who are oftentimes living in poorer design, desperate type of neighborhoods with faster roads. We just think it through comprehensively.
Okay.
All right, so is it safe to wouldn't it be better to look at the built form of our arterial roadways and how those are designed than
last question?
Yes, absolutely,
automatic
and
speed
that's
enforcement?
yes, and that's my point. My point is that you're using a particular tool because you're going to get different outcomes. When we design neighborhoods for fast and grain retail without without large sort of hostile blocks, you're going to get a lot more speeders.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
It would really help me, sorry, I've got my video going on. If you could give me an example of one of the neighborhoods, please.
Well, I don't want to single out any particular neighborhood, but I think, let me describe a street where you've got, perhaps 3 lanes, 4 lanes of traffic, 60 kilometers, 50 kilometers, and it takes the elderly person very long to get across the road. to the point that they have to perhaps take a pause or they run out of time to get to the other side.
That's the pedestrian you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's
Right.
it's those types of streets and other streets that are perhaps created to allow for the prioritization of fast moving vehicles that everybody can probably envision a few of those streets in their
Oh,
ward.
totally, but I need to know how that's related in Toronto to what you're talking about as arterials that where they're predominantly low income or communities of color and not people traveling through them that might not belong to that neighborhood, since we don't have the same configuration as Chicago, where there would be the south side, which is pretty well all racialized. We don't have that configuration here. So you kind of have to give me, that's from the pedestrian point of view. I'm looking from the driver point of view that you're talking about, ticketing.
Well, but so staff will continue to do about, so all that information that I'm talking about is available today. Like you can go on to the
No,
website.
I'm asking you about, give me the example, Counselor. You've given me the example of a pedestrian crossing, and we've seen that in the big arterials where people don't have a light and they cross mid-block and they're being wiped out, particularly the elderly. But the drivers there, I need to know that those drivers are somehow from a racialized community, not traveling through to get to the suburbs.
So if a street is designed for speed, and those streets are in neighborhoods that are not necessarily affluent and not necessarily white, and those cars are going to be driving very fast, that would be the experience of the driver. Anybody in a
Yes,
white,
and then they'll get a ticket, and now we're looking at the preponderance of tickets for the driver. Isn't that what you're talking about?
except for once you have that information, you're going to start to, and if the information doesn't come out the same way it does in Chicago, that's no big deal. But if it does come out the same way as Chicago, then perhaps the next thing we need to do is ask the question is like, why are drivers moving through those neighborhoods much faster?
Well, we know why they're on the big arterials faster, because they're wide, but would you agree with me that
yes,
Toronto, Chicago neighborhoods are not a comparator with Toronto neighborhoods from the idea we're far more mixed communities than large racialized segregated communities as in US cities.
Okay, that was
Would
your
you
last.
agree or not?
Yeah, that was your last question. It's
I'm
clarification.
happy to answer that.
Well,
Madam
Councillor
Speaker.
Wong Tam, the time is way. You have to make your answer
Thank you.
short. It's taking too
And
long.
the question,
Thank you.
maybe the questions can be shorter too, then,
Well,
Madam Speaker.
okay. This is clarification of the motion. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Speaker. I'll try to make my question short through you to Council Wong Tam. In Chicago in 2021, there was 1,027,414 tickets issued through these speed cameras. That was almost 3 times that of the year earlier. Do you know why? Was it a road design issue, do you think?
So Councillor Thompson, why don't you tell me, because I don't have the information off the top of my head, but.
Well, it's actually because they reduced the speed requirement. So it used to be that you could be 10 over, you didn't get a ticket. It has been reduced to 6 kilometers or 6 miles over, and you get a ticket for that. So what happens now is that the frequency of tickets has increased because you have more cameras. And in racialized areas, what is actually happening is that more tickets are being given because people are in fact speeding. It may very well have to do with the design of the roadways, but they've actually reduced the overage that's allowed with respect to what you can travel from 10 to 6. And that's part of the issue. So I'm not sure how Chicago is used as a comparison with Toronto based on the data that you're trying to get staff to provide. And then you tie it into racialized communities, because all communities in Chicago are getting tickets because people now have to get used to going 6 kilometers or 6 miles versus 10. That's the big issue why so many tickets are being issued.
Yeah, so
Not
thank you
because
very,
it's racialized.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, for that reminder, and I really appreciate you doing that. But that speaks to specifically that if you're going to put a lot more enforcement in any neighborhood, then there's going to be a lot more policing, more tickets, right? So that's just part of the ongoing experience, and that sort of pattern is what I think, you know, the advocates are trying to disrupt. And so when the advocates came to me and said, you know, Councillor, we think this is an issue, can you bring this issue forward? I said, you know what, that's a very good point. I never thought of it that way, but you put something before me. Let's go get some information, and that's what the motion here is about.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. And just again, following on Councillor Fletcher's question to you, can you define an area in Toronto that would be similar, for example, to the south side of Chicago? I'm quite familiar with Chicago, by the way, to the south side of Chicago, where you simply can drive or walk and every person that you would see would look like me as opposed to yourself. I don't see that in Toronto. So how do we make that comparison?
Well, I mean, so I think the South Side is simply one of many neighborhoods in Chicago. And I think just like Toronto has over 240 also neighborhoods, like or 140 neighborhoods, excuse me. So it's not that we don't have those neighborhoods. What I'm saying is that if we have streets that are designed for fast moving vehicles, and this is a pretty important issue, then to really embrace Vision Zero in the long run, we're going to have to rethink our infrastructure, which is exactly what the urbanists in the European studies, sort of cities have started to do, is that by designing the streets to move slower, to become much more pedestrian friendly, then every community and every street will be safe.
Thank you. We need.
Madam Speaker, can I just, maybe I'm going to make a suggestion that will save everybody this
Well,
aggravation.
we need to
because,
be asking, Councillor Wong Tam.
No, Madam Speaker, what I was going to suggest is I'm happy to refer this to committee. There's probably a group of advocates that would be happy to come out and speak to it. These are their lived experiences that I've been trying to represent on the floor of council. This is their concern. I'm sorry that they never made it to committee to share that opinion themselves. And perhaps you need to hear from the communities themselves that this is their concern.
Well, okay, but maybe you could.
If that's helpful.
Maybe what you can do is withdraw your motion and send it to committee. But questions to Councillor Wong Tam is clarification of her motion. Now, Councillor Grimes, you said you had a question. Your name's not on the list. Councillor Robinson?
Yes, thank you. Are you aware that the intent of your motion appears to be that you want to pull out cameras? That's the impression I think that I have. And you're aware that Vision Zero is about the victim, as Councillor Bailao pointed out earlier, and it's data driven, as Councillor Carroll said. Are you aware of all those issues?
Yeah, and thank you very much, Councillor. And yes, I'm aware that there's been a perception that has been put forward that was not my intention. So perhaps I think the geographical area and the analysis of that information, to be quite honest, like it is something that I think staff can do fairly quickly, especially since they have the equity lens tools, and they should be doing it as far as I can tell anyways. So it was never my intention to pull out cameras from any of your communities. My goodness, you can do as you like. That's important. But I also thought it was very important and probably one that should have some consideration here, because we have community advocates who said, look, there may be an unintended consequence. Let's go get the information and take a look at it afterwards. That's all the motion really does. It doesn't move. It doesn't remove your cameras. It doesn't do anything else.
So I'm wondering if you've talked a lot about infrastructure and road treatment. I think maybe you might want to. I'm asking if you would like to reframe your motion to be more focused on that than the ASE program.
Let's do this, Councillor Robinson, because first of all, it was never my intention to think. I thought it was a fairly straightforward motion, even with its. Even as it was amended, but clearly there's, whatever has been set in motion is probably confusing a lot of council members. And I don't even think that the advocates and community members that came to me would want us to go down this conversation when clearly it is not what they intended. They simply wanted to put it in front of us. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to withdraw the motion. I tried to advocate for vulnerable communities that raised this issue with my office, especially around over-policing and racialized populations. I'm going to withdraw it for now, just to get us on with the business. And I will go and work with those communities because they came to me, and I'll find another way to bring this issue back. And hopefully that will resolve it. And so for the rest of council, you'll probably hear from those community members yourself at some point because I'm sure they're watching.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam is moving to withdraw her motion. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Is my motion not there? We sent it yesterday. We sent it again today. My motion should
Okay,
be there.
just one sec. Do we have Councillor Grimes' motion? Okay, Councillor Grimes, we do have your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
If you can put up on the screen.
Yes. Okay, if we can put Councillor Grimes' motion, there it is on the
Thank you,
screen.
Madam Speaker. City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to take the following actions on the Vision Zero Road Safety Plan. A, investigate contract options available for expansion of the permanent and mobile portal. Watch your speed beyond school safety zones. Bear with me. B, investigate strategy to better meet and exceed the annual target of implementation of 80 school safety zones each year. C, explore alternative data collection models to reduce the time to take obtained data and reduce the delay in conducting traffic studies. D, expand the role of in-road flexible speed signage posts across the city in 23. City Council requests the province to increase fines and penalties for drivers engaging in aggressive driving and excessive speeding at a scale that is expected to influence driver behavior. With that, earlier I felt Councillor Perk's frustration. I know we all are getting these calls. Vision Zero was implemented in 2016 and getting it rolled out. We've lost 2 years of that because of COVID. A lot of those studies that we have in our wards were kind of put on hold because we're not going to get correct data. But you know, it was put in there to stop these deaths that we hear about every day. People getting in by bikes, cyclists hitting by cement trucks. That's why this was put in. Traffic safety is number one concern I hear in my office. I'm sure we're all hearing the same thing. So, these flexible road safety mid-road signs, we have them on Prince Edward in my ward. They're well received. I've worked with the staff on this motion, but I just think this will help move things along a little bit quicker. I know this is all what we want to get. We're all hearing this, but I think this will help with what Councillor Perks wanted to happen, not exactly what he wanted to happen, but I think this should help move some of these things forward as COVID's really lost 2 years of our Vision Zero. But from what I'm hearing, people just want, better, safer roads. And I hear what Councillor Perks is saying, but hopefully this will alleviate a little bit of it, not all of it. So I ask you to support that motion.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, I just want to remind members of council it's 4 o'clock. If we don't complete the agenda tonight, we'll have to come back tomorrow. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion to deal with a specific community safety zone. The point of this motion, my office has been working with Dan Clement and transportation staff on this. This is a community safety zone request for the Oriole Park Public School community. Within the criteria for a community safety zone, there were just 2 issues that we needed to resolve when we worked together with staff. One is that it's on Avenue Road, which doesn't directly face the school. However, Oriole Park Public School is literally 1 block west of Avenue Road. So the catchment area is on the other side of, it captures the other side of Avenue Road, and therefore we have flocks of kids migrating back and forth every morning and afternoon. So so staff were fine with that. We just had to kind of leap that hurdle. The other criterion that we have not fully resolved is, and this is the only reason why they didn't recommend it, but they were fine to work with us on the motion, and we're going to work this out, is identifying a location for the machine itself, for the ASE. So they weren't able to immediately determine exactly where it would fit on the boulevard and the sidewalk. So we will work with them to identify the right property. But we do want to move forward even without it, or even
takes a while to figure out exactly the location, to be able to benefit for the school community at their request for the signage, the markings, and the increased fines, which I understand would come even before the machine would be put up. So I ask you to support this motion. And the next step is we're going to have to figure out where to put the machine.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to review and assess all arterial road segments within the Toronto and Eastern Community Council area in order to improve safety through the implementation of automated speed enforcement program on these streets, and report back in consultation with the city solicitor on the feasibility of and criteria for designating portions of those arterial roadways as community safety zones, along with an implementation plan as part of the planned report back to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee once enabling regulation framework for alternative penalty system for the red light, camera, and automated speed enforcement program is provided by the province. First, overall, if you read the report, it outlines clearly arterial roads are far more dangerous in our city and contribute far greater to deaths and serious injuries on our streets. What also we can observe in the report is that automated speed enforcement works. And it is one element that can be implemented as a result of implementing community safety zones. While I feel that Councillor Perks' motion was generally in order, I appreciate that staff wanted the opportunity to report back, as well as the solicitor's concerns around the word portion of roads in the way that the legislation is written. I would say that a portion of road can be the entire portion of road, but I've included that language portion and the report back in consultation with the solicitor and piggybacked on an existing report, all for a reason. The reason why it's on that existing report is we can't implement, if you read and it's highlighted in the report, the constraints, more automated speed enforcement until we improve the way that we actually process these tickets. We simply don't have the capacity to, is what the report says. We also heard from the transportation, from the solicitor that the appropriate mechanism, or what she believes the appropriate mechanism would be to have staff consult and bring it back. Again, I don't think that's specific in the legislation, but I resign the fact that that's the way that staff would appreciate it to happen. I worked with the solicitor and the general manager of transportation on this motion because I think it highlights some of the concerns that we have heard in the Toronto and East York Community Council. And just as a history lesson, there many years ago, a previous city council, we moved to reduce speed limits on residential streets from 40 to 30. I think it was either Councillor Wong Tam or Councillor Matlow or Councillor Perks. Whoever did it, it was a good move. Eventually, everyone got there, despite in early days, not everyone on council appreciating the importance of that. I think things have evolved since then. The reason why this is only Toronto and East York Community Council is not because I have any disregard to the residents at other parts of the city, but this is what we hear about regularly at community council, is the speed on our roads. And so I consulted with the other councillors on TYCC, and I think everyone was in agreement that this was an approach that they would like to pursue together. If other community councils would like to add on, I am open to that. If you'd like to wait and see what the report back looks like, I respect that as well. But I hope that you can support this motion and let us move forward with getting a report back on what would a systematic approach look like to upgrading the safety on our major arterial roads, which in the report did highlight our major source of death and serious injury on our roads.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion as well, but it is extremely local in nature. If it could be posted, there we are. Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is not just a pile-on local thing, me too, me too. I need to fix something. And I wish I didn't have to fix things this way. The reason you see the motion before you is I have an area where I have a little school community safety zone and a reduction of the speed limit. And then you go about a block and a half to an intersection. You turn the corner, you go a block and a half, and another zone starts. And so I have, in a relatively tight area, 2 roads that go 40, 30, 40, 40, 30, 40, 30, 40 between Bryan School, Muirhead School, St. Gerald School. Is that crazy? Yes, it is. But here's my problem with the constant tinkering with Vision Zero. What has happened now is we made a commitment that we were going to reduce these speeds in a coordinated way across the city. Pity for me, but and my constituents, but what I'm given to understand is that we started in the west and we're rolling from the west across to the east. And I'm quite a bit east of Yonge Street, as you know. And so I'm still waiting. This type of harmonization of the speeds, and where I'm having this little problem, where police really can't enforce because they've got to, on a hairpin, be right where they need to be as these as the cars try to figure out what speed they're going to go. I shouldn't have to do this, but the longer we take to really roll out and harmonize all of the initiatives within Vision Zero, if we don't, what I have is neighborhood by neighborhood, parent council by parent council, people asking for yet another traffic study. We'd like to have this, we'd like to have that. We've seen this in another part of town. Can I have this, that, or the other thing? Can I have a big traffic calming initiative? We all know that they shouldn't need half of those. We should just proceed with Vision Zero and let the citywide approach to it and the harmonized approach to it proceed. But as long as there is tinkering, I have to look at these dangerous spots, and this one has become a dangerous spot because it's become a little unenforceable, and make the change up front. So that's all I'm asking, is that we harmonize and take these particular roads and just make sure that they're all a consistent speed, and that speed is slow because it's just rife with school children walking to school in 3 different directions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just worry about us making very complex road safety decisions here on the floor of council without these being at committee first or even having reports on it. That's what we're doing. And really, I was really upset with that attempt to try and find out about the racialization of our cameras. And I know Councillor Wong-Tam really has good intentions, but you know, that's the beauty of the cameras, is they don't discriminate. There's just technology. You know, when we had police officers there, you could say the police officers had certain judgment, certain biases, but at least the camera is a neutral lens. It tickets everybody, rich, poor, young, old. They don't know, the camera doesn't distinguish. Now, we do have them in certain neighborhoods, but they're based on people in those neighborhoods wanting the cameras, begging for the cameras. So that's what we're trying to achieve here. We're trying to put the cameras in these acute neighborhoods where people want them. And I wish I had 10 times the number of cameras, because everybody is asking for them. And that's one of the things we've got to look at, is having a more robust rollout of cameras. But again, we're constrained by provincial legislation on where, how, and the type of technology. It took us 2 years to even get this permission for the speed enforcement cameras. And, you know, I had some experience with this. It was my private members' bills that brought in the red light cameras. And it took me 5 years of going around the province trying to get red light cameras accepted. And the opposition that there was to red light cameras was just incredible. Then the same with the speed enforcement, same opposition. So we've got to be very careful with this technology, because there's a lot of resistance to it. And people who get ticketed get very angry and very upset when they get these tickets, and they're wrong or speeding. So we've got to be very cognizant of the fact is that this is a incremental but holistic way of introducing technology, and not to ram it down people's throats. And again, I'm the big exponent of the technology, but I know the feedback that you get and the violent opposition you get to technology too, because it hits them in the pocketbook, and which it should. So let's be very methodical about this, and not to assume that people are going to accept cameras everywhere, and they're going to basically not challenge this. And, there have been court challenges. For years, there were court challenges on the technology, and especially the fact that the camera does not care who's driving. The ticket goes to the owner of the plate. And I think that's a good way of keeping it. And there's no excuses. You own the plate, you're responsible for that vehicle. And I just think that we've got to be very cognizant of the fact is that we have a lot of anxiety in this city over traffic. We all get it, we all know it, but we've got to respond in a methodical way. And I know Councillor Layton has moved a motion about doing a systematic approach on arterials in Toronto. Well, I represent part of Toronto, so that motion then leaves half of my ward out. And so people in my ward are going to say, well, why don't we have the same, comprehensive traffic calming plan that Councillor Layton and the people south of Eglinton have, that we can't get north of Eglinton? Because there is a Toronto north of Eglinton. It's been there for 150 years. So we've got to do this comprehensively, and that's why I even worry about Councillor Layton's motion, because it excludes the people who live in the former old Toronto in my ward, for instance. So I would like to have a motion, but I don't have the time right now with procedural bylaws, that I would like to include all the major arterials in North York to be part of that comprehensive review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Very much. This has been a interesting debate, discussion. The province is conducting a review, and then the city will follow by looking at our criteria for expansion. But obviously, school safety zones need to be prioritized, in my opinion, whether they're grade school or high school or preschool. So I have to agree with Councillor Cole's comments that I don't think it's appropriate to do things in a willy-nilly way, and we need to prioritize as a city based on the data where there's most incidences taking place. We heard Councillor Carroll talk about that earlier. That's where we target. So where there's victims and lives being lost or injuries, those are the areas we target first with this very effective tool. I mean, when we rolled out Vision Zero last term, there was a lot of things that didn't work, and there was many things that did. And clearly, road treatment is one of the most effective. But automated speed enforcement is a superstar. It's a gold star because it hits people in their pocketbook and it shifts behaviors. So I have all sorts of areas in my ward that would love this opportunity. Leaside is really, because of the crosstown being built across Eglinton, has just been infiltrated with speeding, traffic, people not stopping at stop signs, rolling through stop signs, so disrespectful in their neighborhood, as well as Davisville Village. And there's a street north of there called St. Leonard's that has a preschool at the end of it. And it also has serious issues because it runs from Bayview to Mount Pleasant. And there's lights at the two ends. So I could also move a whole bunch of motions, but there is a process in place that we should follow. And I am also very concerned about the debate we had earlier in this on this issue, because these cameras protect neighborhoods. That's what they do. You know, no matter what the lens is, they protect neighborhoods. And to even think about not having cameras somewhere, these things are a bonus. This is a huge win. Like I said, most of my neighborhoods would love this opportunity. So we need to prioritize, and we need to be strategic about how we address this, because this is not a problem that's going away. All of us know people that, I mean, I had a beautiful woman, and Councillor Cole and Councillor Matlow know this story, hit by a cement truck in my ward in Midtown. And none of us have really shaken that off. It was a horrific accident, and thankfully we were able to put some measures in place quickly. But we have to prioritize where we're seeing the highest rate of incidences and zero in on those. And so I don't feel that we should be doing this ad hoc approach to this, but instead really focusing on where the needs are, where the priorities are, and really pivoting to those as this process unfolds. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. May I have my motion displayed? Thank you. My motion is copied exactly MM 39.6, which we voted on today on hate crimes, but I took the words hate crimes out and replaced that with traffic enforcement capacity and Vision Zero. This debate is extremely important, and I've heard some very disturbing things. Some members have challenged me or asked me, you know, why do you vote against a change of a speed limit somewhere, or a stop sign, or a speed hump? And it's because I've always taken a very purist view towards road safety. I've always felt that it's an engineering problem more than anything else, and not a political one. We always have this temptation to get in and meddle with things. Some of the stuff I've seen today is shocking. You know, there was an attempt to open automated speed enforcement all over entire ward. It didn't make it to a vote, and there has to be more work on it. And there's some other motions that, you know, approach those concepts. And you know, I worry about them. We have this department of staff that we've hired to chase the data and to work with the resources that we've given them, 50 cameras, and go put them where they're needed most. And the pact and the advertising that we had done with the public when we did this is that we would start school zones and we would focus on them. And where, you know, there was an attempt almost to sort of change that all of a sudden. I feel very strongly that a live human being can create the best opportunity for enforcement, a police officer. They have the ability to be nimble. They have the ability to adjust to the conditions. They have ability to direct their enforcement where they see it's needed. They know their jobs. So if they've got to get out to a stop sign that's a problem, or a school zone, or just even an arterial road, they can do that. And my motion just simply suggests that maybe we put more resources into that aspect. So to go back to the principle of my approach to this being engineering, the other part of that, of course, is enforcement, but we don't do enforcement on council. We enable the enforcement to occur. And the most important thing I think we can do as council is resource that to happen. So I hope the vote is unanimous on what I've suggested, just given the passion at which a lot of people have spoken today about the need to address Vision Zero in the city. Enforcement is a very important part of it. And the mechanical police officers, I sort of joke around and call the Vision Zero camera, are one thing, but a live human being is something else completely different and has a very strong effect. And I will add the difference between a speeding ticket from a police officer and that of an ASE enforcement piece of equipment is that the one from the police officer is the Highway Traffic Act, and it goes on your insurance record. And so the impact is larger than just the monetary penalty. It means a lot, and it really gets people thinking. I often wondered why the complaints have been going up and what to do to address it. And it strikes me that if we could get some more enforcement in the city, I think it would make things better. So I hope you will support that motion. I hope it's clear to you. And I thank you. And I'm prepared for questions, Madam Speaker.
A point of order, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Did we not already do that? Was there not already a motion where we increased the police budget around Vision Zero in 2021? So this will be.
I will look into it, Councillor Fletcher.
Because if that's the case, then it's in the base budget, we've done that.
Okay.
So this might not be in order.
We'll look
Thank
into
you.
it. Okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, you have a question, clarification to the previous speaker?
I thought Councillor Perks, did you want to ask? It's okay. Okay. Yes, Madam Speaker. In fact, I was going to ask a similar question that Councillor Fletcher just about the budgeting for the police, but let me just ask through you to Deputy Mayor Holliday. You're looking for more police officers to do traffic enforcement. Is that the intent of your motion?
Well, it says additional personnel, technology, and other resources. I've left it kind of open. And to tell you the truth, I modeled it after the one that's here for hate crimes. So that wasn't very specific, but I would imagine it would probably mean more people.
Right. I understand, and I saw the technology piece, but if we're looking at adding more cameras and so on, presumably the police are not actually adding the cameras. It would be the city that would be adding the cameras. So what do you mean by technology for the police?
Well, I don't know, more radar guns, whatever they need.
So you're adding more police officers to do traffic enforcement?
I think police can come back and tell us what's required, but
No, but Councillor, you wrote the motion. I'm asking you, what is your intent with respect to your motion? I get that. I'm just understanding your intent.
My
Do you want
intent
more
is
officers?
well, it does say additional personnel, so I'm fine with that.
Right. And so typically they prioritize how they utilize officers. So for example, gun crimes and other types of crimes and so on, they're obviously now saying they're short of police officers. Are you suggesting then that they have to then make that choice between traffic enforcement and those types of priority crimes and so on?
Well, if we give them more money, perhaps we can ask them to prioritize Vision Zero with it, just like
So
we
we would-
did the hate crimes.
Okay, gotcha. So you'd like to see an increase in the budget for the police?
Yeah, for traffic enforcement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, clarification of the motion?
Yeah, Councillor Holliday, you're asking that there be more police officers issuing tickets, basically dealing with doing violations, etc. How are you going to deal with the days and hours that a police officer would have to spend in court proceedings? Because as you know, every ticket could be challenged and the officer in question who issued the ticket has to be there. How would you ensure that we weren't having police officers spend all day in court or sometimes weeks in court rather than being out there dealing with gun violence and other serious crimes?
Well, I think that's a great question you'd have to save for the police when they make their budget submission. I mean, that's why I've suggested that the Police Service Board bring these type of proposals forward. I can't possibly split out, the hours an officer would spend on the street and then dealing with the justice aspect of it. That's all part of the process.
Are you aware that before there were red light cameras, police officers who were called into court as a result of a red light running accident, which occurred at Dufferin and St. Clair that killed 2 people, that in that case, the police officer was on the stand for about 2 weeks. The charge was dismissed, as most red light camera runners' charges were dismissed because of the difficult threshold of proving that that person actually ran the red light at that time and place. Are you aware that it's almost impossible to have a police officer's testimony that could basically convict a red light runner, for instance?
Well, by your question, it sounds as though you kind of just given up on the police. I'm
not giving up on the
pretty,
police.
I'm pretty
I
firm
don't
with what
say
I've just
that.
suggested
Okay,
here.
okay.
It's pretty
object to
clear.
that.
This is
Just because
clarification.
I'm
This is,
questioning you.
Well, I don't know, Madam Speaker.
this is supposed to be
Sorry, Madam
clarification
Speaker,
of the motion.
Could you have the deputy answer the question that he was asked, if he's
Yeah.
aware of that situation, please?
It's a great story. There's my answer to the question.
not a
I don't
story.
know what that has
People
to
were
do with
killed.
the motion before us. Yeah, it's maybe it happened that way. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
But the motion is here. It says more resources to police, yes or no? Pretty
Thank-
straightforward.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Would you mind I can't see Councillor Holiday's motion in front of me. Is there a way to put that in front of me?
Can we put Councillor Holiday's motion on the screen, please?
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
There it is.
Okay, so this is like a copy paste of the hate crimes motion that we approved earlier to request the police service board to consider.
Yes.
Okay, so it is in order because we're not prescribing an operating budget to the police services board. It's simply
Yeah.
council asking.
It's to.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't actually understand what the controversy is about on this one. So you're simply saying, yeah,
neither do I.
So you're simply saying you're not adding any money, you're not subtracting any money, you're not telling them what to do. Is this essentially saying Vision Zero enforcement of the Highway Traffic Act is a priority to council, and we're asking you to put more into it to help get the job done?
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. That is a very eloquent way of saying it. Much in the same way we did with hate crimes, and much in the same way an individual council or even council can't point to the police and say, go do that. But we are signaling to them that Vision Zero is a priority, and the enforcement aspect that they perform is important. And, it should be resourced.
Councillor Holiday, are you aware that there are roughly, per division, roughly 2 officers allocated to enforce the Highway Traffic Act, or designated to enforce the Highway Traffic Act in a wide swath of Toronto per division?
Yeah, that's right. Sadly, I do know that because of the amount of work and the amount of complaints that we have to refer to the divisions. We know it's a mountain, and I think more resources in this area would help tackle that.
And is it not true that within the principles of the pillars of Vision Zero, that the 3 main pillars that we cite are regulation, speed, road configuration and design, and then enforcement? So do you believe that we need to do better on those goals, and enforcement is part of it?
All pillars are important, and enforcement is essential to success.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying sort of that this is a request to consider, because I think it's important to cite that in your motion.
Right. And you're correct, Councillor
Sorry.
Matlow. Councillor
I can't
Ford,
get my name on
3
the
minutes
speaker. Sorry, I can't get my
clarification
name
of the
on the
motion. Councillor Ford, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I won't take the 3 minutes, but my question over to Councillor Holiday is that just where if you're aware, as the budget came to the Toronto Police Services Board to the city, one of key priorities for the service, which has been, I would say, strongly identified by the chief, is increased traffic enforcement through Vision Zero, and that the service with the traffic enforcement unit, but as well as through the dedicated team through Vision Zero, will be increasing their enforcement across the city.
No, that's very good, but I didn't put 2022 in the motion. So, this is a signal looking forward.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Speaker, I cannot get my name on that list, and I'd like you to put that on, please. Thank you.
You want to ask a question?
Yes, and I can't get access on
Okay,
my
okay.
CMP. Thank you.
Okay, just one
Thanks.
sec. Counselor Wong-Tam, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much. With respect to the police budget, it's already been submitted to City Council through the Budget Committee. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I believe the budget process is in the late stage. So again, there's not a year put into this. It's forward-looking, and I believe it's a signal from council.
And the signal from council is to ask the police. So on top of the $25 million increase this year, which is a significant jump, on top of the fact that we already have provided funding for the Vision Zero enforcement expansion, council already did that. They already have allocated those funds. So even before it rolls out, you're saying ask them to come back and ask for more money. Is that correct?
Yep, either you support increased enforcement in the police or you don't. That's what the motion says.
Well, but I guess my point is that the police have already expanded the Vision Zero enforcement unit. They've already set their budget in terms of 18 additional officers, and they're adding this on top of their core complement. So what you're saying is that before we even have that sort of additional service rollout in the community, you're saying to the police, go back and think about what more you want, and then come back to City Council with more requests. That's what you're saying.
Given the vigor and passion of today's debate, I would think that it's important to councillors. And so I've set this up so that traffic enforcement remains important and an important aspect of the police service.
And I'm assuming you probably participated in some of the budget deliberations. You may have audited a few of those committees.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand that.
Did you hear the deputations that came forward at Budget Committee?
Yeah, I've seen the materials.
Okay. And did those materials and those deputations, the communications from the majority of the deputants, did you gather from them that they wanted us to increase the police budget? Is that the message that you got from the citizens of Toronto?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay,
So,
I think
I didn't listen to those budget deputations, but Madam Speaker, if I may answer it.
Yes.
I was at a town hall meeting. I was at a town hall meeting in the local division just 2 weeks ago. There was 100 people online from the community, and there was a couple of key themes that came out. But resounding was the concerns over traffic enforcement and the need for more. That was crystal clear. So I'm quite comfortable that is a very popular topic.
Okay, thank you.
You've broken up. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thanks so much. Yes or no would be great. Are you aware that in 2020, there was a $1 million increase in the police budget in order to have officers do enforcement around Vision Zero? And the current
I can't remember all the details. I know there's
Yes.
been incremental increases.
Thank you. And today it is in the transportation budget that we pay for it. And in this budget, it's $3.5 million for 2022 in the transpo budget in order to
Excellent.
support the police, and we pay for
Excellent.
that out of the city budget.
That's
Correct?
excellent. That's
Did
excellent.
yes, so that's already there. And that what they do is expand, they really look at all the crash data, the speed data. They're very focused in that way. So they are an integral part already of Vision Zero. And those discussions take place with the city and the police so that all the efforts are united. Are you quite aware that that's the ask this year?
I am aware there's a very good program.
Good.
Absolutely. And
I
there's
will be
always room for
referring your
better.
motions, Mr. Deputy
okay.
Mayor, because that's it.
And-
Thank you.
and-
Just
and
making
if-
sure everybody
if-
knows that.
if
Okay.
members of
It's okay, I'm
council-
gone. I'm done.
We're getting off track. Please.
I know it's pretty clear to me, Madam Speaker. If members of council support more, say yes, and if they don't want it, say no.
Okay.
It's kind of like a debate here.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, clarification of the motion, please.
So as I understand it, you're acknowledging that police services already has a spending envelope based on budgetary allocations, the police services board, budget committee, and the whole package is going to come to council. So they have a spending envelope. So all we're doing is giving some direction on what one of our priorities is, which is traffic safety and saving lives. And if I understand your motion, you're saying within their wiggle room, assigning personnel, you're saying traffic safety is very important.
Well, as a general statement, yes, Councillor Pasternak. And, I'm not trying to intervene or hijack on the existing budget process. I think it's just important that council send the signal that this remains a priority and that council is prepared to resource the necessary enforcement needed to advance Vision Zero. It's very simple, and it's very similar to the motion that you wrote for hate crimes. Another horrible thing that happens.
Okay.
Right. So our motions didn't give them more money. Our motions are giving them some direction on how to allocate personnel to fulfill policy objectives.
Well, it does, but it opens the door for them to come through the budget process in the future, understanding that this is a priority for council.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I have some motions there and I haven't gotten them back from the clerk. I'm sorry about that. I sent them in a while ago.
Do we have Councillor Fletcher's motion? No, we don't. Oh,
Don't get that. All right, I'll have to stand pat now.
okay, that's what I mean. Okay, we have it, but it's not ready, so I'll go to the next speaker. Councillor Thompson?
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I do have a motion. I hope it's ready.
Okay, just one sec, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, your motion is on the screen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I want to, first of all, just say that this discussion is extremely important to all of us. And I also respect the professional guidance that we've gotten from Barbara Gray and her team. I would not normally move the motion as I have in conjunction, and I certainly thank Councillor Layton for his suggestion to add to, because that's what I'm actually doing, because it appears to me that the challenges that are being experienced by the residents in Toronto and East York are also similar to the challenges that are experienced by obviously all of us, but particularly in my ward, and I'll just speak to that. Safety is an important piece of the daily exercise and conversation I have with members of my community. On my major arterial roadways, pretty well every one of them, Birchmount, Lawrence, Midland, Eglinton, McCowan, Warden, Victoria Park, I have lost some of our residents to traffic occurrences. I don't call them accidents because, accidents for the most parts are unavoidable. But in many of these instances, they were avoidable. But because of speed, which continues to be a major problem and concern, and it causes, obviously, tragic outcome for many in my community. I cannot tell you the number of kitchen tables that I've had at in order to console grieving family members because they've lost a loved one, whether or not it was just before Christmas or a loved one going to work or simply standing at a bus shelter, Speaker. So it is a problem with respect to not simply the road designs and so on, but largely speeding. And yes, there are other elements as well, but we are suffering from the impact of speed in our neighborhoods. I can tell you that it is not gun crime in my neighborhood. It is actually speeding and the implications associated with that and the results of that, where my residents are dying in a number of cases. And pretty well all the streets here that I've mentioned, we have lost 1, 2, and in some cases 3 individuals who've lost their lives. I could say that this traffic staff and Ms. Gray and her team are in fact working, quite diligently with my office and our community. I will say that, Ms. Gray's staff have just been terrific helping us. But clearly, if we can accelerate the ability to ensure that more of my residents are safe in streets like Biscayne and many others, where we get demand for enforcement, where I know that Cheryl Bozine has been absolutely spectacular in her response to the challenges that have been brought to her through complaints from residents for my office, and she and others have been doing a great job. But clearly there's an opportunity here for this to be accelerated and to ensure a safer community in my ward. Clearly all of us want safer streets and safer communities, and it is an important situation for us to make the needed investment. I know that utilizing technology is probably the best approach, as opposed to simply thinking that we will have more police officers on the streets. Police officers are obviously short as they are in terms of the numbers, and they are being tasked and required to do a tremendous amount of work. I would imagine that, as being a former member of the police service board, that they prioritize things. So, gun crimes and some of the other incidents with knives and things like that would take priority over other types of policing matters. And clearly they do the best job in terms of trying to protect and making our society safe. But I do think that based on what I'm seeing here today, that I want to add my ward as well, because it's extremely important for me to do everything possible to make sure that my community is safe. So
10
adding
seconds.
Ward 21 to that is what I'd like to do on behalf of my residents. So thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Councilor Lee.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yep, thank you. It's just, I just wanted to clarify, in adding your ward, and you discussed, you laid out some fairly major arterials there, Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
That your preference is to have a camera where that license plate, there's no arguing. There's nobody sitting in court and someone saying, well, I wasn't driving, it's not my, et cetera, and have police resources in court all day. You'd rather have the picture that says your car did that and here's the $300, you got to pay it. Is that your preference?
It is 100% my preference. And in fact, I think that's a preference in many cities around the world, Councillor Fletcher.
And that actually part of the ASCs were driven through Toronto Police Service because they're tired of having their officers sitting in court just to have a JP, Justice of the Peace, throw out the ticket because somebody has now said, I can't pay that, or I wasn't driving. Is that your understanding as well? That that's part of the impetus of the TPS partnering with our transportation division to make Vision Zero and ASCs as effective as possible?
Yes, and conversation with police officers and so on, many have told that they'd rather that we use technology as opposed to police personnel for these types of safety measures. In fact, that they find that there's opportunity to utilize their time more efficiently to fight the types of crimes that we want our officers to be utilizing their time for.
So as far as resources are concerned, it would be better to have whatever amount this might be get plowed into the Vision Zero cameras and getting the administrative penalty system set up so that we can actually slow down people. Once you get a $300 ticket, you're usually pretty careful on that street after. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I would. There's a level of utility that's associated with that. And in fact, I've had a couple of my residents who've actually gotten the tickets at Victoria Park and Lawrence specifically, and it actually got their attention more so than when they got a ticket from a police officer because they're going to fight it and so on. And the speeding enforcement tickets, there is a tendency for them to want to actually resolve that sooner as
Yes,
possible.
and go and fight it in court. So
Yeah.
no court fighting. So would you agree that there's really no need for the motion from Councillor Hall, Deputy Mayor Holliday, that we actually are in a different direction, including the police service is in the same direction as we're going at the moment?
Well, I would say that we recognize the need, obviously, to have additional police enhancement and enforcement with respect to our road and traffic activities. We have actually made that investment, and we continue to do so. To add more to that element of policing, I would say that we'd rather be putting it into technology, and I think it would be actually best use of policing time. Yes, I don't disagree with having more police officers. It's just that this is not the type of utility that I want police to be spending their time on. I'd rather they do it with other, more important crime activities, if you will. And I use the term important from the perspective of this. It's important in terms of recognizing that in our streets, safety is extremely important. But in terms of police officers on every corner and every block, that's never going to happen. I think we can have more cameras utilized to make our communities safer.
Thank you.
And we know that there.
That was it, Councillor Fletcher. You're
Sorry.
way over
Yeah,
3
I got it.
minutes.
Okay,
Clarification of the motion.
you're the best.
Councillor Cole, clarification of the motion only.
Yeah, yes, Deputy Mayor Thompson, as a former member of the Police Services Board, was there any ability for the Police Services Board or the TPS to do anything about the days and days of wasted by police officers who had to attend court cases over ticket disputes? Was there any way?
Councillor Cole, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you need to ask questions on Councillor Thompson's motion. Clarification of his motion. He did not move a motion
Sorry.
about police officers.
Well, anyways, sorry for that, Madam Speaker,
Yeah.
but I'll ask another question on the motion.
On his
Hopefully you'll
motion
accept this
only.
one.
On his motion.
Absolutely, just his motion.
Yes.
Would you consider it a friendly amendment if you could add my ward plus Ward 8? as
I would consider that an honor, Councillor Cole, to add Ward 8 to a portion of the motion. Yes, I would consider it a friendly amendment. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. See the cooperation?
Well, thank you for that. Okay, so Councillor Ford to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As usual, I will try and be brief. So, look, I support the report in front of us. I want to thank city staff and Barbara and her team for bringing this forward. Of course, as you can see through the discussion today, this is a very important topic to all of our communities across the city, including mine. This is a conversation that I've had with city staff, I think, going back months, about adding certain segments of roadway in North Etobicoke through consultations with residents and whatnot, bringing it to the attention of city staff to see if we can create a community safety zone in certain areas. I'm happy, it is being put into the report, and it's gone through a process, and it's in this report. So I want to thank city staff for that. But unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of, and I'm sure they're all rightfully intended, or good intentions, no doubt. But there's a lot of amendments to the item that's just happened on the floor of council, and I don't think that is the most responsible approach to how we approach this stuff. I think it's really important that we work with city staff, to know many councillors do, and a lot of these should have been done through that process. So I won't support an amendment. And then, of course, a lot to talk on enforcement by Toronto Police. Having sit on the police services board through the budget process and whatnot. Not to speak for the chief, but I know Toronto Police are putting a huge emphasis on traffic enforcement across the city. He's committed that to our board, and the budget coming to City Council is one of the priorities baked into that budget. Is traffic enforcement across the city and pedestrian safety. So that's all that I will add to this debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
I just want to clarify. I thought we were waiting on Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, we're still waiting. No?
I just wonder if clerks received
okay,
a motion about
just one
senior
sec,
safety
Councillor Fletcher.
zones. Sorry, Speaker, if you could just ask.
Hold
if
on,
there
hold
was a
on.
motion
Councillor
that they
Fletcher,
got for
hold
senior
on.
Safety zones.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have your motion, Councillor Fletcher. Go ahead.
How many do you have?
2.
Thank you. I would have made a third, but I will make my motions here. And essentially, just if this other one passes for the arterials, then this will be redundant. But should it not pass, this area, and Councillor Grimes and I are working on that motion for him for the cement trucks on Commissioners and on Leslie Street. So this is just to create that community safety zone there, should this not pass for the arterials, because it's very dangerous having 150 cement trucks in one place. Go ahead, next one, please. There was also, I'd like to get this report. There is also a senior safety zone that I came across at a library up in Agincourt, and it was a great one. I'll hold it up here. It was through Transportation Services and others. So it was Bonus, Birchmount, Kennedy, and all seniors buildings there. And that was a whole piece that was run with seniors. Very exciting. And a workshop. Apparently there's other things going on that we don't all know about. And this seemed like a fantastic thing. It's very much along the lines of what Councillor Wong-Tam was trying to talk about earlier in looking at specific areas. These are basically Chinese seniors all living here. And it's a zone to have that workshop and look at ways to make that safer as well. Of course, if there's any red light cameras, people that would be in that area. I was going to simply move a motion, which I didn't have a chance to do around Councillor Holiday's motion, because I think that this one, and I believe strongly in enforcement. I think everybody believes strongly in enforcement. I was just lucky that somebody, I think it was probably former Councillor and Deputy Mayor Case Otis, made O'Connor a safety zone. Community safety zone. So getting the red light camera, automatic speed enforcement there was very simple. And that happened in the year 2000. So that was happening. Only having them on school sites, all of our school sites in the old city of Toronto, Toronto East York, are all 30. Everything is a 30 if it's not an arterial. Very few schools are on arterials. So adding the arterials means that we are really starting to able to focus on where people truly speed. And I really was happy to see Deputy Mayor Thompson at Ward 21, because up on those big 8 lanes, 6 lanes, people, we hear all the time, people are crossing in the middle of the street, and unfortunately, sadly, they are dying. So if there's any move to add arterials, I certainly am going to support that. But I do think that we need to find, if we're going to add into the police budget in that way, we need to find the offset. And that really should be from parking enforcement, because money from cars should go back out to do that. Even though I find it's very efficient, I think Councillor Cole really hit the nail on the head. Officers don't want to be sitting in a courtroom for 5 hours waiting for somebody to fight a ticket that doesn't show up, or sitting for 5 hours waiting for somebody who's fighting a ticket that they know should be a ticket. And then, oops, the justice of the peace says, oh, okay, you don't have to pay. That must be so frustrating. These are well paid employees of TPS, well paid, 90,000, 100,000 a year, good jobs. We don't want them. We want them enforcing, and they are helping Vision Zero, $3.5 million. They crunch all the data. They give our staff and say, here's where this should go. This should happen. On O'Connor, they knew every single accident site. This is where their brains and good expertise should be, not sitting over at Old City Hall while somebody's fighting a ticket all day long. So I think that's old technology. Write the ticket, go to court, wait, etc. New technology is use the brains of our fantastic TPS to analyze all that data. So we
10
will increase
seconds.
that number. It's gone from 1 million to 3.5 for the police. I'm sure we will increase that relatively based on what they ask for, not what we decide they need.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to speak for just a minute. First of all, I want to thank staff for the report. Vision Zero and the speed cameras are very important in my ward, and that's why I know Councillor Holiday never supports my requests at Community Council, the number of requests I get for speed humps in my ward because of the speed on a number of my streets in my ward. My ward in particular, and I'm sure other wards as well, where you have the 400, 401, where cars are coming off the highway, thousands of cars, and rather than drive on the major arterial road, they're going down residential streets from Weston to Jane to Keele, and you have the speeding. So everybody wants either speed humps or speed cameras. So I do support the report. And I do know that in my ward, when I have made requests to reduce speed limit, I put a request through Community Council, and staff are they're working with my staff, and we're actually very successful in getting these speed limits reduced. And so I do have a lot of traffic issues that come through in my ward at Community Council especially, and thanks to Community Council for supporting my request. I remember years ago on Eglinton Avenue, and I believe it was Islington, years ago, where they had a police car, a vacant police car, just parked on the boulevard to reduce the speed along Eglinton Avenue. And believe it or not, it really worked. Police slowed down when they seen that cruiser just parked there, not knowing it was empty, but just the visual on that police car, everybody stopped and slowed down. I mean, of course, we're not doing that now, but I mean, we're going back years where we actually, in community safety and zones, we increased fines to double the fines in some areas as well. I believe that was when Mayor Miller was our mayor quite a few years ago. So I do support the report, and I just want to say I have a few speed cameras in my ward, and last week when I went to church, my priest came to me and complained that he got a speeding ticket from the camera. I said, well, why were you speeding? And he said, well, this is, he said, this is twice I received a ticket. I says, but why are you speeding? And he says, well, I don't know. But anyway, so it does work. And I don't believe he's speeding anymore when he goes to church. But anyway, thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that City Council reiterate its request to the Ontario Ministry of Transportation to undertake all necessary measures to expand the automated speed enforcement program further in order to fully realize Vision Zero, including expediting the review of the ASE program and permissible locations and implementation of the administrative penalty system. I know it seems like we were really divisive today, but I think if we look at the consensus, we all agree on road safety. We all agree on the need to invest. We all agree that we want to slow people down. And when we have these debates, it can become really hard to look at the good that we've done. And so I do want to point out that our Vision Zero rollout this year is the biggest that we've ever had. And we have
Councillor
a-
McKelvey, sorry I had to interrupt, but don't you have two motions?
Oh, in the second motion. All right, sorry, I have a second motion to amend, and I was on a roll. I have a second motion to amend Councillor Layton's, that be citywide. After he brought that forward, I had many councillors spoke about how they wanted that in their words, or they expressed that interest to me if they had already spoke as well. So it's expanding that to say to the City of Toronto wide. So back to my role. You know, I do think that we have consensus here, and I think we're united in wanting to slow cars down, to improve pedestrian safety, to improve cyclist safety. And this year's proposed budget that will be coming to us has the biggest investment we've ever put into that. And this year is $64 million. But I get it. We're frustrated and we want things to go faster. And I've heard 4 things. And I just want to remind people of some of the other actions that are happening outside of this conversation. So regarding the rollout of the automated speed enforcement, just to remind you that the mayor did write to committee, and under his leadership, we're looking to push forward on an extra 25 cameras this year and looking to advance that. Councillor Layton has a great motion that's here today too, that's looking to expand how we roll out ASE. Likewise, my motion looks to do that as well. We also heard Councillor Perks speak to the need for complete streets. And just to remind you that last month, we did as a council vote to have the Deputy City Manager report back in the first quarter of 2023 with recommendations on the process and staffing changes required to have complete street designs considered for every major road rehabilitation project. So there is work that's going to be done that on as well. We want to enhance Vision Zero. Councillor Grimes brought forward great motions around that today as well. And we want to expand community safety zones. And I want to point out number 9 in this motion, that City Council direct the General Manager, Transportation Services to review the existing criteria for establishing community safety zones and consider including other sensitive community areas such as senior safety zones and locations near parks and community centers, and report back to IEC once the province has reviewed the automated speed enforcement program. So all of these things are in motion. I want to give a huge thank you to city staff that have been true champions of the Vision Zero project, who've also been very patient for us, who keep changing things on them on a regular basis and bringing forward new reports and new report back dates. And they've been very accommodating of all of those requests. I also, as much as I regret to say this, I also want to let you all know that you're all invited to come to IEC committee when these issues are up there. Bring those motions forward there so we can talk about those. And that's in particular for ones where you're amending specific areas in your wards. I think that, we're all a little hesitant to do that on the floor today when we don't see the other information. While I am prepared to accept those today, I don't know that I will be in the future when I know that this report is coming forward to look at us in a very data-driven, systematic way. So do come to IEC, bring those motions there, submit them. That's a great forum for us to get information on the spot. Should we not have it, we can also ask for a report back in 2 weeks with some additional information so that when we get here, we're making better informed decisions. So thank you again to city staff. Thank you to all of you on council, because I think we have that shared vision. And thank you to Mayor Tory for his leadership in advancing the purchasing and implementation of those 25 additional automated speed enforcement cameras.
Thank you. If we can put the motions on the screen, please.
Madam Chair, on a point of order, can you split Councillor Grimes' motion? I'd like to vote separately on number 2.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Speaker, we should probably just record them all.
That's such a waste of time if we don't need to.
Okay, first motion
Also
is
expensive.
Are you asking for every single one to be recorded? Stephen?
First motion is motion 4 by Councillor Matlow. All in favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 4 carries. The vote is 22 to 2.
Next motion. Motion 6 by Councillor Carroll. Recorded vote.
Recorded?
Motion 6 carries. The vote is 22 to 2.
Next motion. Motion 9A by Councillor Fletcher. Recorded vote.
Motion 9A carries. The vote is 22 to 2.
Next motion. Motion 3 by Councillor Grimes and a separate vote, so we're voting on one first. Okay, one first, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, thank you. Speaker, Part 1 of Motion 3 carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Part 2.
Councillor
Sorry,
Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I have to ask, are we on part 2 of the motion?
Yes.
For some reason, my portal is not showing me the content of part 2. It's showing me yes or no to vote, but the content.
You gotta scroll up, Shelley.
It,
Scroll up.
oh, it's just this little piece. Okay, thank you.
Part 2 of Motion 3 carries. The vote is 21 to 3.
Okay, next motion. Motion 10B by Councillor McKelvey. Recorded vote. So motion. Okay.
Motion 10B carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, next motion. Okay, so that motion passed, so motion 8 is redundant. So next motion? Okay, motion 5 as amended, we'll put it on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please. Motion 5 is amended, carries. The vote is 21-3.
Next motion. Motion 7 by Councillor Holliday, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 7 carries. The vote is 14-10.
Okay, next motion. Motion 9B by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Motion 9B carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Motion 10A by Councillor McKelvey, recorded vote.
Motion 10A carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, item is amended, recorded vote.
Item IE 27.8 as amended carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. We'll do quick releases now. Does anybody have any quick releases? Quick releases?
Yes.
Councillor Pasternak, I believe that you wanted one earlier. Councillor Perks, quick release? No? Councillor Bylaw, quick release?
Sorry, there's one that Councillor Grimes is going to release. I just wanted to let him know that it's fine to do that now.
Oh, okay. Which, sorry, Councillor Perks, which one was that one?
Madam Speaker, I can give it to you. It's MM 39.33.
Oh, right, okay. So can you release it now then?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Mark, are those motions ready for 11 yet?
I'm going to check, Councillor Fletcher, yeah.
Okay, do we have the amendment on that? Okay, we'll put
You should
the,
have it. The clerk should have it. You should
okay,
have it.
there it is. There it is, there it is. On the screen. On favor of the amendment, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have another one. If the clerk has 3911, MM 3911.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, you didn't have your name on the list.
Well, I was trying to get it on there. You just asked me. I was trying to get it on there. And then Councillor Perks brought my name up, so.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, MM 3911, you're releasing?
I think the
I
clerk.
haven't seen it yet, Mark.
Okay, and Councillor Fletcher, Matt, does the clerk have my amended motion?
Maybe you could send it to me, please.
Clerk should have it there.
Yeah, but I haven't had a chance to read it.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, hold it down till Councillor Fletcher sees it.
Could you just get the clerks to send that to you so I can
Right.
actually read it ahead of time, and then it could be released?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bylaw, quick release.
PH 30.6, our Plan Toronto update on growth plan conformity and municipal comprehensive review.
You're releasing? Okay.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
PH 30.6, Councillor Bylaw is releasing. On favor, carried. Councillor Carroll, quick release.
I'm looking for the number. It's EY 29.3. But 29.10. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to move a motion other than staff recommendations, given the lateness of the hour. I was going to make a speech because staff have said they would solve this development problem in the ordering of approvals that would not have made this tree situation arise, but I'll save it for another day and move the staff recommendations. Sorry, the committee recommendations. Sorry to be imprecise. The committee recommendations.
Okay, so you don't have to move it. It's already on the floor. Just release it.
Thank you. It's released.
Okay, EY 2910, on favor, carried. Councillor McKelvey.
I have one.
Oh, sorry, did you have another one?
A minute.
Yes?
I think that was me, not
Okay.
Councillor Carroll.
Okay, just hold on. I can only do one at a time. I'm
I
with
know.
Councillor Carroll now. Councillor Carroll, did you have another one? No?
No, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We're going to Councillor McKelvey now. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion that I was moving on behalf of Councillor Lai has been advance circulated, so if nobody wants to hold it, I think we can vote on MM 39.8, and Councillor Mantis asked for a recorded vote on the amendment and the item.
Okay, so do we have the amendment? Okay, there it is. Councillor McKelvey's amendment on MM 39.8. Okay. All in favor?
Councillor Mantis asked for.
Sorry, I need a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote, please.
Aye.
Councillor Layton, it appears to us you have not received the vote on your computer. Could you
Send it
state
to
your
my
vote?
personal.
Could you state
Vote
your
in
vote?
favor?
Thank you. Speaker,
Thank you. Can we get,
the, um, motion 1 carries 22-2.
Okay, item as amended.
thank you. And can we get a recorded vote on the item as amended? Thank you.
Okay, item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please, and Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, please. Thank you. Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay. Next. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I have a quick release with a quick amendment. It's North York Community Council 2922, requirements for posting building permits. Just the amendment just basically calls for the builders of big towers, construction sites to have a notice the same as you have for infill residential. Is more clarification. The builder's name, phone numbers is just bigger. So that's what it's all about.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item as amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, Councillor Grimes.
I'm sorry, MM 39.21, I've had those questions answered about recreational agreements. Thank you, I can release that. And Councillor Grimes and I have a kumbaya on the 11, ready to move that.
Okay, hold on. Just one at a time. MM 3921, Councillor Fletcher is releasing, on favor, carried. So now we'll go to MM 3911.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank Councillor Fletcher and the Mayor's Office, Mayor Tory, and staff to get this all put together. And I think Councillor Fletcher's happy now with that. Just going to put a hard stop on this ML concrete that you've all heard about, and give an end date to evict them out of their current location and move them to a new location. With that, ask your support. A recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Kumbaya vote.
Okay, but
Well, I might not support the move, but I
Okay.
support the motion.
Councillor Grimes, your motion is on the screen, 1A. There's two motions. Recorded vote. Oh, Councillor Grimes, you have to place your motions.
Okay, they're on the screen. Do I have to read them out?
No.
Okay, they're on the screen. I'll move them both.
Recorded. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, recorded vote.
The first motion, motion 1A, carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, motion 2, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Thank you. Motion 1B, Speaker, carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Item as amended carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, and I'd like to release CC 39.2, move the city solicitor supplementary report on this item, CC 39.2A, with recommendations. All in favor? Show of hands, carried.
Speaker, I'd like to move that we have
Okay,
2 items left. to
Councillor
finish them
Fletcher,
and
can
finish
you
the
just
meeting,
hold on
please.
for a sec, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Happily.
Item is amended, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. All right, Councillor Pasternak, IE 27.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Yes?
Speaker, I just said we have the 2 items left. I wonder if we can just move to complete them and then finish the meeting, please. I'd like to do that.
So, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Speaker,
Yes?
Thank you, Madam.
are you
Oh.
unable to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So you're moving to finish the agenda?
The 2 items,
Yeah,
on the agenda.
okay, but why don't we do that when we get closer to 6 o'clock?
Well, it's
Okay.
already 20 to 6.
No, it's
Oh, no,
5:30.
it's 5:30. I'm sorry. That's right. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
My clock's off.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, IE 2713, you held it down, Baycrest Ride?
Yes, Councillor Cole and I just have a few remarks. I don't have any questions for staff.
Cole, do you have questions of staff?
No questions.
Okay, so
No question.
Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. What we are adopting today is Bike for Brain Health, and this is the Baycrest Foundation's fundraising arm of Baycrest. It will follow the same structure and route of the former Heart and Stroke Ride for the Heart. The foundation has an ambitious goal of raising $5 million with participation of 10,000 riders or more. Serving our city's older, vulnerable population for more than 103 years, Baycrest has established itself as a world-leading academic health sciences center. Baycrest is a global leader in geriatric residential living, healthcare, research, innovation, education, with a special focus on brain health and aging. It provides a continuum of care for older adults, including independent living, assisted living, long-term care, and a post-acute hospital specializing in the care of adults, all within one campus. Baycrest also is home to the world-renowned Rotman Research Institute, premier international center for the study of human brain function. Scientists at the Rotman Research Institute have helped educate the public about the benefits of healthy lifestyle choices on brain health. They continue to investigate the ways to stay brain healthy throughout our lives and ultimately to defeat dementia. And I'm sure all of us with aging parents, dementia has struck so many Canadians over the years. The organization has made its mission to provide everyone the tools they need to make their later years the best years of their life. As we all know, our seniors population was one of the hardest hit during the pandemic. Over the last 2 years, Baycrest has emerged as one of the leading voices on how best to excel in the delivery of long-term care during the pandemic. Its expert help inform much of the discussions around scientific planning tables across the region to set standards of care during COVID-19. Funds raised by the Bike for Brain Health will go to support Baycrest's leading edge aging and cognitive neuroscience advancements in the mitigation of age-related illnesses and impairment, and the care treatment of patients living with dementia, Alzheimer's, and other brain function-related illnesses, as well as Baycrest's urgent needs. Overall, Baycrest aims to continue integrating evidence-based research, innovation, care, and education to bring dementia solutions to the world and help everyone fear no age. I'm sure when people put a list together for aging adults, Baycrest is almost on everyone's list. The Baycrest Ride for Brain Health will play an integral part in helping the organization achieve its goals, advance its delivery of care, and continue to lead innovation in age tech and help educate Toronto about brain health. It'll be a remarkable event. Its funds will go to make for a healthier future, to help our aging population, and we look forward to seeing everyone on June the 5th. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Cole, did you want to speak?
Yes, it's Baycrest is my local hospital. It's the largest employer in my ward, employing a couple thousand people and 3,000 volunteers. Incredible. And I just want to say that this event would Ride for the Brain would essentially raise money for this incredible center, which is a hospital, long-term care facility, and the world's top brain research center, the world's, right here in Ward 8 at the top of Bathurst Street. So you can be part of this, and I'm hoping that Councillor McKelvey especially, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Fletcher and her old beat-up bike, and even Councillor Grimes will come out on June the 5th and ride for the brain and ride for Baycrest. So this is an important way of us helping them continue to do their incredible work, helping not only seniors, but everybody who benefits by this jewel of an iconic place we have right here in the heart of Toronto. Thank you very much. And remember, Councillor Fletcher, I want to see you on June 5th.
I'll be wearing my helmet.
Thank
my
you.
brain.
Okay, on the item? On favor?
Recording?
Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, if there's a member who's voted but does not have their camera on, would they mind doing that so we can cross-reference the tiles with the votes? Councillor Perruzza, are you present and in the meeting? We've received a vote for you, but I don't see you on the screen. I'll call one more time, Madam Speaker. Councillor Perruzza, are you present in the meeting? Madam Speaker, because Councillor Perruzza hasn't responded, we're going to remove him from the vote. The item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll go to the last item. Okay, so MM 39.14, members' motion. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff from any member? Councillor Fletcher, questions to staff?
No, I'm fine.
Does
Not yet.
anybody have any
Do I have to-
questions?
I do, but I'll defer to the local councillor. She held the item.
Okay, but the local
Do I have
council.
to ask the questions first?
Oh,
Sorry, do I have
yes.
to ask those
Okay,
questions
please.
first? Thank you. Then I will.
Okay,
Yes, I'll
Councillor,
ask the city manager.
Councillor Fletcher,
Speaker.
please. Try not to
I
keep your
asked
mic
you-
on. And so, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fletcher does not have any questions. Do you have any questions?
Sorry, Speaker, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I asked you, do I have to ask the questions first? And that
Yes.
was my attempt. So thank you. So now I have my name on the speakers, on the question list.
Okay, I did ask. So
As you can see.
are there any questions? Please put your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher,
Thank you.
questions?
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask for the city manager or deputy city manager, probably the city manager if he's on the line, please.
Yep, I'm here.
Can't see you. There somewhere.
Yep.
This is, we agree that, I think you'd agree with me, this is an exceptional request. Am I correct?
Yes, through the speaker, it is an opportunity that is well worth pursuing, yes.
And the due diligence of the city is very clearly laid out, that you and the CFO and the DCM for Community Services would have the authority to do that due diligence based on the kind of emergency situation we're finding ourselves in.
That's correct.
And that one of the goals here is this does not automatically mean anybody is getting any loan. There are a whole number of high bars to meet prior to that situation, including your review.
Yeah, through the speaker, I think as you read the motion and all the detail of the motion, it's very clear to me, clear to the CFO, clear to the deputy city manager that there are matters that have to be addressed before any monies would be loaned to the amount that's identified. So yes, there are standards that have to be met, and there is, as I understand, work underway by the proponent to try and secure the financing for the facility. And there's a deadline that we've established, and with some exception to that deadline if need be, but there are certainly thresholds or bars that have to be cleared in order for the money to flow.
And that out of the pandemic, one of our early goals was to build back better, correct?
Yes, and as through the speaker, as we heard earlier today, the importance of culture in this community and the arts in particular. And so this is, to me, an opportunity, again, subject to the due diligence, which I think is clear in the motion, an opportunity to, further enhance a community that has phenomenal culture to begin with. But this is just another example of council being able to, to satisfy that requirement.
And just that having been rent evicted, these folks would like to create a permanent music venue, and that would be a positive thing for the city since we've lost quite a few music venues to development, actually, including the rent eviction.
Yes, through the speaker and talking with Mike Tanner and just the work that he's doing as staff. I mean, this is a very positive opportunity subject to the due diligence that you point out, Councillor.
And the rehearsal space that we talked about earlier that we approved, that's also something we're looking for. It potentially could be built in this location, since we're losing a lot of that as well to development.
Through the speaker, that's my understanding, yes.
So do you have any deep reservations in proceeding in this way with the diligence added in here, your due diligence?
Through the speaker, no, in short.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, I have quite a few names on the list to ask questions. So I guess it would be appropriate at this point to move a motion to extend to finish this last item.
So moved, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay. To finish the agenda, yes. And this is the last
Yes.
item, and then we do the bills. On favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions to staff?
Who has reviewed this agreement from the city, this proposal from the city side? Who's reviewed this motion? Is it the CFO that I speak with? Is Heather Taylor there?
Through the speaker, Heather Taylor is here, and Paul Johnson, Deputy City Manager, Community Social Services.
Can I speak with Heather? Can I ask questions, Madam Chair? Can I ask questions of the CFO?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, this is for us to give secure what would be a line of credit for this organization. Is that fair to say? Is that your interpretation?
Loan guarantee, correct.
It's a loan guarantee. So in this arrangement, we've done unsecured loan guarantees before, like Just for Laughs, and we've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars because it's not secured against any assets. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, we have done guarantees in the past.
And we've lost money that unsecured?
Have been some, yes.
Right. And we've lost a great deal of money because it's not secured against anything. Is that correct?
So council does have a policy whereby loan guarantees are provided to organizations pre-existing financial relationships with the city. And
Madam Chair, that's not what I'm asking. With due respect, we've lost money on unsecured loans. Is that right?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, this particular arrangement, will this loan guarantee be secured against I'm assuming the assets, the building. Will we have a secured loan guarantee so that the city's interests are protected if they can't pay back any money and we're left on the hook paying it back?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, I haven't seen the actual loan agreement, but from what I understand, there is going to be other financing. If that other financing has title, then the city would sit second from a collateral or a security perspective.
So that means the bank, whoever gave the mortgage would be ahead of us. And if there was nothing left, we'd get nothing.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct, Deputy Mayor.
Would you support a motion to put us first so that we would come first so that the taxpayers' interests are protected?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, Deputy Mayor, I would support that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Just a sound issue. Can someone describe what the money is going to be used for? Do we know? Nobody knows. Okay.
Through the speaker, maybe I'll ask Cheryl from Economic Development and Culture to talk a little bit about the conversations that her and Pat Tobin have had with Hughes Place Live. Cheryl, if you're there.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that, Deputy City Manager. Pat Tobin, in fact, has been closest to this conversation about what the funds are going to be used for. So I would ask Pat to speak to that, but we do understand that the funds are supposed to be supporting The mortgage documents and the confirmation of the funding is being worked out through this due diligence conversation. So Pat, if you could add some additional clarity, please.
Sure. Thanks, Cheryl. Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor. The funds would be used for the component of the funds that the city would be guaranteeing would be used as a portion at least of the purchase price. Currently listed around 4.2 million of a former church on Broadview Avenue in Councillor Fletcher's ward, for its use as a live music venue, community hub, rehearsal facility, etc.
Okay, so this is for real estate. This is not for anything else. Is that right? Like to buy the land, or do we even have controls on that?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, as the CFO indicated, this motion seeks preliminary direction to city staff to work with the proponent. We have not seen their lending agreements at this point, so we'd be limited in our ability to respond to that question.
Okay, so we don't know. Can anyone tell us, or can you describe to me the nature of the operations of this? I looked online, there's some pictures. It looks really nice. There's, I guess, the previous location, kind of like a nightclub. Does it serve food, alcohol? What exactly is this thing?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor. Hughes Room Live at its former location, Dundas West, long-standing role as a live music venue focusing on blues, roots, world music. It's been an incubator for a lot of local and frankly international talent. It wants to expand that role by providing other services such as meeting space, rehearsal space. In the previous venue, they did provide sit-down meals, was part of the business plan. We've not yet seen full plans for this facility and whether they would replicate all of those services. But music is certainly at its core.
Why did the last one close?
Like many live music venues in the city, they found it difficult to keep up with increases in the rent. They had been at the venue at the location for some 20 years prior to that point. They've converted into a not-for-profit in order to access other sources of revenue such as grants, and they're currently seeking one from the federal government to help defray the costs associated with this purchase.
The pandemic shut them down?
I think, no, they closed prior to the pandemic and have been actively seeking a new location since, and have been consulting with the city on city-owned space, third spaces, and other.
So during evening hours, do you have to be of drinking age to get in?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, I think it would be premature for me to speculate on what the actual business model would look like. As a licensed venue, that could well be part of the business model.
Okay, and just have to forgive me, I haven't been there. There's really nice pictures online, and I've seen a few places in the city, but not this particular one. If I was walking by with my family at 9 o'clock at night, would it look like a bar to me? And I mean that in an earnest, positive sense. There's a stage, there's that kind of stuff, but the pictures I saw were tables, people. Is that the type of atmosphere it is, like a live music bar type place?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, no, in fact, it's a former faith building. The architecture is
the old one. The old one. No, I get the new location, right? It's not built. I mean the old Hughes Room.
Did it look like a bar? Yes, but it was consistent with neighborhood care. I guess that depends on one's definition of bar, but it had a good track record as a member of the local BIA, et cetera.
As opposed to an auditorium, it's a bar-like type setting. Like that's the type of the operation.
That's your last question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just some questions to the CFO. Can you talk about, I don't know if you would know this, but how often do we do these kind of loan guarantees at the city for other groups? I don't know if you would know that. And again, maybe the amount of it would be outstanding loan guarantees that we presently have. I don't know if you know that information at all, but.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, I don't actually know that off the top of my head, but I can say that when we do for loan guarantees, it's per council's policy that it's with organizations that we have existing financial relationships with. So I don't think it's large in number. I think it's a handful, but I'm happy to get that information.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the list in the past, but it's I can't recall when. Now, out of the loan guarantees that we have given out to organizations, would it be safe to say that the majority of them, the vast majority of them, do repay the loans, or we are not held in default? I just want to make sure that this is, so we do our due diligence, but there's always risk, and I've seen some examples where, we've had to write off big amounts of money because of defaults on loan guarantees. So do you know any of that information at all offhand?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I am aware of one specific instance where there was 500,000 that was written off as an uncollectible amount, but there is a significant amount of due diligence that is done when offering a loan guarantee and looking at the financial viability and the business case and the ability to repay. So I would say that governance process has been effective in the past with very few loan guarantees in actual fact ending in non-payment.
Okay, and I think I can recall back the previous CFO, Rob Rossini, had brought a report to us, and I think it had something to do with the North York Arts complex, where it was upwards of millions of dollars. That was just a one-off, but I think there have been instances in my last 8-10 years we've seen that, but it's not on a regular basis. I just wanted to mention that. So, okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, questions?
Thank you. Yes, my first question is, why did we start a music office in the city of Toronto?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Bylaw, the music office really is intended to support the retention of creative space and to also to be a support to the local community, so that the rooms like Hughes Rooms, which have a long history of 20 years being in the city, really it's to be there to support them in their prosperity.
Oh, okay. Are these venues, rehearsal spaces facing major challenges that it is going to impact the work and us as a music city?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for your question. Certainly, we would like Toronto to remain a leading city for music and for this industry. We need to support tourism and, of course, inclusion and diversity and vibrancy. And certainly having music be a focal point is something that we've been aiming to do. Certainly, the pandemic has had an impact, as we can see, for the work that we are doing here. And we want to make sure that we're building back stronger.
There's another report on the agenda that says that over the last few years, we've lost, I think, about 200 rehearsal rooms. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there has been a significant loss of rehearsal space in the city of Toronto, and the city manager spoke about the pressures that we've been experiencing with development. And certainly we are seeing that we do need to focus on creative space creation, and that is part of what we're kind of being really focused on doing going forward.
So Hughes Place Live is a nonprofit organization, correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Bylaw, it is a non-for-profit organization, and we really do want to support this idea of conversion of space so that we are supporting the community uses, because we do know there's a deep need for space.
And they're going to buy it, so they're not going to be pushed out. So the idea is going to be, this is going to be a long investment in our city in this sector, correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, we do see this as an opportunity to support the revitalization of this particular sector. And we do see this as an opportunity for there to be a deepening of investment in the rebuilding and recovery.
Thank you. So to our CFO, so you have the motion gives you delegated authority to do the due diligence. So in the due diligence, would you be looking at the capacity of payment and all the business plans that the organization has as well?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, that is part of the financial it's a review of the business case and looking at the financial viability from the operating results to repay the outstanding amounts.
Okay, so we are guaranteeing a loan, and if, you know, like many loans, I had one for a theater company in my community, everything went well. At the end of the day, it didn't cost us anything, correct? If things go well, there's a risk, but it might be a value that we're adding that at the end of the day might not even have a cost to us.
And Speaker, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
That's correct. And you will be doing your due diligence, and we'll give you delegated authority to go through all that process, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, the authority is being given to the city manager as well as the deputy city manager myself.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I have the information that Councillor Crawford had asked, if I may just share that with regards to the amount that's outstanding.
Okay, go ahead.
So through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Crawford, you asked about how many were outstanding, and thankfully the staff just sent me the statistics. We've got 7 current loan guarantees totaling just over 52 million. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Through you to, I guess, the city manager or staff in general. Who owns the Hughes Room? I understand it's a not-for-profit, but who owns it?
Tobin, if you can answer that, or Cheryl, it'd be great.
Sure. Through the Speaker to you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, it's an incorporated not-for-profit right now that is seeking revenues in a combination of a federal grant and a.
I got that. Mr. Tobin, I only have 5 minutes. I got that. But somebody, there are people behind this not-for-profit. Who are they?
There is a board of directors for Hughes Room Live, the incorporated not-for-profit, who would be the governance of the organization.
Who are they? Are they Toronto residents? Are they residents from Montreal? Are they from Mississauga? Who are they?
Thank you for the question. There's a number of folks with long-standing experience in the city of Toronto. Jim Thomas is a former Deputy Minister of Labour for the province of Ontario. Sean Gadden is a former executive of the city of Toronto. Brian Eiler is a well-known legal expert in the city of Toronto.
Right.
We worked hard to round out a board to.
No, that's great, Mr. Tobin. That's helpful because that helps me put it into perspective. I know some of these people, so that's very helpful. I guess the treasurer, Madam Treasurer, with respect to the due diligence that you've spoken about, will you be coming back to council with respect to your findings and the work that's being done, or are we simply giving you the authority to enter into that agreement, whether or not, and I need to have clarification, is it a loan or a loan guarantee?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, my understanding from the way the motion is written is that the approval by council for a loan guarantee of the amount is subject to the due diligence.
All right. And what are some of the things that you're looking for? What are the things that must be satisfied for you to sign off on accepting or putting an agreement in place that would actually bind the city to providing this loan guarantee?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, we would be looking at a series of elements that make up a business case. What makes up a business case is a set of assumptions, the reality of the assumptions, the viability of the entity's financial position. I haven't seen the financial position of this particular entity. Based on the assumptions that are built in, how reasonable is operating funds generated to be able to repay the loan, not to the city, but repay the loan to the financial institution that would ensure that we didn't have to, in actual fact, provide any backstop.
So based on the comments from Ms. Blackman, why would we not just buy this building and actually then expand the use and provide opportunity for the use room to rent from the city, as well as obviously to create more venue space? Because it seems that's what we need. And of course, the way we're positioning it right now, we're saying one entity can utilize it. If we have a massive need, why don't we just buy the building?
Speaker, question directed at me or economic
I
development?
don't know who can answer, Madam.
So I
Madam
can
Treasurer. You
comment
may not
from
be
a
able to answer.
finance
Maybe somebody
perspective,
else.
but not from a business case perspective, is that from a city's
Move it.
Sorry.
guarantee is not.
Move it, Counselor, move it, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Fletcher, please don't interrupt when someone is speaking, please.
He's my friend, I can.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Deputy Mayor,
I'm her friend, Madam Speaker.
I've turned off my camera just because of internet, but I did want to just finish that thought, is that
Sure.
by offering a loan guarantee, if the viability and it passes the due diligence, there would be no cost to the city. By investing in a building, we would have to look into our capital plan, not only for the original
Gotcha.
purchase, but the ongoing repairs and maintenance of the entity.
Right. So that takes me, in terms of the ongoing maintenance repair, they're going to be responsible for all of that. That is not something that the city would have any responsibility for, in as much as we would actually be backstopping the guarantee, which actually has, I guess there's no asset that's actually going to provide us with security. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, as I mentioned before, I don't think a financing agreement has yet been drafted. And so understanding where we are with regards to access to security, I would imagine that if they are seeking financing from a financial institution, it would be secured. So we would, in actual fact, only have access to that security after that first debt is fully repaid.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think my questions are to the city manager, as the motion's written there, doing the due diligence, the lead on that. But more broadly, could you just walk me through instances where the city would offer a loan guarantee? This is one, but there have been numerous others. There have been some that haven't gone well, but there have been many, majority of which have been totally fine. Could you explain to folks why we might do that?
Why, just so as I understand, why we would offer a loan guarantee? Is that
right? Yeah.
Well, again, I think the CFO has answered that question, and this is an opportunity to expand a service that is fundamental to our economy, fundamental to our culture, that is in short supply, and to do it in a manner that, subject to due diligence, wouldn't cost the taxpayer money at the end of the day. So it's a business opportunity.
So in short, you could say it's in the city's interest.
Through the speaker, yes.
Okay. We've talked a lot about due diligence, and I think I just want to take folks through via questions some of the steps that are involved prior to this going forward. Would it be fair to say that the city offering a loan guarantee on this project is really the first step of a stage gating process that will require a grant from the federal government and requiring due diligence on a financing institution as a bank to actually provide the loan? Are there 3 steps involved in this moving forward? Is that fair to say?
If you don't mind, through the speaker, I'll ask Heather to respond first, and then Pat.
I'm going to try my video again. So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, yes, there are other requirements to fulfill before the loan is actually approved. The due diligence is one component. The organization is being to secure financing for the portion of their grant, or not their grant, their financing of the building, in addition to also applying for a federal grant for the acquisition. So there are a couple of pieces of information and things that they have to finish before the due diligence would be the final step.
So this is really like offering that up, you know, is the first step that stage gates really allows this to go forward. I would also say, would it be common practice for a bank to go through a due diligence exercise of their own if they were going to offer financing to somebody for a project like this? Would a bank undertake a due diligence exercise?
The bank would be looking to find security, and in this instance, the real estate itself would likely be what the bank would take as its first right of security.
would they be looking at things like operating revenue, operating costs, trying to get an understanding of the sustainability and viability of a business if they were going to loan the money?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, Councillor, when you go to financing, they do look at your ability to repay any sort of financing principal and interest.
So the motion as it reads, there's going to be a due diligence exercise undertaken here from city staff. But it's also fair to say that there would be due diligence or whatever the financial term is for that process that would be undertaken by a financing institution like a bank if a loan is going to be provided.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't speak specifically to what the financial institution will commit to, but it is to be assumed that the financial institution will do some form of credit assessment.
Okay, and first position on a property, if that's something that can be achieved, would that offer some comfort and security for council, for staff, for city manager, for our CFO? If that was something that was able to be achieved?
Through you, Madam Speaker, of course, if that could be achieved, that would be ideal.
And is it common practice that, for banks to want to be in the asset holding business when these things don't work out, or?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, typically if an organization was not able to fulfill its obligations, in this instance, there is a guarantee by the city. The financial institution would look to the city before it would end up going into any foreclosure activity.
Right. Okay. So the due diligence as described, all these questions that have been asked by our colleagues, very thoughtful. Is it safe to say that our city manager, yourself, would be able to do that as part of to look into those as part of a due diligence exercise and then get comfortable with the loan guarantee so that we could proceed?
Last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that's the commitment in the motion, is that we would be ensuring that the steps necessary to position the city to be the last point of approval. They've got the organization itself has a couple of steps that need to be achieved before the city would go through that final due diligence phase and offer a loan guarantee.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of questions. So why is this request for a loan guarantee on the agenda as a member's motion, not as a staff report at committee? Like in past, we've seen these come forward at committee. I don't understand why it's here as a member's motion. Is there no staff report?
Through the speaker, and maybe Pat can help us here. I think timing is part of the reason why we're here.
What do you mean timing?
Well, in terms of the party that's interested in acquiring the site and the opportunities that present for the site maybe be sold somewhere else. So I think that's part of the reason why there's some urgency to this. But Pat is more than welcome to correct me if I've got that wrong.
I'm sure we had time to put it on the agenda before council. The staff
Through
want
the
to comment?
speaker, to you, Madam Speaker, the city manager has it correct. The city had been aiding this organization in trying to seek a location. This opportunity arose on short notice. They reached out to the local councillor who was able to bring it forward in this manner and attached the requisite recommendations to protect the city's interest while it evaluates this loan guarantee opportunity.
So is this, once the agreement, so there's a request here today, does it come back to committee or come back to council? Or are we just saying, yes, let's just loan, guarantee the loan, and it's not coming back with a staff report?
I think if I can through the speaker, there isn't an explicit statement. I mean, what I think is implied in the motion is that we would do the work as we've been talking about for the last few minutes in terms of due diligence, and if we were satisfied we'd be in a position to go forward with the loan guarantee. So it's not explicitly stated that we would inform one way or another council as to how that worked, how it resulted in a go forward or not situation.
So do we know if the group, as far as their incoming revenue, do they do fundraising? And the reason I'm asking that, I know it's in Councillor Perks's ward now, but it used to be in my ward when I was the mayor, a Lambton House, where we guaranteed a loan to the community group, but there was a guarantee that they were going to do fundraiser and pay back, and so there was a report. So do we know that with this organization? Any fundraising effort that, like, how are they going to generate revenue to pay off the loan?
To you, Speaker, I can answer that question. Yes, the organization now constituted as a not-for-profit is able to seek grants as one source of revenue. Secondly, they're in a conversation with a commercial lender for another source of revenue towards a purchase. They're also mounting a capital campaign for which they currently have pledges numbering over $1 million is my understanding. I cannot speak to the solidity of the pledges, but they are pursuing multiple revenues to fund this acquisition and then the ongoing fit up and operations of the site.
Okay, thank you. That's it for the questions. We'll go to speakers. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to clarify that this is on an exceptional basis, and it shows that, and it is because it is an emergency, and we do want to build back better. And to clarify that this is not, it's not me asking for my ward. This is very hard to do. This group was looking at Councillor Cressy's ward, but the real estate is just too much. They couldn't find a spot. He would have been in a great ability to have assisted. But here we are in a situation, we find ourselves in a not a straightforward situation. For some reason, that's always the case in my ward. So Crow's Theatre.
Do you have a motion, Councillor
Oh, I
Fletcher?
do. I have motion. They're all there. I have an amendment right there. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker. There it is. The original, we worked very hard to get to this. And City Council direct the city manager in consultation with the chief financial officer and treasurer to conduct the required due diligence. That is the motion. I think that will give everybody some faith. It was simply a matter of how to place that. It was never an intention not to have that, but it just was the right wording. And I will thank the city manager and the CFO for coming up with that, because I think it gives you good feeling that this isn't just dropped on and give money and run off. It's a very serious matter. And thank you for reminding me about that. I will just go back to Crow's Theatre, which was very hard to do because it was different. And it is one of the most successful venues in the city. It's a citywide venue, not just happens to be at Dundas and Carlaw. The Red Door, Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson, you said, what about if we buy it and rent it? Well, the Red Door was going to start out building their own shelter. At the end of the day, the city built it and leases it for $1. I'm not suggesting we do that, but I really found that interesting that you thought that might be a good idea. So it just happens to have landed here in a time crunch. And honestly, it's just step one. This motion is just the spark plug. It allows a lender to say, okay, so all can be put together. If we can get first position, I understand that Deputy Mayor is going to move that motion. I'm happy to have that motion moved. The city would be in first position if there's an issue. And the other pieces have to be met. There's a very big piece, getting a lender. There's another big piece, getting a grant. There's another big piece, getting funding in general, fundraising. But this is kind of the first building block. And why I think it's important that, and this is something that our city's actually always done. And at this moment, when we're coming out of this pandemic, and we have had so many venues close, we have had so many rehearsal locations closed. We've had the Silver Dollar closed. That was an institution on Spadina that people could rent and play there. This is an organization that's a nonprofit organization that promotes Canadian musicians. Canadian musicians. That's basically its first and foremost goal. There are others, but it is committed to that. I'd say that's a really good place to put our shoulder against coming out of this pandemic, in saying we want to build back better, in knowing that we want to contribute to being a music city. You know, when we started talking about music, I know Councillor Cole, not the one we have with us now, but the son of who we have with us now, Councillor Cole, drove this very, very hard. He went to Austin, Texas. He took everybody there, said, we have to become a music city. We are a film city. We are becoming that music city under the leadership of Councillor Bradford and the staff in economic development. Earlier, we talked about becoming more of an arts city. Culture and arts are part of the DNA of our city. And we have an opportunity to try to make sure in an emergency situation, and I wouldn't bring this forward in this way, Speaker Nunziata, if it wasn't that kind of emergency, then I think we should do it. I really would ask for your support for this, not on my behalf, but on behalf of all of the musicians in the city who haven't got anywhere to play.
10 seconds.
All of the venues that have closed. And this is something that we can be very proud of if it works out. And if it doesn't work out, it's not like we didn't try.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Meningwong.
I believe I passed a motion to the clerk. I sent an email. Did they get it?
Yes, it's right here on the screen.
Yes, City Council direct the city's loan guarantee be secured against the property being purchased and ahead of all creditors. This would be a critical point for me in supporting this arrangement. And I will note that I did ask the CFO if she would be supportive of this motion, and she said that she would. Generally, Madam Chair, and I think you asked questions along these lines. Where's the report? I can't not express my extreme disappointment that this is the last item on an agenda of an item that came as a notice of motion. And it would be appropriate for me to remind members of council that the deadline was within 24 hours of the executive committee meeting. And this could have been taken to the executive committee. It could have been discussed. A report could have been prepared to come to this council meeting. And we could have gotten a written report from our public service. But here we are, and everybody knows the last item on a council meeting that everybody wants to rush through. And we shouldn't be rushing through these deals. We have to be the careful stewards of the taxpayers' money. And so we have to carefully scrutinize and analyze these arrangements. I will say as well, I mean, I think it's really important in my view that, you know, there seems to be a view there that this Hughes room is so critical to the music industry in Toronto. And I'm not, you know, familiar with Hughes room, but I think that what I do hear from Councillor Thompson and many others is that we have a thriving music industry. And I have absolutely no doubt that if Hughes room, for one reason or the other, was not around anymore, Chris's room or Heather's room or Paula's room would come in and take its place. I have confidence that the music ecosystem would find an arrangement where something else would pop up. Because that's what happens. We have to have more confidence in that ecosystem. So, suffice it to say, Madam Chair, I am concerned about this. It is taxpayers' money. And, we've lost money on unsecured loans. And I've been in briefings before where, with the public service, and you know what they said when we were writing off these loans? We're never going to do this again. And here we are doing it again. So I have this one motion to protect the taxpayers' money. It's supported by the CFO, and I hope you'll support the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
I'm going to make a small intervention here. There were a number of questions about the nature of the venue. And I happen to be much more familiar with it than city staff because for over a decade, I've represented the ward where it operated. And I thought it might be a benefit for members to hear a little bit about it. Councillor Holiday was asking, is this a bar? No, far thing from it. If you know the section of the city where Roncesvalles is on the way to Bloor and it meets Dundas, it was on that section there. Among a number of buildings that are essentially look like very large houses. It looked like a large house. You could walk by it and never know that it wasn't just someone's residence. In the entire time I've been a city councillor, I have not received a single noise complaint about it. The kind of music they were playing, yes, principally Canadian folk music, acoustic music. From time to time, though, folk and acoustic music from around the world. You'd be as likely to walk in and hear a live mic conversation between a performer from South America or South Africa with a Canadian performer about the music from their cultures, learning, sharing, growing. It's the kind of place where you might expect the next Joni Mitchell or the next Neil Young to start their career. It's a place where when you went in, it's all tables, it's all seating, food is served, meals are served. You would go in, go for dinner, often 3 generations. You'd see a grandparent, a parent, and some kids. Learning a little bit about musical culture in Canada and the rest of the world. It's in no way a bar. And as to what's happening, the owner, it had been privately owned for many years, but didn't own the building. And in 2008, we did an avenue study of that area that said that mid-rise buildings are appropriate here. And we've actually had a number of those buildings converted to mid-rise. So the owner of the building sort of gave 3 years notice, saying, no, I need either a vastly larger lease or you guys have to leave. And they were just in the process of leaving and looking for a new venue when the pandemic hit. And to Deputy Mayor Min Wong's point that he made, the ecosystem, this is the kind of venue we are losing all over the city, and nothing else is coming back because of the enormous pressure for residential mid-rise development on our main streets, where many of these kind of venues were located. So that's just a quick thumbnail of the place and its history and what we'd be kind of supporting. Finally, as the Executive Director of Culture and Economic Development was saying, many of the names on this board are names that we would recognize as community leaders. They have a long history of doing work, fundraising with community organizations and for worthy causes. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I found this an exceptionally awkward debate, especially the way in form it's come before us. The points have been raised, and I'm going to just fixate on them, that we really, as council, don't understand fully what we're getting into, and it's kind of like a leap of faith. But I don't have the chance to do my due diligence. I can show you in a second here about what I found in the short time that I've had with this motion, even leading up to today. But I mean, that's Hugh's room on Dundas Street right now. That's what it looks like, right? It's kind of like a boarded up building, according to Google. And according to their website, they have a really nice one. I mean, they talk about their history, and they said they made the decision to shutter their doors, or it went dark, I guess is the words they used, back in March 2020. And so I guess they're looking to buy this place over Broadview Palace, it says, old church. Looks like another nice place. But, you know, I guess I'm just trying to struggle to figure out what the business is that the city's getting into with a loan guarantee. So, you know, I found some stuff on the internet. You know, it looks like a really nice place. Tables and chairs, just like was described. I guess a stage there. But, you know, if we're going to get into joint ventures with these kind of things, I mean, I'm editorializing the word a little bit, but it's a $2.2 million loan guarantee. That's a lot of money. And I need to do my due diligence as a counselor to make sure that the precious resources that we have are protected. I mean, that $2.2 million can be used for a lot of things in arts and culture. And I worry with the pandemic, and we don't know what's in the future for venues that rely on food and drink or people in attendance. You know, is this a risk? I have no read of that. I'm sort of offloading it to the staff. So I am extremely leery about it. I would love to spend some time on this. I would love to find a way that I feel really comfortable to support this. I think what Deputy Mayor Min Wong has moved is a really important point. I hope that it's supported because it makes me a lot more comfortable to know that should something not work out, we do have that ability to recoup the money that we've lent with far less risk of losing it. It all seems great on paper, and I think Hughes Room, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, really is an organization at this point with a website. I don't think they've got an ongoing operation, although they may be an organization in that manner. So I guess the due diligence that we're asking staff to do is due diligence on an idea as opposed to an existing operation. You know, it's one thing to see a restaurant or a venue in operation, you kind of figure it all out. But this is a forward-looking thing. And I appreciate there's experienced individuals, as we've heard from others that are involved, and that's all very hopeful. But I think we owe it to ourselves and our job to examine this with a lot of care. That is what we're here for. And, you know, the staff could have brought some kind of a report here. I'm pretty sure the rules are that they can report to council if they needed to. But this all seems to have come together in the last few days, which is another red flag, right? Are we being very hasty on something? And I know there's urgency on real estate deals and all that kind of stuff, but maybe that is the point, is should we be slowing down to take a look at this with care because it is a lot of money. So, you know, I guess every council is going to have to figure out what their comfort level is in this. I tend to be a little bit more careful about these things, but I see a lot of unanswered questions with respect to risk. And it's my job to think about those and the decisions that we make and understand that money is precious, and the ask here is potentially a lot. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope anyone that's interested, you know, takes a moment to Google the information, because we certainly don't have it before us in a page and a half of a member's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. Yes, when we were talking earlier today about music venues and arts venues and where they're located and where people travel from different parts of the city to go to them, the first place that came to mind for me, other than the large organizations, is Hughes Room, because there were many nights when I would get in my car in Willowdale and drive out to the West End to see a show there, always either with my family or usually meeting a group of friends there, you know, fellow music lovers. You'd always bump into other people you knew. It was just a real little, very positive community, and had great music and a type of music you would not always easy to find other places. And really, as Councillor Perks said, really keeping a lot of local artists going and providing stages for Canadian and local artists that that really needed that. And it was almost like it wasn't an expensive place to go to, but it was a prestigious place to play. It's one of those places that we lost that we have a chance to get back. And I really applaud Councillor Fletcher for carrying the ball on this. Somebody needed to, and I think this is well worth doing, and I completely trust that our staff will do the due diligence and not get into something where the city isn't covered, whether it's through what Councillor Minnan Wong is suggesting or through some other means. I think this is a really good thing for us to be doing.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very supportive of this motion, and I take this opportunity to share with you some of the due diligence that I did to come to this conclusion. The first thought I had was, well, this is in keeping with something that Council has approved, which is this goal of becoming a music city. We have invested in research and going to Austin, as Councillor Fletcher said, in seeing what a music city is all about, and creating a music office in support of the music sector, the music industry, creating all kinds of programs that we've done with taxes, that we've done with music in patios, a pilot project this summer as well. We've been out there, we've tried to support this sector. So it's very much in keeping with that. I also try to remember some of the issues that we hear, because I am part of the Music Advisory Committee, and space is a major issue. Venues to rehearse and to perform are a major issue that the sector is facing right now. You hear it over and over again. That's why, they've asked for, do we have facilities that the city owns that they can use? We've done a study. We have a study right here at this council meeting that says we've lost 200 rehearsal rooms over the last few years. And you know how many rooms we have available in the city of Toronto right now? We have 231. And let me tell you that out of the 232, and out of the 232, 81 are lost because it's actually something that is closing in my community as well. So musicians from across the city are actually feeling this lack of space to rehearse and to perform and to create and to come together, which is essential to have a thriving music scene. So are we going to be supportive of this sector? Is this in line with what we're doing? Yes. What we have in front of us is a request for a loan guarantee. And let me tell you that when a report comes with a loan guarantee, it comes with a due diligence. It tells you the reasons why we should support it. But I never saw a report from staff with the balance sheets from the organization. That's the due diligence that they do. They go through the balance sheets. They go through, the capability of paying the assets of the organizations. We don't have those in the reports, and they're going to go through that. The staff is going to do their job, and from what I know, our CFO and our city manager, they're going to do their due diligence to make sure that the organization is good financial footing, that they can move forward. Is there a risk for us? Yes. That is the cost of this. This might not cost us nothing, like it has in many loan guarantees that we've done. I've had some in my community. Fortunately, everything went well when those, and it cost us nothing. What the cost is the risk. It might cost as well. But I trust our officials to do the due diligence. And I think the risk is worth, because you know what the risk that we're facing as well right now is losing these musicians to other cities, that they're moving out because they don't have space to work, they don't have space to live in our city as well. That's also the risk that we have in front of us. So I think it's worth the risk. It's going to be 4% of the current loan guarantee programs that we will have. This is a $2 million loan guarantee. So I think it is worth the risk. When you put it in the balance with what the music sector is facing, I think it is worth the risk to support in here. Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Yes, I am just reflecting on the words of the deputy mayor about the ecosystem will take care of this. The ecosystem is on life support. It is drowning in the pandemic, COVID. On top of the pandemic, we've had a hyperinflation of prices for venues, whereby the music venues we've had cannot afford the rent, the lease. They've gone under. So you've got this horrible combination of hyper cost of real estate along with the pandemic. We've had, a lot of the workers I've been familiar with over the years in Little Jamaica with the reggae music scene, they haven't worked in 2 years. They've had no other way of making a living except for the CERB. That's about the only thing that's kept them alive. We lost the reggae music hall on College, the Orbit Room. Councillor Filion knows the Orbit Room. It's gone. All the people that played there for years, it's gone, closed. So we are in a very perilous situation with this industry. The music industry employs tens of thousands of people in food, drink, entertainment, bands, recordings, studios. It's a huge industry. So here's an industry that's based on life support, and we're asked to try and keep it afloat. And that's what this represents. Hughes Room represents the industry and the state it's in. So actually, unfortunately, it's in the situation it's in, but on the other hand, it illustrates the need for not only the City of Toronto, but federal and provincial governments to also help, and private sector to help the music industry because of the critical roles it plays in employing people in our culture and tourism and everything. I've been to the Orbit Room, I've been to Hughes Place many times for fundraisers. Local community groups will have fundraisers there to raise money for great causes. I've been to those. I've seen Pete Seeger there, Serena Ryder. I've seen Ron Sexsmith, all incredible, well, Seeger is Canadians. Richie Havens, iconic figures. Odetta, the voice of the civil rights movement. Her last performance was at Hughes Room in 2008. So it's a historic place in many ways that it gave opportunities to these incredible, talented people to get employment, to share their wonderful art with the people of Toronto. So it is an emergency situation. We don't have all the reports and all the due processes that we're usually would have. But I have trust in our city staff that they're going to do the best they can to make sure the city's interests are protected. But I think we as a council have an obligation to pay more than lip service to the tens of thousands of people who are employed in this vital industry that creates jobs for other Torontonians in hotels, restaurants. So let's step up and do the right thing for the music industry and all these people who have suffered through this awful pandemic and the decline of their ability to make a living because of the cost of doing business in Toronto. So there's no choice here as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I just want to say one comment very briefly, just in fairness to Councillor Fletcher, because I heard comments earlier suggesting that this was sort of fly by night or last minute, or it wasn't done well. My perception of what's happened here is actually something that's been done extraordinarily well, and it really speaks to Councillor Fletcher's acumen as an experienced city councillor. And it also is a model of representative democracy. I mean, what this looks like to me is that Hughes Place is a deeply valued, respected entity, will be a place, an organization, and an opportunity to provide a really important part of our arts and cultural scene in Toronto. And they've hit tough times, understandably. And they went to Councillor Fletcher and they said, we have a problem. We don't know what the solution is, but we've got a problem and we want to work with you. And nothing happened fly by night. In fact, I see accounts that are engaging the city staff, the public service, right to the top, to the city manager. And then what I heard tonight is that every single one of them expressed not just support, but confidence in moving forward with what's being recommended through the member's motion. I think Councillor Minnan-Wong's amendment is helpful, and I should give everyone confidence if they didn't have it before. But ultimately, I just see this as a reflection of a priority on the ground, a necessary support for arts and cultural sector, a really creative way to support Hughes Place in particular, Hughes Room, and a way to at least provide some kind of support that the city can do. So kudos to Councillor Fletcher, kudos to the city staff, and to everyone. If I've missed, I personally wasn't involved, so I don't know if I've missed anybody. But if I have, I apologize, because credit should go to you and your creativity as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, didn't you already speak?
I wish, Madam Speaker, not yet.
Oh, God.
I know.
Okay.
Collective eye roll. I'll be tight.
Maybe I'll ask for a 5-minute break here because it's Councillor Bradford.
Yeah.
Let's
I'll
finish.
be less than 5 minutes.
Well, okay, Councillor Bradford to speak.
Okay, I'll fire away here. Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks everyone for their indulgence, and thanks in advance for your support on this this item. I understand and recognize that this is a bit exceptional, but I think the challenges facing our music community and the music industry are in fact exceptional right now. And it's very easy for us to say, Music City, we're a music city, we're everything to everybody, but we're not if we don't actually take the steps that are necessary to provide support in moments like this, when a great organization like Hughes Room, with a long, extensive track record in the city of being an incubator for artists, for bringing people together. I thought, Councillor Perks was very eloquent in his comments and his experience with Hughes Room in that part of the city. And of course, circumstances beyond their control, a global pandemic has hit all of our live music venues, all of our artists, the folks who are involved adjacent to the actual performances, the entirety of the music ecosystem in such an extensive way. And so, there were comments made that, one music venue closes, another one pops up. A quick Google would show you that that is just absolutely not the case. And Councillor Cressy, through his work at the Toronto Music Advisory Committee as our past chair there, can tell you about his experience of music venues that are struggling, not just during the pandemic, but before, for a variety of factors, many of which are the cost of doing business in this city. And of course, the challenges that artists find having sustainable revenue. So it's difficult. But I mean, just in the past year, we've lost the Mod Club, we've lost the Hideout, we've lost Relish, we've lost Dakota, we've lost Sneaky D's. And, maybe not all of you have been to all of those venues, but maybe some of you have been to a couple of them. And perhaps we should probably go to those venues more often. But if we don't step in moments like this to provide a bare minimum, then I don't think we ought to be calling ourselves Music City. I don't think we ought to be patting ourselves on the back and, singing our own praises and accolades, because these are the types of creative measures that we have to take in exceptionally challenging circumstances to help people do fantastic things, to support our artists, to support our neighborhoods, to create vibrant communities, and actually build that ecosystem for the music industry that has been eroding over the past couple of years. So this was done. I'm sure everyone would have loved this to have gone to committee, to have had the reports, but the truth of the matter is a lot of time on the phone, a lot of time in meetings, talking to different folks. Councillor Fletcher has been working tremendously hard on this, as have city staff, who have been engaged the whole way through. And what you're seeing in front of you didn't just happen this afternoon. This isn't the last item because it was cooked up this morning. It's because the work has been needed, again, because of the exceptional sort of circumstances around this. And I want to offer reassurance. I think Councillor Minnan-Wong's motion is helpful. I will be supporting that, of course. And I think that's the intention here, is to have that backstop for the city as we guarantee this loan, of course, if it goes forward. But that's the thing. If it goes forward, there's a stage gating process. And this is really just the first box that they have to check, that if all of the other conditions are satisfied, if our city manager and our CFO can sign off on the due diligence standpoint, if the grant comes in, if the financer or the bank, they go through all of their due diligence exercise, if all of those things line up, then we will backstop and guarantee a loan, not give a loan, guarantee a loan. So that's an important difference. I ask for everyone's support for the music community, the music ecosystem, and this is one creative measure among many that we have to take to help our artists, to help our venues, and to ensure that we can actually refer to Toronto as a music city and move forward on the other side of the pandemic, continue to support artists and great institutions in Toronto like Hughes Room. So let's get it done, and I appreciate your support. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to have 10 seconds here. First of all, I want to make it clear, because there were questions asked, and I asked a question about the process and why there isn't a staff report, does not mean I don't support arts and culture or music. I'm the biggest supporter. I support all the organizations I have in my ward, the Lambton House and Urban Arts, but it's the process that I had questions about. Why we didn't have a staff report. Not to say that I don't support the project, but I think that in the future, we need to have reports. And we need to have reports from staff and go through the proper process and go through committee as other reports go forward. And that's the only reason those questions was asked. So to make it perfectly clear, members of council are speaking, well, you know, because we ask these questions, we don't care. Of course we care and we support it. But what's important to me is the process as well. Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. Motion by Councillor Fletcher. On favor?
Recorded.
Recorded vote.
And to the clerks, I'm unable to connect to the CMP. If I can vote verbally, please.
Was that Councillor Cressy? Okay.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Robinson, thank you. I now see that. Councillor Cressy, how do you vote, sir?
In favor, thank you.
Speaker, motion 1 carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Next motion. By Deputy Mayor Min Wong, recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, how do you vote, sir?
In favor.
Motion number 2 carries, Speaker, unanimously, 24 in favor.
Item as amended. On favor?
No, recorded again, please.
Recorded.
Councillor Cressy, please.
In favor, thank you.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Moved by Councillor Bailao.
That the committee and council consider submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Motion by, how about Councillor Ainsley?
That leave be granted to introduce bills 36 to 88 and 90 to 96. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, carried. May I have a motion to introduce a confirming bill? Mayor Tory?
As Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 39 on February 2nd and 3rd, 2022.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Thank you to staff. Thank you to members of council.
And thank you, Speaker.
that's it.
Thank you, Speaker. Good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Madam
Speaker, and
Speaker.
all the staff in the clerk's office.
Good night, colleagues. Tomorrow. Another
Happy,
meeting.
happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, I didn't know you cared.
You, I'm coming for chocolates to your office for that.
Well, it's
day.
my birthday just before